economy into a recession, negative 0.3 on that advanced GDP print.
That was not a great print. Now, I do want to remind everyone, 10 a.m., we have a print that is very closely watched, often considered the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. That will be the PCE, so definitely keep an eye on that. Coming through at 10, we'll get PCE, we'll get core PCE. We're also going to be getting some spending-related data and consumption data, so 10 a.m. should be a huge thing to watch out for in terms of economic numbers. I think Trump's expected to speak a little bit today, as he often is, usually later in the day. And keep an eye, as always, on these Truth Social posts, because regardless of what he says, I found especially if you post them before 11 a.m., they'll do something to the market.
We will keep an eye out. Microsoft, interesting look here, guys. About to take out this low, going back to the pre-market from yesterday. So heads up on Microsoft, not one that we've been paying much attention to. But I just noticed when I sat down here this morning, they've jammed Copilot into even Windows 10 now. It's the first time I noticed it anyways. It popped up on this computer, maybe on an update over the weekend or something, but even Windows 10 getting Copilot now. Hey, Raheem's here.
I guess he just did decide to take his helicopter.
Yeah,
so that's great. So thank you, Raheem, for coming through today. And we were just talking about how there's never a good road to take here in Toronto, no matter which way you're trying to get here.
Well, some of the chats like Canada has bad roads. I'm like, Canada's like everywhere else. Let's be real.
Maybe Raheem can calm the market because we are tanking right now.
This is a problem.
But it'll be interesting to hear what we're talking about right there. But yeah, look, I mean, Microsoft, we talk about earnings, coming through. Our Microsoft is tonight, right? There's a bunch coming. I'm writing my sticky note right now, and I'm just writing like NASDAQ's in trouble. Like all of these names right now are in trouble because we've had such a nice move back. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, maybe we should sell this rally a little bit, especially if now we're going to get recession fears back in. And then, as Adara said, some key numbers coming out today that could, ring the bell even more. So I would say we're going to watch out here for Softy. Again, possible move into the downside. You're looking for it to break through the 50-period moving average. That's 385. That's close enough to where we are right now. That probably hits. Watch out for the spread on this name. It might be easier to trade one of the derivatives rather than MSFT itself, but it could get bad. I don't know anything. I mean, the Copilot and all that. I was actually saying whether or not you're using ChatGPT or Perplexity, I just sort of started using Grok. I think that's been pretty good. It's fast. But then I was dealing or messing around with Perplexity last night as well, just to see, and that's pretty good too. Like I don't really know where the value's coming with all like 4 or 5 of these. You got to include Gemini as well. So I think Microsoft and that whole ChatGPT thing is a nice story, but OpenAI is a story in itself. So, but yeah, I don't know. Microsoft downside. It's not really a cool, a good long yet for me, especially as we wait for earnings. So I'm going to hold off on many of these tech names. I would rather trade a name that is either further out earnings, or a name that's already reported, like a Google or something like that, where we can sort of feel that play and not have to wait around for earnings. So yeah, maybe Google might be something to trade to the south side rather than a Microsoft heading into earnings.
I just feel Microsoft's gotten a little boring. Yeah, it's only down 1 point right now, which that's good because the market's down too. And maybe you got the 50 period, like you said, you can bounce off that for some kind of a long, but you want things that are going to move a little bit more. Like Amazon to me, like, oh wow, like we failed the 190. This is enough. Like there's just so many stocks. It's like, oh yeah, look at that double top that Amazon made for a couple of days at 188 to 189. Let's short that. We're at 182 right now. Like you can stick a fork in all of these great levels that were to the upside, but I just think you're going to get an outsized move today. We will in the market for sure, and I'm going to stick with trying to figure out Amazon. A lot of the support and resistance that you might have thought you were playing off of when we ended the day yesterday, or when you came in, you sat down, you're just going to have to adjust. Because we might have to weather a bounce. If you're feeling bearish, I think you're going to have to weather a bounce early in the day. Let's get to the desk because we have our good friend Raheem ready to go.
Oh, Caterpillar was
already anyway. You made it. Good to see you. It's been a week of tariffs and auto talk, really, especially late in the afternoon yesterday. We got, there was going to be a reprieve. There's maybe not going to be a reprieve. Nobody really knows what the reprieve will be for these automakers. Exactly. So
Your reprieve at any minute now?
let's wait an hour and it'll change. You sent me this. We'll start with just the overall look at this is auto parts versus the S&P 500.
Small differential.
Yeah, tough to see, but 114%, and this is negative 0.3.
Yeah, so if you had a crystal ball and you knew what the government was going to do and you decided to act accordingly, you would have made a lot of money.
That's crazy.
Being on the right side of that auto parts trade, because everything is going to come back to the US is what the president has decided will occur. I don't know how you do that in a logistical time frame that makes sense. But we're not logistical people. But if you're an American company that supplies auto parts, well, this is a great place to be. And if you're a Canadian company that supplies auto parts, or a Mexican or a European company, you don't know what your fate's going to be a day, a week, an hour from now.
Yeah, which leads us to some other individual companies. Magna we'll start with here, which is a Canadian name, also listed down in New York as well for anyone on the NYSE. Going to report on Friday. You and I were just talking about the simple fact that a lot of these have already decided to pull their forecast. We were just talking about Snapchat and among others that have done the same thing, rightfully so in this environment, I would think.
Yeah, again, we don't know which way they're going to go, but this is a stock, Magna, and MGA is the ticker in the U.S. for our American friends. Almost Mega is what I said off camera. It is a Canadian bellwether for the auto parts sector. It's been around forever. Frank Stronach has led the company all the way through from its humble beginnings to where it is now. And that's a company that was down, it's down to $43, which is its 52-week low. It's 10% off of that at about $48 right now. Has gone up to 68. But it's a stock again. A stock like Magna is down 19%. I kind of just want to say Magna to help them.
It's so close.
But down 19%, and a stock like Magna does not move with that level of torque. So you're seeing that with a lot of these Canadian auto parts companies because they are so resilient on the US. I mean, they have 170,000 employees worldwide, offices everywhere, but just because of what's happening with the US, you're seeing that happen. So yeah, they are going to report Friday, 8 a.m. So you may want to, again, tune in to see what kind of learnings you might get from that call, because it's going to be exceptionally interesting. I don't think anyone's tuned into a Magna Q1 call.
Not around here. That's for damn sure.
But I think this will be an interesting time. And again, but they have been fairly positive in terms of what they've been doing, and they've continued their normal course issuer bid.
Linamar, the next one here, LNR. Again, if anyone's just joining, auto parts as a whole in focus here, and I think it will be until we get some sort of clarity on this space.
Yeah, their sales were up to $10.5 billion for the year. The stock is trading; it's a $3 billion market cap company, but down 11% year to date. And again, you don't get these swings with these large cap companies. Now they are involved more on the equipment side, on the auto side, as well as agriculture equipment, construction equipment. So they have a little bit of touch points into other places. But yeah, a stock that's gone between 43 and $23 this year, trading around 50, so just about 15% off its 52-week low. So again, there could be some opportunities for companies depending on which way the tailwinds go politically.
Right.
And then this is again another company that has continued to continue its normal course issuer bid.
And the thought being, again, at the end of the day yesterday, we were hearing the reprieve term, or the loosening, or they want to support these companies to further growth and add more jobs and the investment to come in for the manufacturing side. So maybe as you're mentioning here, there's something at a price level that looks a little interesting. Tell us about MRE here.
Same thing. They are but they're more into Martin Ray parts. They do modules. They do fuel systems for cars. A stock that is a larger cap stock or a mid cap stock, down 20% year to date is something you want to look at. $530 million company, so it's in the mid cap space for, I guess, us here in Canada. But a stock that's between $6 and $12 on its 52-week, and trading at about $7.75. So it's 20% off its 52-week lows, down 20% on the year. So you might want to look at opportunities. And I think what's going to be really interesting for these companies is with Canada just electing its new prime minister. Will there be opportunities? Like, will there be will we go on defense and will we try and find other opportunities? You know, what's Calgary saying about this because they have an oil and gas focused economy?
Yeah.
How are things going to go there? Is the Prime Minister going to say we as Canadians now need to look at these other markets where we do business and not quintessentially just focus on the U.S.? So that's why these names could be interesting in that play.
There wasn't a lot of detail in that note, but this new government going to focus specifically a lot more, as you said, on a few different areas. Energy and infrastructure, which is something you and I have spoken about many times.
Many times, yeah.
And also critical minerals. Again, not a lot of details on the how and the where and the when, but maybe, you know, a chat for another day that we can look into opportunities on that.
Yeah, that's called teeing it up, I think, right?
Yeah, a professional tease. Great stuff. I mean, it's still early days as far as the auto industry is concerned. There's a lot more focus on this side of the border, on the parts side of the equation. From a sentiment standpoint, you know, maybe this gets a little bit more positive if this does actually happen?
I don't disagree. I think part of where we are right now as the Canadian economy is, again, there is the resilience on the U.S., which is never going to change. But will it start to marginally be affected by decisions and by things that are coming out?
Yeah.
Will a company say, you know what, I'm going to move 4% of my production to that country, or I'm going to look at sales opportunities in places like India and into China, into other places. Like India has now become almost, it's becoming more in vogue, and there's a lot of money going that way into emerging markets because money is coming out of the U.S. market. So what other places will it look to go to? And Canada could be a place. That could be
Apple, one of those. Interesting. As always, Rahim Alani, Managing Director over at OCI Groups. Thanks for this.
Anytime.
Thank you very much to Rahim. And it's all, when you talk about the auto parts, it's all about the uncertainty. Like that's what it comes down to. You know, companies, they like to have a decent idea of the environment they're going to be in so they can plan, and the timeline for any of these changes is just so up in the air. Like I was just looking at the VIX actually. Speaking about uncertainty, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Like we're only at 26 and we didn't really break out any of the recent tops here. That's what would get me a little bit more concerned, right? Like I think, look, if I start seeing the VIX breaking out the prior day high or prior resistance here, like I think like the 27 would be a big level. And here 30 gets you a little bit, over 30 you start to get a little bit more concerned. So you're not completely out of pocket right now in terms of volatility index. And it's not like that's the only thing you can look at. Like don't get me wrong, like I don't want anyone to think that, hey, it's the correlation that it used to be, or we're not going to go any further because the VIX didn't get to 30. But yeah, you just got to be a little bit cautious looking at that. I feel like if we get to a resistance spot and reverse, that could be a nice little bounce spot for the market. I was just watching Tesla. Tesla's holding at yesterday's lows as well. So you've managed to get down to 280, and things are starting to try to calm down. It's an important leg here because after the initial shock that we had, it's easy to say, but I feel like some stocks are at points where either we or they're just going to lose the bid, and some people are going to get stopped and trailed out that have been taking these longs recently. Because there's longs in here that possibly have been holding for breaks and are possibly getting out. If you break a level like that 280 off the open, that's the kind of thing that can trigger some stops for people that are probably in the money off these recent lows.
Yeah, Neil and I were talking earlier about Bitcoin and like the strength, and thank you, Josh, for asking us about this there in the chat. And it's actually holding up quite well. I mean, you just did get that little bit of a dump down. I'm not sure how much GDP is going to really affect Bitcoin here. But yeah, you know, we've seen the correlation with the NASDAQ and BTC. This is just a 15-minute chart. Pretty choppy, right? I mean, even if you just go, it's only 15 minutes. So this goes back to the 28th, which is 2 days ago, which is that bottom of 93,000. Bitcoin's just been up and down, right? So for you, Josh, or for anybody else looking at this, I still think you short in this area right there until it breaks. Like, I know that sounds so simple, but unless we break this 95.6, 95.5 area, there's a lot of room. And if we zoom this back in, there's a lot of room to the downside, right? Like, I'm worried about that support at 93. So I'm not too worried about the resistance up here because we have our out. right? If the market does turn around and Bitcoin gets going again, we have 96,000. That's fine. But if the market, which the NASDAQ is really falling out right now, like NVIDIA's down to 104.50, 104.75, and the NASDAQ's down almost 2%, over 2%. So, you know, if Bitcoin seems to want to follow, then even to lose 1% on 95,000, you know, that puts us down to 94 and change. And then you start to get going and then testing this 93. So for me, I am not a dip buyer in Bitcoin. I'm more selling the rips. And it has nothing to do with where I think Bitcoin's going. I already said, I think Joe asked Sharif yesterday, or the other way around, you know, does Bitcoin get over 100,000 by next Friday? I kind of turned to Neil. I said, I think it gets there this Friday. Like, I really do like crypto. Strong. And I think how strong it is in this market turbulence seems to be pretty good. But remember, the market's had a nice move up. We are now positive for the month. I guess I have to look at that after what we're experiencing right now. But on a daily chart for BTC, you know, I mean, it hasn't been like, that's pretty healthy. You know, a nice hold, nice sort of consolidation here, you know, building of inventory, then the pop higher. So some positions being built, now goes the pop. We'll see if, and I do think that we sell something when we get to this 105 area, but, you know, Bitcoin really holding out strong. So I would say if there's any strength, you guys want to ask about IBIT and all that stuff, I think that's, I put on my sticky note that I want to buy Robinhood on dips, but I do think that, and again, that's ahead of earnings, so that's going to be a little risky, nice. But I do think IBIT right now trying to hold out. There's the NASDAQ down 2%. IBIT, although I know it's not a continuous contract, it's only down 1%. So let's see if it can continue to hold. I'm not going to look at any of the altcoins or anything right now. We'll do that as the market starts to go because we need to get going on this watch list. So, all right. Maybe SMCI, maybe NVIDIA. There's lots to talk about here.
Definitely SMCI.
Yeah, let's throw it back to the desk. We want to thank our good friends from OCI, Mr. Rahim Alani, for making it in here this morning.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the watch list. It's absolutely free. Ms. Adair works on that every single morning for you and sends it out before we come on at 8:30. Has everything you need to know in one nice, neat package delivered right to your inbox. Check the link down below in the description. We just hit 20% here, wow, on SMCI, and it's continuing to melt to the downside here. I mean, there's nothing good about this. If you missed it after the close yesterday, this report a mess.
Well, basically here was a preliminary earnings report, and it was so funny too. I remember during the market recap, some people were saying in the chat, oh, are they supposed to report? I was thinking they're actually supposed to report next week, but these were preliminary earnings, as SMCI does enjoy giving us. Initially here, they were expecting for their fiscal Q3, which is their next quarter, they're expecting revenue between $5 to $6 billion and earnings between 46 and 62 cents per share. They actually here gave us preliminary reports of $4.5 billion to $4.6 billion and earnings of 29 to 31 cents per share. Both of those well below estimates and, as you just heard, well below their previously expected guide as well. So rough look here for Supermicro, basically at day's lows here and in a downtrend no matter what chart you look at.
Yeah, I mean, if you zoom out, there are some levels to maybe pay attention to here. We're way down here. This is a daily chart. We're way down here this morning. So you got to go back to beginning of April and then all the way back to February. We were kind of in the same area, 25 up to 30 guys for this one. Wow.
There's nothing good about SMCI. We're just chatting.
We're just talking hockey here. That's all.
Rahim.
You know, look, Canada. We don't have any SMCIs over here. We have Celestica. We have.
There was best laid plans for SMCI, and then there's what's going to happen. So you have to pay for locates here at Real Trading to go short, and they were cheap, which is fine because that's the direction that we're looking today. Forget about 31. I'm mildly forgetting about like into this like 30.5 area in the pre-market where we kind of thought that would be the spot. It'll be the same thing when I go over it. I guess we have NVIDIA on there. If we can get to AMD. I think just VWAP at this point. But if I'm considering trend down, then VWAP sits at 29.5. You had a decent shelf there. There was a recovery spot to 29.5, 29.60, and then this lower high in here at 29.70 as it makes a fresh low. Again, like every single tick is a fresh low. You are at like a local support level, and I know it's down 20%, but if we get to 26, which was a double bottom here on the daily, that becomes a reversion type. Let's look for a bounce play long. That's asking a lot. At that point, you're down 30% on SMCI. But if it gets down there, that would be the spot. Double bottom on the daily if it gets to 26. Otherwise, looking to short VWAP because 31 is so far away now that it's completely insane. This one felt bearish last night. And we were talking about how weak it was relative to the market and the resistance up here at 38. So don't tell me that somebody didn't catch a little bit of wind in this, because the semis were all weak yesterday, relatively speaking. And it's like, why? And then and SMCI was the weakest of them all.
I know.
So no surprise here whatsoever that the prelim numbers come out bad when the price action was telling you they were expecting something bad.
Look, we wrote down here SMCI. The thing is that when we wrote it down, it was $30.25 was where VWAP was. So I just said horrid pre-release, getting worse this AM. VWAP will be watched for the entry. That's it. It's not, to me, it's not rocket science. And by the way, I did have that as HOLD. It's hood. You can always just check down here. There's only 4 names on here. 3 shorts and then the long. And I'm trying to be patient with that. We'll look everywhere, but I don't think it's, again, I don't think it's too rocket science that you want to be short this name. And we could bounce. You know, I just showed you that we are at levels, or the NASDAQ that we've seen before, that we've bounced off of. So there could be an early move higher. I am waiting for those imbalances to come through. But, you know, as Neil said, this market, it's never a fair market. And people get whisper of certain things. There was someone in the chat there, and I got to give you a shout out. I think it was Cactus Jack, said that he was watching Poly Market, and all of a sudden the odds of recession spiked yesterday, and it didn't really make any sense because there was no economic data. Then today we get this GDP warning coming out, and now we have PCE potentially. So someone made a bet that these numbers would be worse, whether or not they knew about them or not. I don't know. It could just be a bet, right? I mean, that's what happens in gambling. That's why Poly Market exists. But SMCI, like pop, fade, pop, 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 like drop. So for me, this is something to watch out. Right now, 29.50 is where VWAP is. So that's a short for me. That's basically it. Look at it, respect the 50-period moving average to the downside. I don't want to put any price targets on, like, how low do we think SMCI could go? Because, oh, man, we got to get that fixed. You know, you are at these levels. I mean, I know Neil just did this work, but it's just, I don't know if these hold. So I'm not going to try to buy dips. I just think that if you are short and you get this wick opportunity to cover at 26 bucks, I think there's something to be said to cover something around 26. I mean, that's exactly where this bottom's been on SMCI. So, you know, gap through that, hold. So if you want to dance with the devil, $26 is your mark, and that's a while from here. So you're going to have to be down another $2, get this thing down 30% before you eventually buy it. Crazy times here, but SMCI is a short. Let's go talk about Snapchat.
Not any better.
Hold on to day lows here, 15, 16% still to the downside here for Snapchat. I mean, right across the board, it wasn't great. The Q2 guidance, or lack thereof, as we were mentioning, the main problem here for Snap.
Yeah, not great here. They basically said they're not going to be issuing any guidance. They're concerned here about how these macroeconomic headwinds are going to impact their ad revenue. And they did say they actually have a decent start here to the current quarter. Some headwinds, though they do have some top line revenue continuing to grow. They express some headwinds to start the quarter. So they want to balance their level of investment with their realized revenue growth. Now, the actual numbers here, revenue, a slight beat, 1.36 billion versus 1.35 billion expected. Daily active users, slightly above expectations, 460 million versus 459 million expected. And their global average revenue per user, also stronger than expected, 2.96 versus 2.93. So the numbers for this quarter were actually pretty solid. It was more the lack of guidance going forward that I think concerns some traders and investors.
I would just keep my eye on this BCOR. I think they took over this symbol. But this is now Grayscale's Bitcoin Adopters ETF. BCOR, the holdings list, as you would imagine, MicroStrategy, Tesla, MELI, a random Japanese company, AKER, ARLP, and so on and so forth. Coin and block at the bottom there. So BCOR, guys, Grayscale's Bitcoin Adopters ETF.
Yeah, good look. I'm not even sure we have that yet in the database. But I want to get to some super chats here. Just a thank you to Alex Upshore, BMW here. What's your take on the volume with ABAT? ABAT, classic day 2, no volume, very light volume for the downtrend. So look at it. It gapped up and has been fading in on incredibly light volume. Most of the volume came in like the overnight dump pools or dark pools. And Christopher Mulligan, yes, we can all see the super chat. I'm not reading it. obviously the Leafs lost to the Senators yesterday. I think when you look at that ABAT, around 130, you look for it to settle down somewhere. I think that's when anytime you have a day two, if you want to see some continuation, you need volume to pick up, but 130 looks like some kind of a level there. I'm not that interested because of the lack of volume. Snapchat is not changing. Like, not much is going to change here. Like, you've got $7.50 and you've got $7 and you're down 16%. I think a lot of the reason, as we said, Meta's tonight, right? So there's a lot of, hey, if it's not that bad, it doesn't matter. People want to take some risk off because if Meta is even a sniff of bad, these guys are in the dump. And that's the same thing with Pinterest. So there's a lot of probably risk off coming for Snapchat. I'm looking for a reversion bounce play off one of the even dollar levels. You got a 52-week low just above $7, and then you have $7.50 seems really, really tight in here, but that's the other level. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. That's kind of the rule when a stock is down 10% or more than 10%. It's only mean reversion longs off one of those even dollar levels on Snapchat. If there's a pop and fade, I'm doing it in SMCI anyway, so there's no point trying to double that up with Snap.
Just actually setting my orders up right now for NVIDIA and all that stuff. Yeah, so, all right, maybe a little bit early. We need to wait for these imbalances to come out. Maybe I should cancel them. Yeah, I'm going to cancel them. I'm going to wait for the imbalances. Okay, so, yeah, I already read the numbers for you, right? They beat on the top. They beat on the bottom line. It was a good quarter last quarter, but no guidance, not looking great here moving forward. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in the conference call, but this name just keeps getting beat up. It almost seems like every earnings call, it's like just to the downside. Like, if this wasn't a good sign right here that we had triple tops or quadruple tops, 1, 2, 3, 4 up here at $13. Since then oops, I'm still on the line. Since then we have not gotten going. So yeah, Snapchat, just a 50-period moving average right now, is the bearer of bad news because you are not going to be turning up anytime soon. This name, shout out to Brian Shannon, this name continues to be in the penalty box until you get above the 50-period moving average or until at least it starts to slope higher. There's nothing to do with Snapchat. That level right here, we just, remember I was like hesitant to call it a buy. You are at like pretty much, I was going to say like generational lows, but let me just call this up here for Snapchat. It hasn't been around that long. Of a stock, but here we go. If we go over to let's do a monthly to see. I don't know if this will give us any information. Yeah, so it gives us enough. So I was just going to say these bottoms that we're at right now, we've only spent since 2017 when this thing IPO'd, which is unbelievable, 8 years. I didn't think it was actually even that long, but we've only spent 2 months underneath where we are right now. So, you know, if you like the stock, you buy the stock. I don't know if any companies want to buy Snapchat right now, but that would be the play. Looking at these lows coming in here, $5-6 goes back to 2019. Yeah, spent 2 months of its whole 8-year life underneath where we are today. So it's not great. It's actually pretty ugly. So I just worry about Snapchat here. This is what it looks like on the daily chart. And you could see it's really respected this for a while, back to 2022. So this is why I was about to say that B word of buy, but you're getting close, man. 750 is a spot. So if you want to take a shot, that's the spot. Starbucks time.
76 coming into play here for Starbucks. If you missed it after the close yesterday, there was an attempt to get back to positive. That quickly rolled over when the call started. So tell us the details here, Ms. Adara, because this is pretty ugly today.
So are the numbers, to be quite honest with you here. So they reported earnings of 41 cents per share, well below estimates of 49 cents per share. Revenue, $8.76 billion versus $8.82 billion expected. And actually here, their net income attributable to the company was actually halved on a year-over-year basis. So last year, it was 68 cents per share. This year, 34 cents per share. But not to worry, CEO Brian Nichols said that the company, with its turnaround process, should not at all be judged on earnings per share. He does not think that's an all accurate measure of their progress. Said he's still committed to the back to Starbucks. And it is worth noting here, we had comparable sales down here, comparable transactions down, and there was a slight uptick in the average ticket price. So take of that what you will, but SBUX continuing to consolidate very much at the low end of the day.
This is now Q3, I want to say, for Brian Nichols?
That is correct.
Maybe, yeah, okay. So going into the fourth quarter, at some point he has to do something that, you know, reverses this trend of negative quarters, obviously. But thoughts, guys? Is he still in the good books for now anyways?
Well, usually the whole it's too early for a turnaround like they're actually doing fundamentally to judge it, I suppose. But it's certainly given up everything that was gained when nickel came in. Although I venture to say you break this 76, the one that you just pointed out, this is obviously down 10% as well, like Snapchat or like all the other earnings names that are down double digits. 72 is the double, triple bottom out here, like 71 and a half, 72. So we test that. I think there's your shot for some kind of an SSR bounce. I just sort of feel, I would be favoring the short play in the general sense here, but you can't, when you're down this far and you have this kind of heavy tape, it's not like you can sit there and be like, yeah, look at these 5-6 names that I want to catch a bounce on to try to fade. Because what ends up happening is if you get a big, strong push up, you could just get run over 5 times. So this is not the one. I think it's a patience game for me. Ideally, I think if you test that 72, it comes in there and tries to settle down, maybe work a long off VWAP that gets you to VWAP in there for Starbucks. I still think this can get turned around, but part of the problem that doesn't maybe even get talked about enough, in addition to everything that was already going on, and obviously, people talk about supply costs, cost of coffee going up, everything going up. It's also the sentiment too. Like outside of the US, are people going to Starbucks or going somewhere locally while all this is playing out? That can weigh on them for a quarter or two as well. So margins are going down. There's just nothing really good and fundamentally in the numbers. I think I'd wait till 72 for a test of that level. Maybe give it the 3-day rule to see if 76 holds, but at least a test of this 52-week low seems in play.
Yeah, there's not much to say there about Starbucks. I mean, you want to talk about giving Brian Niccol a chance. The guy's making $600 million. So, that was a big CEO package that they laid on that guy. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. So if you believe in the recovery and what he's doing, it is a buy down here. I probably will buy some Starbucks today down in this level, especially if we get to, I'd like it a little lower if you can get $2 better. 74, I think, is a decent spot right down into here for Starbucks. Like I said, if you believe in the turnaround, we've seen Chipotle absolutely, move higher during its initial run with Brian. And now we'll just wait to see. Again, they missed everywhere. So it's not even like it's a sandbag quarter. They missed on the top and the bottom line. They also increased prices. Like when you increase prices and still miss, that's not good. And then I was telling you about sort of how the whole Canada first mentality around here. Starbucks is not getting as much love in these parts for sure that it used to. People are flocking to more local coffee shops and everything like that because there is that sort of pushback, right? And if it's happening here, I don't know if it's happening elsewhere. I don't know what the lines are like in the United States, but I think it's just a channel check situation. If you like Starbucks, go over to Starbucks, figure out, are there people waiting in line? What's it like in there? Just have another look and do a channel check, right? We've seen names like McDonald's. Everything's pulling back, but, a name like McDonald's is near its highs, and I mean, they've done that with, again, lowering some prices, and still giving a little bit of that value meal, right? And I just think that that's helped them. Meanwhile, Starbucks is going the other way. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. There's better investments right now than Starbucks, but if you're buying, beat up companies down there at $74 for this iconic American franchise, I mean, what if China does turn around? I think Starbucks does get some of those tailwinds, but today, hard to support it. Hey, man, I said it would be 11%. I just thought there'd be a plus sign in front of it. So close to being right.
Well, it was close.
Except for 22% wrong, essentially.
Wow.
Up 11% to down 10. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't.
The economic numbers definitely skewed some of the.
If there is a global recession coming, I mean, I'm not trying to buy any of these names. It's not. There's the imbalances coming out right now. NVIDIA does get spiked a little bit with a bid. Snapchat with a sell. There is not much on here. I actually thought, guys, Brendan and Adair, we got to go. We're going to talk about NVIDIA, but I thought there'd be more interest right now. Apple with a buy, so look out easy. Little bit of good news. This thing shoots up like 70 cents. Unbelievable action right there for Apple. And NVIDIA is trying to get back to the 50-period moving average. It's still a sell in my opinion. Let's go find out what they think on the desk from NVIDIA.
Yeah, something called Seaport Global initiating coverage here on NVIDIA with a sell rating. Say it ain't so. $100 price target there. That's pretty ugly for NVIDIA this morning. 4% already to the downside. I mean, we're almost there already, like 104.5 right now. Also, just because we're 10 on time here, First Solar, I was just counting up all the negative analyst looks here this morning. There's quite a few of them coming off the back of FSLR's report that was equally terrible this morning.
First Solar not doing particularly well here. They're down 22% year to date. And a lot of this had to do with their concerns about tariffs. CEO Mark Widmar said that apparently the scale and depth of the tariffs introduced by the new administration posed a, quote, significant economic headwind that the company was just really not ready for. And they said that they've also introduced significant challenges that were not known at the start of 2025. Just quickly here at NVIDIA as well with that $100 price target and sell rating from Seaport. Interestingly enough, Seaport basically said, we know NVIDIA is a huge name in the AI space, but it's because of that, a lot of the excitement around it's priced in. There's not a lot to go from here. So, yeah, interesting note here from Seaport on NVDA.
This was that, you guys were just talking about that recession thought. This was that, it's kind of hard to see, but this was on Kalshi, 74%. You can see the move that happened just after that GDP print this morning. So, according to Kalshi anyways, the betting market's saying 74%, guys, for a recession now.
And the chips and semiconductor space in general, data centers, that's all cyclical stuff. Bad for SMCI, which we've already talked about. NVIDIA, no different of a story. They've been penalty boxed for a bit. It wasn't that strong yesterday. That being said, it wasn't the worst chip name. I like AMD. Look, I'm going to talk about AMD in a second, but it's going to be a similar pattern. Like oftentimes when you're looking for shorts off resistance areas and then we start breaking down, you want the continuation off that top. Well, all you have left is support turning into resistance and resistance turning into support. Well, 106, that's why I think Sean was probably looking at 106, pull back into the prior low. That's my thought for a continuation play. And for AMD, that's why, I mean, you're $1.50 away from this level, but as long as it gets into, we get back into 94 to 94.3, that's where I would play the first short on advanced micro devices. The only reason I had AMD short over NVIDIA short was how clean the top was on AMD, but none of that matters now that we've essentially flushed. So looking into prior support, we got the big bounce on Monday at 94.3 for this particular name. Want to be short. This chip name, SMCI as well, so those are the first two I'm looking at. First Solar, not really paying too much attention to it. My only interest in these was when we start getting good news out of them. They're in the like, okay, show me when we have the big update, show me when rates are coming down, show me when one of them after earnings does something positive. And at that point, I'd be interested in looking for some longs in TAN, but otherwise let them drop like they've been doing for quite some time.
Yeah, same thoughts, man. Only with 1 minute left. I'm already layered in to the short, so all the way up to 106.50 for me on NVIDIA. I mean, that's where the 200 period moving average is. If by some way NVIDIA wants to get back up there, then I'm going to lose a lot of money. So it is what it is. I'm going to wait to see what happens right there with NVIDIA. So right now I'm also offering, and we don't have to get. I do want to get involved right away because I do think if there's a spike, I want to get short. So I'm fine being involved with this. The NASDAQ is more interesting at the VWAP right here at 52.60, 52.50. So that could be something that comes into play almost immediately. So we'll wait to see if that can get hit right now. Netflix could maybe be bought on weakness as well, as they just took out 52-week highs yesterday or the day before. So yeah, lots of names to play with here today, and it should be a good one. So there's Adara. What's up, Adara? 6.5, and this opening is brought to you by VinFast. Make sure you go check them out. VFS. I actually saw an orange. I think it was an orange. I don't know if it was a VF8 or I don't know the models off by heart how they look, but I did see a nice orange one in the market the other day. Yeah, it looked actually really nice. Actually, it was a. I don't normally like those random kind of colors, but that looked nice. All right, so Apple, nice move up for Apple. We just saw that climb to those highs, and at least look at the 50 period moving average. Sorry, the 200 period moving average. Now making that move back down. So boo-hoo, Apple would have been a good short. Let's check out NVIDIA. NVIDIA opening right where it's right where it opened. Of course, we're only 30 seconds in, but a little bit of up and down movement there. It looks like it did get washed down to 104. So, hey, temporary bottom, right? I mean, if you're looking to do something, that might give you that bottom. 104. If you're taking long NVIDIA bottom right now, 104. Yeah, okay. Tesla, Snapchat also. Adara already.
Amazon tanking.
Okay, maybe that's something to do with Adara. What's up, Adara?
Right now here, I just want to talk quickly about Paramount Global. PARA on watch. Donald Trump released a very, very long Truth Social post right before the open, talking about a case that, quote unquote, we have against 60 Minutes, CBS, and Paramount, calling it a winner. Again, by we, I'm guessing he means he and his team, but basically he's accusing of 60 Minutes and I guess the related parties, CBS and Paramount, of, quote, perpetrating a giant fraud against the American people, the Federal Elections Commission, and the Federal Communication System related to their airing of a Kamala Harris interview with 60 Minutes. So just be aware here, PARA dropping a little bit on that. He does not mention any specifics with regards to the suit, but he's just saying that they have a strong case against these entities. Back to you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so here we go. The market is open. 104.50 coming into play one more time here for NVIDIA. It's bouncing around right now. I'm wondering about Apple at this high. You just mentioned Tesla. I don't know if you want to look at that.
No, it's Amazon. Look, Tesla's down through like 278, but Amazon had one of the heaviest drops right at the open, right into $180 even. Just bear with me for a quick little second. 179. Kind of a big level here on AMZN. Didn't think that was going to come into play that quickly. Whoa, SMCI. This open is insane. SMCI was just chilling at 29 even.
Was it? Was it doing
Yeah,
that?
look at this is.
That's 29.15.
No, it was. I looked over. I was checking Amazon. We were actually breaking down underneath 29. Then you're testing VWAP. Yeah, the bid is coming in here on SMCI. I'm gonna get my stop above 60 on that bad boy. See if I can't get more. Only if we close underneath that 60 level. So SSR bounce is definitely happening here on SMCI. We just got a VWAP fill. Snapchat bouncing as well. Snapchat bounced off 750, huge. And I still have that eyeball. I think maybe there's a good bottom there on Amazon. I don't want to be long, but that's a big level, Amazon.
Yeah, I'm going to try to go short under 105 here, but that's not really the plan for, oops, sorry, I'm on NVIDIA. This is not really the plan, Stan, for this, but we're just going to go a little short here if we can. I'm waiting at 105, so if we can get that, that'd be fine. Just a little quick short as we have made our way up to VWAP again. And remember, this name, I'm at 99, there it is, now we're short. It's made its way back to VWAP, so we just want to make sure that, hey, the market could bounce from here, right? We have PCE coming at 10 o'clock. Maybe that's a better number. I don't know what the whisper is for that right now. But here we go. We got one unit on now on NVIDIA. Good to see Sharif in the building right here again. Welcome back, my guy. Hopefully he'll bring some good news. I don't know. I mean, right now the market is making that drop down in. So we'll go, oh my God, we have our first position on right now, and it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Sorry, I didn't get one full unit, my bad. But we did take a little piece out there in at about 3/4 of a unit. I'm still waiting for 105.50 to come into play here for NVIDIA, and then we'll see what happens after that. But 105.50 looking to get shorter in that area.
Yeah, I just picked up AMD, but they just did, like the SMCI, I'm gonna have to wait for this one to calm down a little bit, I think.
Market's bouncing a bit here.
Because the market is coming back, and it's flying around. Like, it just retested under 29 and is right back to the 29.5 level. So the buyers are coming in sort of hot and heavy. I know we were talking a little bit about Tesla. Tesla, well, it was Amazon mostly, but Amazon's bouncing. Tesla holding underneath 278 and those lows. So this is under a tremendous amount of pressure. This market, the market's about to break after a green on the NASDAQ here. We just had a green candle off the open,
crazy.
And you're trying to break this next one up. VWAP isn't until 100 and, how many points is that? 150 points we get to the volume weighted average price. So anything shorting pops, got to be a little bit careful here because there's so much room for us to continue to go higher. Like, I like 94.3 on AMD. I don't know if I want to be adding too heavily above VWAP to short this bad boy. So just be careful. You're getting a nice little relief rally, but that data was so bad that I'm thinking short until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I am short. I'm adding to the short right now for NVIDIA. So yeah, for me, the play remains the same. The playbook is the same, short. I'm going to try to get Apple up here just because it's where it's wicked to the high side. I'm going to try this 209.75. If it does come up there, I'm going to try short against 210. If it breaks 210, we're gone. Pretty simple trade there. We've talked about the over-under on Apple in and around that level. Let's check out what Chef Joe may be buying in Chef Joe Capital there. Some Snapchat. We already talked about how that bottom might be 750. Well, it was 760, so that came into play, and there goes the move higher there on Snapchat. Like I said, missed everywhere, so this is not a great company to be invested in right now, losing money. We'll see what winds up happening with Snapchat. No, sorry, they beat everywhere. It wasn't the guide, my bad. The guide was right, they beat better than expected, and then no guide. They dropped the guidance, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there. So We almost got 105.50. Yeah, Neil. 105.50 right there. We almost got it for NVDA right now.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, that's going to be hilarious what winds up happening with that. Now, NVIDIA, we did put a bid down there a little low, but here we go. Maybe the market does start to pick it up. I don't know. You're on AMD. I want to look at SMCI quickly. Neil had mentioned that 29 looks like it hold spot, and it did. So now you got to wait for 28.70, that break lower on the day. I think that's going to be in play there for SMCI, a break below that level. I'm going to put that trade in, but remember, I'm not going to be able to get it off that. It's going to be as SSR. So to punch that level is going to be tricky. You might have to cross lower and hope that you get picked up in sort of the melee there. But yeah, so far just one trade. I think we've done pretty good holding on and waiting for setups. So NVIDIA, we already got it once up here. We're going to see if we can get it again up at 105.50. That's sort of my main area of concern right now. And if we get that, then we'll sit there and we'll watch out for 106. There's 106 in Park, 106.50, the 200 period, which is where we can get out of it if there's a problem.
NASDAQ just went 2% and is breaking the lows or attempting to break the lows. I just grabbed some out here on AMD at 92.9. The low is 92.5. I'm still going to try to short back into VWAP, the 93.5 area, but I didn't get any fills above the volume weighted average price on AMD. Like everything was at or underneath it. So if we bounce back, I might have to move down to a better price, or I guess a worse price it would be, a lower price if we get a pop. So still looking to play those shorts. Starbucks is the one. If you're looking for something that was bouncing nicely, look at the rejection of 76. Remember Brendan said 76 on the daily Starbucks. First spot, well, there's your reversal candle. If it can hold opening range over 76, you probably have a rebound play in there. Oh, goodness, Tesla. Tesla just took another leg to the downside. The shorts, it's one of these mornings, everybody. That data wasn't good. Tesla now 6% to the downside. Amazon still 3.5%. I believe you were looking at Apple as well.
We just missed it.
Apple was very strong off the open, and now that's lost a couple of bucks here off the top. So, yeah, it's looking pretty nasty. I'm only in AMD right now. It's like, what else can we even be short? Snapchat? Snapchat? Yeah, Snapchat at $8. Wow, look at Snapchat, right to $8 exactly. You could have just shorted $7.98 with a 3-cent stop on Snapchat.
I'm kind of feeling some kind of ways here because the market is like, some of these chip names, Neil and I are both in them, and I think there's a reason why we're both in them is because they're not actually tanking. It's giving us opportunities to buy levels or sell levels that we like. It's a little dangerous, I think. Considering what the NASDAQ is doing right here, why are we holding up so well in the chip space? So I'm still layering into this. I actually have now a unit and a half. I've been averaging into this trade again. So we got our best price there. But we didn't have as many shares there as I had hoped because it didn't quite get to 105.50. So I actually just punched in like half a unit there. If we got up there, that was 2 units sitting there. But then we just average it into VWAP. We average it in again. So, hey, we have more shares now. So if there is a move down, good for us. But we still need that move right now. I'm bidding in the 50s for NVIDIA, hoping that we can get there. This might just be sort of I don't want to say a fake move down, but down 4%. I thought we'd be a lot more than that, considering what SMCI did, considering what the NASDAQ is doing right now. We did write down TQQ as a short, but we didn't take it. That would have been the right trade. I don't know why I'm sitting here in NVIDIA when I'm not getting the feels that that's going to be the right trade. Look at the NASDAQ. I mean, we left this alone. That's the 50 period right there. We're really, really coming back in. And honestly, I can't get a win on NVIDIA, so that sucks because we had looked at Apple, and I'm sitting there, man. I put a really good amount of shares up here, missed it, and then there it goes to the downside. We should have looked at Apple. Was not, and that's part of it, right? Was not on the trade plan. So we miss up that one. It was TQs, SMCI, NVIDIA, and then Hood. Let's see how bad Hood is getting. I had written down if this gets real bad, and again, ahead of earnings, we do like to see some Robinhood action down there near 45 bucks. It got to 46. So it's not like we were too far away from that. But if we do get down to $45 for Robinhood, I do like that as a buy zone for a potential long. There it goes. See, like NVIDIA actually goes up there as the market cranked lower. So let's go find out what's going on with A.
Keep an eye on one earnings name that's actually holding up remarkably well this morning. It's Seagate Technology Holdings, and the volume on this isn't bad either, about 1.5 million shares traded so far this morning. They did actually report a double miss, did Seagate. Their guidance was mixed as well, but either way, investors enjoying this one. STX to the upside. I would like to remind everyone, huge economic data coming through at 10 a.m. That'll be PCE and core PCE. So be aware if you're holding anything into 10 a.m., pretty big economic number coming through that usually is reported pre-market. Back to you.
Well, we're dumping now.
Go! Like, what is going on right now? So frustrating because it's not actually dumping down. Both you, I don't know what AMD is doing.
AMD just broke the low of the day. It's at 92.4. Nice. SMCI just lost view up. I want to get back into SMCI if we can, because we're cratering right now.
Here we go.
So we're breaking those lows. The Nasdaq just tagged 19.15. My goodness, Amazon. Got to try to look at some other names for you guys, everybody. AMZN just broke 180, now down 4%. All right, SMCI just popped back up. I didn't want to chase it too far, but the local high is 29.70. That smells good, Sharif. 29.70, so we're into that short again on SMCI. Our best fills were in front of 29 because somebody's buying this thing up at 29 even on SMCI. Tesla's got a bottoming tail candle here. Maybe... yeah, there's a big bottoming tail candle here on Tesla. I do have a trail on AMD that if it gets back above, it's like 92.8. I want to be able to get out of that one. But a bottoming tail candle for now on Tesla, although it's right back retesting these lows. So the only thing is getting back into SMCI short. The Q's still falling 2.5% and counting to the downside. Yeah, it's just a bleed. SMCI just took some out at 29.2. It's a very, very tight range here. This is actually trying to trend up. I would suppose this in Snapchat, it's just pure relief rally. Like, they're not breaking the lows. So you want things that are weak? Well, the worst of them are catching a little bit of a bid here. I'd say SMCI a little bit more than Snapchat, though.
Yeah, we're 50 cents in the money, so we'll ring in a little bit here for NVIDIA. Like, we do have a position on. It's not the biggest one because we did want a little bit higher than where we are right now. We wrote down 105.50 and we got to 105.40, and which is where we put on a little bit of shares there at 35, and then we've added to the position. The best that we have is just at 50, and now it's trying to go higher as the market's doing this. So it's really starting to get me a little bit going here. We may have to get away from NVIDIA, although I don't want to. Netflix, we talked about this one. Again, being over 1,100 is absolutely unreal. I mean, what a great move upside for Netflix. Even that's coming back in a little bit. If there's going to be some strength, I think I would look over here for that. Palantir, again, another great name that we know can rally if the market does find a bottom, but I don't think it's going to find a bottom. When I sat down here, we were down 0.8 today. Now we're down 2.5. Wow. So, I mean, just the fact that this is starting to get a little nasty and I can't even get NVIDIA to go down means I need to look somewhere else. And that's right here, Palantir. Maybe if it breaks that 110 and we absolutely collapse. But down 4% right now. We talked about this. When the market's red, Palantir is redder. And more right red. Now, it is following that sort of path. So there go the Qs. I mean, maybe we get a bounce rate here. You are right now at the 30-minute, 200 period moving average. So there could be a little bit of a buy zone here for the Qs and for the market. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. I really feel like I have to get away from this NVIDIA. It's just back up to 105 right now again. So there goes NVIDIA. We are 15 minutes away from the PCE number. So we'll have to wait for that at 10 o'clock. Adara with some more news.
Some tariff-related comments coming through here from White House Trade Counselor Peter Navarro. He's saying that the markets need to, quote, look beneath the surface, and says that the Trump administration likes where they are with respect to China. So again, unclear where they are with respect to China. We know China has denied any talks that they've communicated, but Peter Navarro is saying the markets need to look below the surface and that the Trump administration is happy with where they are in regards to China talks. Again, 15 minutes till PCE. Back to you.
So I'm ringing the register there. I just got trailed out. I shouldn't say we, but I just got trailed out on the short in AMD. There is the trend down. It broke, bounced nicely off 91.5. You would have thought maybe you'd have a chance to get back into the volume-weighted average price, but even as it broke trend to trail out there, you're headed almost right back into those lows. SMCI is doing something a little bit different. Like, we got it 29.5, and then it's retesting that double top. So this is not an ad to me at all. Like, I'm just going to connect these little dots until it's breaking down underneath these higher lows and breaking that trend. There's no ads up here on SMCI. This and Snapchat, Starbucks to a certain extent, all short sell restricted because they're over 10%. But you can see Snapchat going straight down as everything else is. SMCI trying to catch a little bit of a bid. I want to be back in AMD, but I'm not gonna get in too early. Either VWAP or I guess I can cancel those orders up at 93.5, or we can get to 93.5. That's always a chance we can get back there. But don't like the price action SMCI. It's definitely got a bit of a relief rally going on that one. So we'll lose about a quarter, fifth of what we made on AMD going into SMCI twice. I don't need a third salvo unless it's at $31. For some reason they want to buy this one up. We'll let them do it. I still think it's going to fade at some point. I'm just going to be patient with it.
So yesterday we had Lutnick, today we have Navarro, we have everybody talking China, yet nobody knows what's going on. So why even open up and talk about it? It's absolutely ridiculous.
I like to hear the sound of their voice.
And it's just, the more I hear them say we're happy where we are with China, makes me think that they're absolutely nowhere with China. So let's just wait to see where they are indeed with China. If we say China more, then we can be like President Trump. And then eventually, if we keep talking about it, then maybe there'll be a deal somewhere. But I don't know, man. If yeah, bless you, Neil, for that one. Yeah, no, I just I want to see actual physical something happening. We had talked yesterday about wanting to get Amazon in and around this level. It's at 180 right now. So here goes Amazon right now, breaking below this 180 marker, or attempting to anyways. It's bouncing off of it right now. We'll have to wait to see what happens right now with Amazon. Okay, so there it goes, man. The market did find that bottom. We showed you on the TQs. We do have another average right now on that, so we just took some more up there at 105.20s. It just bounced off of here a couple times. We are still watching this 200 period moving average. I just want to build in the position. I don't think things are getting better. I think they're getting worse. So 105.50, maybe that's just where we stop out. I want to give it a little bit more up into the 200 period moving average, but I'm going to sit there, take some more shares. If we ever do get to that 105.50, we'll add onto that position, and we'll add about double what we have right now. We'll increase that to 2 or 3 units, 3 units position, and then we'll wait to see what happens up here at 106. This could be my stop zone right around here, 106.20s, something like that. If we're wrong, we're wrong, and then we'll just let it sort of moon a little bit, and then we'll figure it out from there, because we sensed that this was off in the beginning, right? And so, don't tell me, I'm actually at 105.50. Thought we wouldn't have to worry about the exact price, but it looks like we just bounced off of it, and I did not get filled. Here we go. Give it. What am I even sitting on right now? ARCA. Okay, so we did not get it there. Sorry, I'm on NASDAQ. I'm going to switch over and just take it right now. It doesn't really matter. We'll get a 48. Don't tell me I missed that. Give me that 48 right now. This is the price that we want, so whether or not we take a couple pennies or not, we just bounced off 48 again. That's hilarious. I don't really want to cross down too much because, I don't want to take both of these trades. Oh my God, we just missed that? Oh man, that's unbelievable. All right, we just get 105.40s right there. Hopefully we can get a little bit more, but wow, that's funny that we just missed that by a hair. All right, well, here it comes right back up. Now give me the 48. Okay, now we got the 48. All right, what's up, Adaro, as we watch NVIDIA?
NASDAQ here, trying to bounce a little bit. Peter Navarro, who is the U.S. trade advisor or counselor, still talking here. He's saying that the best way to negotiate with China is, quote, very quietly. He also said that the GDP was dragged down, and that will not be the case next quarter. It's worth noting that Donald Trump has already said his administration is not responsible for this GDP. So Trump administration continuing to say the GDP will be improving. And again, Navarro saying that it's good that they have to negotiate with China very quietly because that's the best way to do it. Back to you.
Well, okay.
Well, when they're not answering the phone, you have no choice but to be quiet about it.
Yeah,
I mean, what is Navarro just talking to himself?
Well, with two strong-willed, when both are strong-willed, sometimes it is. I guess it would be best. But just a couple of things here quickly. We trended out of AMD, but IBIT trended all the way down to. It actually broke. We broke 94. We're at 93.5. It bounced 93.5. Broke the trend line. Took a breakout trade, giving it to this prior bar. For a mean reversion. I just wanted to explain it because I'm like, yeah, it's already headed right back into the downside. So the only thing that's worked already was very clean on AMD. But look at that trend reversal on AMD. That's back above the volume weighted average price and at 93. Yeah, I think I'll wait until we retest the high on this one. That's just like we just bounced like $1.50 off of the bottom. When I see Tesla at the low of the day,
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
I see Amazon at the low of the day, the NASDAQ still relatively at the low of the day. So that's a heavy bounce that just happened in AMD. A little bit surprising at this point to me. So we just wait, see it retest that high. If 93.5 is still a good zone, then we'll work towards it. Snapchat is holding these lows very, very well. So I do like Snapchat. I said 750 for an SSR bounce play. But that just broke trend holding the absolute low of the day. It's only a couple of cents worth of risk. So I probably jump into this one, only giving it a couple of pennies. I think the 7 level will be much better than this. So I think I would not want to have as much on the long here. Because this market's still very, very weak. I don't know what was going up with the chips there, but the market overall is plenty weak.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're huge though in this short right now, so we're okay with this. We're not giving up on what we're trying to do, man. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna make you cry.
Never gonna let you down.
Right. There we go, Adair sing.
No, never gonna.
What have I done? Oh man, I should not have done this. Okay, but we're not gonna give up our position here on NVIDIA. We're covering it at VWAP right now, down to the downside, 105.10. Coming through. No, Derek, keep singing, man. It's better than singing this news to us, that is for sure. All right, here we go, man. 105.30, we just covered some down there at 105 flat, well, 105.15, then we got 105.05s for NVIDIA. We do have a good position on. We're about 3 or 4 units in. TikTok is planning a data center in Finland. We can't trade that or anything like that, and it's not doing anything, but that's something that I'm hearing in my ear right now. TikTok building more data centers in Finland, apparently. So apparently climate, carbon-free power being talked about there, so long on the Finland ETF. I guess, if you have any idea what that is. All right, let's go. Maybe we have a big trade on our hands right here with NVDA. 1 day's daily goal met, but we have much more in sight than that. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, it looks like the Trump administration is never going to give up talking about Apple with regards to their trade plans. And when I say talking about, yesterday, we had Lutnick, Howard Lutnick, who was the U.S. Commerce Secretary, invoking Apple in his comments. Now Peter Navarro does the same thing. He says that it's very doable for Apple to move their manufacturing to the U.S. Yesterday, Lutnick claimed that Apple CEO Tim Cook actually really wants to move Apple manufacturing to the U.S. for their iPhones, but that he wants there to be manufacturing robots. So again, Tim Cook has not commented on either of these claims, but worth noting here, this is the second time in less than 24 hours that this administration has talked about Apple with regards to their plans. Furthermore, Peter Navarro, who is, again, Trump's trade advisor, calling the GDP print this morning the best negative GDP print he's ever seen. So more GDP and China and overall trade and production talks from Trump's trade team. Again, just about 6 minutes now until that heavily watched PCE print, often called the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. Back to you.
And
remember
how
PCE.
desperate are these guys?
The best print ever?
I don't know. I hope it's going to be a good print to the downside for, well, I mean, I hope PC is a little bit higher because then the market will tank, I think. And we are short right now on NVIDIA. You know, it's a bad thing when they're commenting on what they're saying other CEOs are saying, even though they're not saying it themselves publicly. So it's like, that's
what we've gotten to now.
Right. Like, how is that going to be good for the relationship with Tim Cook and you know, the administration when they're talking like that, basically, out in public. So let's just wait to see. I would love for manufacturing to come back to the U.S. and I think that robots, obviously, and this is what Trump's trying to do, bring everything back. So there's just bumps in the road right now. I do agree with some of those things. If you can get it, robots instead of China making them, we can make them right here. I think that helps. Obviously, it's going to hurt a little bit on the price of the iPhones, but these are sacrifices that President Trump has explained, It's probably Biden's fault anyways. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening now as we continue to get a little more out of NVIDIA. But as we've been talking, I am worried right now that it's not moving as aggressively to the downside, such as the market or other names like a Snapchat, Amazon, as Neil's been talking about, Tesla, so on and so forth. So yeah, you could blame Obama. That might be. I mean, I can't wait. It could be.
Look, man, just
maybe this is still Reagan.
Just do South Park and blame Canada.
Yeah, well, I think you already done that.
Okay, too late.
Yeah.
No,
our dairy tariffs are just unbelievable.
Blame Reagan. They are. But look, Snapchat, The only good thing about it is it's holding the low of the day. So that's why I'm long in here. I actually want to add, I was saying the actual pre-market low at like 760. There's this wick underneath here at like 565. I'm getting out right underneath this bottom. Like if it breaks, it's now held 761 at the open and on a dime. So you break that, and I'm going to be out of that like a hot knife through butter. Don't even want to mess around with it. I'm back into AMD. Why? Market's weak. It didn't get all the way to the top here at 93.7, but it did crest at 93.25. I tried to get some here at like 93.13. Was able to get some at 93 even-ish, but I think we're headed right back into the low of the day. I totally forgot all about Amazon. Never mind, it's not bouncing. Amazon just lost it again. Amazon 4% down. I could slap an ugly looking trend line, but you guys get the idea. Breaking low of the day on Amazon. Yeah, this market wants lower and lower and lower. Back into AMD, it's absolutely, it's looking pretty nasty. I think we see 3% today.
Ooh, I like it.
Maybe you start thinking about where the bids can be at that point. Tesla has an outside chance of going SSR, which we've seen before. So if I see Tesla at 10%, you guys kind of know the drill. The 50 period, $7 from here, which is also SSR if it gets to the 50 period on the day. But yeah, markets in flush mode, everybody.
Yeah, everybody, we're just having some fun here, and you know, we got to do that on the show. It's not just it is a trading show, but we like to talk and have some good times here because trading is a lonely game. So those of you that are here, it's not about what side of the aisle you're on or anything like that. We're just looking at the market and having some fun. I mean, I would love for a deal to get announced or for some more concrete information to be released. That's all that I'm simply commenting on. It's not, has nothing to do with anything else other than that. So thanks for bearing with us. We do have over 10,000 of you watching right now. So I'm going to do something, and that is pretty simple, and that is ask for likes. If you can get that, hit that like button. I'm actually 865 people have hit that so far here today. Let's see if we can get that going just a little bit more. It's a 11111. Look at that. 1,111 we just had right there. So thank you so much for watching. Let's get that going. Over 1,000 of you now hitting the like button. Remember, if you do hit the like button, both your long and your shorts will probably go into the money.
Same time.
Make sure potentially at the same time, you know, so hit the like button. 1.3K. Wow. We just got set 1.5K, 800 likes in 20 seconds. Wow. Let's see if we get to 2K right now. Come on, market. Come on down. You're the next contestant in. Who's going to make a trade deal right now? Will it be China? Will it be India? Will it be Neil? I mean, we could get phone calls really at any time. I mean, here it is. Will it be Joe? Joe, were you just on the phone with Trump, or where were you coming from? Right there. Right now, we're going to figure this all out. But at the end of the day, there's lots of stuff happening, and this man is in cash. We'll wait to see what happens with Uncle Warren and change. There it is, 2.1K. Thank you so much to everybody as I sit in, hopefully, the banger for me of the day. I'm done getting stopped out. I'm done going in and out of all of these trades. Let's see if we can hold this and get a good number right now for us. PCE, it's a nice move down. We're out of 1/3 of our position with all of those fills. Let's see if we can get lower and throw it over. You want to do something quickly? Because we do have numbers.
We got the numbers. Let's go right to the numbers. We'll come right back.
Okay, yeah.
This is a big one.
Yep, exactly.
I want to give us ample time to go over the expectations here because this PCE print at 10 a.m. could be a big one. We're expecting PCE year over year 2.2% versus 2.5% previous. PCE month over month, we're looking for 0% versus 0.3% previous. Core PCE year over year 2.6% versus 2.8% previous. And core PCE month over month 0.1% versus 0.4% previous. So just to be clear here, we're expecting a drop for all these numbers from the previous print. Just 5 seconds now. We're also getting personal income, personal consumption, and pending home sales change. Pending home sales coming out first year, 6.1%, well above 1% previous. We had, I'm not seeing these PCE numbers coming out yet. Worth noting, we did have a Chicago PMI print at 945. Just seeing that populate as well, just waiting for this PCE to drop. Consumer spending month over month, a little bit above expectations, 0.7% versus 0.6% expected. Personal income, 0.5% versus 0.4% expected. I just got the PCE, 2.3% year over year versus 2.2% expected, so slightly higher on a year over year basis than we were looking for. Month over month, 0%, exactly in line with 0% expected. 2.65% coming in here for year-over-year core PCE versus 2.6 expected, and 0% coming in here for the month-over-month versus 0.1% expected. So the month-over-month on a core basis, lower than expected. Month-over-month non-core is flat. Then we have in line here for core PCE year-over-year, the year-over-year PCE print non-core a little bit hotter than expected. The market actually pushing higher after analyzing all of this data here, though still in its ongoing downtrend. Apple on watch, this name reporting tomorrow and continuing to get invoked in comments on trade from members of the Trump administration. Then we have SMCI bouncing really nicely here after releasing preliminary earnings yesterday, slashing its guidance across the board, receiving some negative analyst notes as well. Back to you.
All right, so
Thank you very much, Adair. Yeah, well, SMCI.
No luck for me.
This is the one I'm staring this one down. We're back into, look, AMD off the 93 level, but if it takes out that quarter on this PCE, not so bad, then I think we'd be okay. But waited for this triple trend, 1, 2, 3. You break the trend line under $30, and I go into SMCI. I said as long as it trended up, we'd have to get some kind of a reversion back into the downside. But the market's catching a bit of a bid here. We've had 2 green candles on the 15-minute. This would be the second one. So we have to weather that. If you're short, you have to weather that storm. 19.3, big level, but we can still put in a lower high. We just zoom it in so you can see. You can still put in that lower high here at 19.2. So I'm still favoring the shorts until proven otherwise. Once you start making higher highs and higher lows, it becomes a different story. For now, still looking pretty solid to the downside. 2.33%. I mean, Tesla bouncing off the lows like everything else. But the next trade for me is very likely going to be a break of this trend line down. I do have eyeballs in some small caps, or at least one that was WW, but there's so much moving around. I wanted PCE to come out before we settle down and maybe look at some of these small cap gappers. I knew it was going to do some volume. Right, get down SMCI. It's starting to break this 30. Once we close under this trend line, I'm jumping back into the short on SMCI, or SMCI as Adara likes to call it. Actually trending up, believe it or not.
Yeah, I can't win these days, man. I mean, that number comes, I mean, the pending home sales, what the hell was that? 6.1 pending home sales? That was an absolutely monster number. Thank you, Randy. I was just looking for that number again. Tesla down 7%, Randy. All right, so right now, there it was. Pending home sales, 6.1 versus 0.9? 6.1. Who's out there buying those homes, man?
That's
wow.
what I wanted.
Good job, whoever's buying homes right now. I don't know if these rates are low enough. And then SPCE can't be good enough for me. Prior to 7, lower now 2.3. So market shoot up. I was waiting at 105.50 again, so I missed that, of course, for a little bit of a reload. But we're still fine. I mean, we're still short. We're short here at 105.09. Sorry, 105.40. Someone asked me how much we got out. So we got out of a third. Then we got out of a few more as we threw over to Adara because we are already down here. So we still have about, let's say 60% of this trade, and I was looking to add more right there to it. So that's NVIDIA. You know, the more they talk about Apple, the more that means they haven't talked to Apple. So I'd like to short it up here again at 209 if we can get into there. Neil's sort of covering some SMCI there.
It's all chips though.
Yeah, we did look, yeah, exactly. We did look at Snapchat a little bit. My board's not really flashing too much right now. If anything, maybe the futures underneath the 50-period moving average. Look at Starbucks. I mean, I was like, if you're going to take a shot, man, you're doing it against 75. We had pulled that back in and showed you some daily charts for Starbucks. And I was like, 75 is enough for me to get long. And we didn't do anything. I didn't have any pending bids today, thinking this market was cranking. But right there, 72 and change is the bottom. So a 75 is a nice spot right there. You got to, apparently there's breaking news. So let's go back over to Adair and find out what that is.
Keep an eye on Boeing here. Peter Navarro, who of course is Trump's trade advisor, says that I'm guessing the U.S. and the administration, need to have Boeing's back. He said that others are willing to buy Boeing jets that China won't take, which we already knew. But either way here, BA popping to the upside on the Trump administration, specifically trade advisor Peter Navarro, saying that they need to have the companies back. Back to you.
That's good. So that's
one of the reasons why you own Boeing.
Yeah, not
because you want the government. No, because you want the government to have your back.
Right.
I think that's.
No, they've supported Boeing. Like during COVID, they came in there.
No, we're headed higher right now.
And Trump was even saying that, they can't let Boeing fail and this and that. So I remember having a bid on Boeing down at 125. It's actually still there in my account, and I missed it. So, all right, let's get some more out here at 105. I mean, that is where VWAP is. I've only been in one trade today, and it's a banger. Like even if I exit right now, we've got our 1 day goal, but it doesn't really matter. I want to hold this to see what we do up here at 106. So this is coming back in, right? If 106 breaks, then I think we're going to get out of that trade, right? I mean, 105.50, 105.75. We don't want to be stuck like a deer in headlights, just hoping for one thing to happen and then getting run over when it doesn't. So, we are starting to cover a little bit more. We understand that this is relatively strong right now against the market. The market is near lows, and NVIDIA is like not really going down right now, but the market's trying to tick higher, so we'll watch out for that. I would hope that I'm seeing Uber on the scanners right now. So let me
WW is going to break $1.
Really? Okay. Well, that would be a good little look there. Yeah, there's Uber. Look at Uber, up 1%. No, that's down. Still down, but down 1% only today. Sort of a breath of fresh air considering what we've seen elsewhere. Did you want to? I'll call up WW.
Well, I'll get there in a second. I'm going to get some out of AMD in front of VWAP, but I knew this was going to be. On a day where the market was weak, sometimes you got to pick the best squeeze name and go for it. It's been trending up since the bottom. If it breaks $1, I probably play like a false break of $1 pullback. I'm throwing that one up on another level too. Like the false break of $1 and then pull back into the volume weighted average price and see if we can't get picked up there. It's absolutely squeezing for sure. But SMCI, I think I broke the rule here. I'd swear I saw it close under the trend line, but it did not. It tested the trend line and I punched short. There isn't a closing on the 3-minute bar underneath the trend line, and it needs to be distinct if you're going against the grain. So I think that's a rule break for myself. I want to see the 3-minute close,
IPO.
And then we get it. You said there's an IPO.
Yeah, YB. Yankee Bravo, Adara. Let us know if there's anything on Yankee Bravo.
Weibo?
YB. No, YB.
Oh, YB.
Uh-oh. This is a Chinese name that could go absolutely insane. This is Wanbao, Yuanbao, right there, Inc. Going to be potentially coming out. This could be another one of those ways that the Chinese government just absolutely crushes everybody again today, on a random name that just comes with no float at all. YB right now. You may say, after all, why me? What's up with it, Dadadera?
So you never really know when these are going to open, but here's the info here on Wanbao. They priced the U.S. IPO at $15. That was in the high end of their range of 13 to 15, and they're offering 2 million American depository shares. So 2 million shares here, going to be definitely a smaller name, priced at $15. They raised $30 million through the IPO that is YB or Wanbao. And again, we do not know when they're going to open. Back to you.
2 million shares. They're not trying anymore.
30 for HK
They're just
part 2.
bamboozling everybody. That is that kind of like HKD sort of vibe, like that kind of a thing. All right, WW, it's kind of slowing down a bit. The other way to play this, if it doesn't get to $1, I would look at the volume weighted average price. Like it was a good long off of VWAP a little bit later in the session yesterday. So we had like 3 times long. I don't mind taking a few shots at this. So VWAP sits at about 90 cents. I think that's the first place I would look to pick that bad boy up. YB, I'm going to throw that up on a sidebar, but look at this. Like AMD, I just got filled at VWAP at 93 even, and now it's breaking back out. I don't want to turn red on this thing, and the high of the day is at 93, 93.8 or 93.75, where we got that initial short. So this market is definitely coming back in. Let it get back to the high. Didn't find any longs I'm in love with at this point, so just gonna have to be patient. I don't think WW counts as like a long for the market bounce. This is just a small capper that wants to get back in the good graces above $1. So I want to see if it can hold VWAP or break out the $1 level here on WW. I do want to keep at least some tabs on Tesla. Obviously, it's not going down 10% if it doesn't break any fresh lows, but a higher low being put in pretty distinctly for Tesla. We know if this does the full rounded bottom and break, it can get pretty impressive the way it tries to rally. I think it's a patient moment here. If you want to stay short, at least I want to be staying short, have to look back, chill, See what happens when we test those highs, because as quickly as we just got out 30 there, we're right back into the actual high of the day on AMD. So patience, everybody. This market bounce. In some places, like look at this, we're right back at the top. Where's the NASDAQ? NASDAQ is making lower highs.
Yeah.
So like it's distinctly different in a few chip names here.
Yeah, no, and I'm trying to be stubborn here still with NVIDIA. I did not reload that at 105.50. I was waiting for 105.75. I will take a small piece now that I see that it did hold, but we're gonna work our way out of that one. Is there any other names here in the chat that you guys want us to talk about? I mean, here's the hot.
Don't look at SoFi.
That must be tanking, SoFi. I mean,
$12, dude.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought yesterday was SoFi. We had talked about maybe today. Yeah, I mean, getting worse, obviously. But I thought maybe yesterday SoFi, because we were both so like basically horned up for the long yesterday and then it came back in. I thought it was just a day one issue there. But yeah, SoFi right there today. Yeah, good look on that one, down 8.
Well, it's not a good look. It's a bad look.
No, but I mean, good look on the stock is something else that's moving around. That's
really
not
bad.
A tech name here.
Oh,
SOXL, SPY. I want to thank everybody for hitting that like button because we're at the 2.5K. I mean, let's set a record and get to 3K right now, unassisted by bots. See if we can get that going, guys. 3K with over well, still 10,800 of you watching. If you haven't hit the like button, do that. I'm just trying to look here. SoFi, Apple, you know, this is again the trade rate. So SOXL obviously bouncing around here, down 6%. A big day traded name there. If you're looking at the SOX or SOXL, of course, that's semiconductors. There goes Amazon, Neil. Amazon does break 180. I'm not sure if it's just, oh, it's already done that. So it's already touched 179 today. I actually thinking about going in and buying this. I do have a bid lower. I didn't trigger yet, so I wonder if I just put a day on that yesterday, not 2 days. So I got to go find out where that account is. Palantir is getting hit right now, only down 2% though. Palantir, when we looked at it earlier, guys, was down 4%. And we had said that if there was going to be any name that may battle back on a strong PCE number, which is not that it was strong, but the market sort of felt that. Nice bounce there for Palantir. I mean, the rich get richer here as the longs on Palantir starting to print up $3. Like, what a move. Up $3 from the bottom. Like, Palantir and NVIDIA, give or take, are the same price, right? I mean, low 100s right now. This is what NVIDIA looks like today. Nothing. Like, just doing nothing. I mean, I've been doing pretty good on it, but, you know, not doing, I'm going to get something out there at 32. Not doing that much. We just got another fill there at 52. But compare that to Palantir, which is doing this. I mean, you know, we know where the strength is right now. Any more dips in this market, I'm going right over to Palantir.
It's the Mag 7 that are really, really bad.
Yeah, I didn't even look at Google yet.
It's the Mag 7, because like, if you look at everything else, like SMCI has been trending up. I mean, the chip names, AMD's now back to trending up after being weak, but you're all the way to the downside on Tesla, Amazon. I'm going to get to a couple of super chats here. Shout out to appreciate you guys. Obviously, it's busy. The market's moving a heck of a lot. We have M&R Racer, MSTR short printed. Thoughts on a second drop? Well, Bitcoin is trying to hold out at 93.2 on MSTR. By the way, now SMCI is closed underneath the trend line, which is essentially what I was looking for before. You don't want to break your execution rules, which I obviously did in that case. MSTR, if you're looking for a second salvo, look at this trend back up. Like, I think you need, like, you've broken this downward trend here very, very heavily. Look at the 15-minute bar that you've got going on. I'd be so patient with this, like, 37, like 375 level on SMCI for a bit of a curl, because that's a huge bounce. It's a stronger bounce in the overall market, which puts it into the relative strength bucket. So if something is relatively strong, to me, your level of patience when shorting it, or you're taking some kind of a, like what I like.
There's NVIDIA.
Like you're just taking like a quick little snapshot at it, like a trend break, throw your stop at the prior high, and then hold it back into the low or the VWAP, where it's very binary and you know you have some defined risk in there.
Yeah, so we're defining our risk right now with NVIDIA. We had talked about this, there was something up with it. I just could not flip up into the long. I mean, normally I like pride myself on being able to switch gears, and I'll do that. It's just, we're not even, because we've gotten some out, because we're managing, because we waited for this print to come into the 200 period moving average, we have a good position. We're 5 units. We're like half of, like, we're pretty much maximum for what I'd want to take in this market right now for NVIDIA, and we're short at 105.60. So we'll go red on the name if it breaks above but it still has to break above. So I'm going to wait for that 106 to come in right now. You know, it's a huge move up, in my opinion, right now for NVIDIA. That 106, let's just see if it winds up holding. It was a level that we had written down. We liked 106. I wrote down 106 to 107 on here. So, you know, if it does break 106, let's just get out. We'll lick the wounds a little bit there, and it won't be great, but it also won't be horrendous either. I do understand that we are getting close to blowing that top. We are also at VWAP for the TQQs. So I'm, you know, looking to get short here as well at 51.70 now for the TQQs. So if that comes up right there into VWAP, we will take that short. And just to see, I mean, the market always looks like your positions look worse when they come into your levels. I mean, that's sort of what's supposed to happen.
AMD is a moon right
in order to get short. AMD is mooning? Yeah, that's going to be bad. Well, so is NVIDIA. NVIDIA's up about $1 in the last couple minutes. I don't
So
maybe
Hare in the chat, shout out to you for noticing this as well. Look, I was going to take this again on the trend break regardless, but there was a big seller. I want to say I'm saying was because I don't see it on the book because we're moved away from it. At 30.40, there was a big seller on the bid of SMCI. All right, you're not going to fill me at 12, then you'll fill me at 14. So we want to pull back. Let's see if 30 can hold or break, get some 29.9s, and I want VWAP. VWAP retracement here on a trend up in SMCI. Should never have gotten this before it closed underneath the trend line, but at this point, you know, like this, when it trends up like this, you either have to join the trend or you wait for it to break that trend. But it was a great question. Luis Martinez, you guys, the downtrend has been broken. Why not try the long? You got to like the long somewhere. Like I looked over it, like AMD broke that trend down. Like if I didn't have this long when I trailed out of the short, yeah, good argument. Why not? And then I look at it here when I was getting filled at VWAP, sure. Bias was short. Sometimes that's how it is. And all you can try to do there is limit the damage or have a particular short entry when you break that trend. I'm now out of this. I do not want to jump into this long one more time or short one more time unless I see something distinctly change in the other direction. So break this new upward trend that we formed, something that SMCI did. If you're looking at where the short has been continuing, I point you to Amazon. Like this gets to VWAP and is falling off of VWAP. Like that's just, it's distinctly different. Goes into a resistance spot and is resisting. That's what you want to see happen. So I'm pivoting over to Amazon here. We did like this, I didn't want $189 when I sat down, but obviously the market decided other things were going to happen off those numbers.
So we missed that TQQ trade as it comes right up to 51.70. We don't get filled. So it basically came right to our price. We did not get filled. But it's this trade that's the problem. NVIDIA just went back to flat. Like it just bounced, and I wasn't covering any, of course. It went to 58s basically, which is we're short at 59, but that doesn't matter. This is coming into question. Our stop is a break of 106. So if that happens, then we will be out and we'll have to phone AJ and Free and find out what's up with 106 and Park. Yeah, that's going to be the position for me right there as we continue to watch out on NVIDIA. So we'll have to look at that. The only long that you mentioned, and individual in the chat there, why not go long? Yeah, probably the long could be in, you know, there's no doubt. And you want to look for names that, you know, Robinhood does report tonight. This was the only name that was on my sticky note down there at 45. Just was thinking that if we did get back into any of these levels, we could try to buy. That was sort of that gap fill right there through from 41.80 up to 44. So I just thought, hey, 45 would be a huge move down. So if we were able to pick something up on Robinhood, I did like the strength. Robinhood, it doesn't give me like Palantir vibes or anything like that, but you know, it is a strong name and we know can get strong, especially if the market wants to flex some of its muscles. And right now, the chip space is. NVIDIA kind of is going meme crazy now a little bit, which is bothering me. You know, anytime it dips down, it just gets bought right back up. Like I was watching this thing like a hawk down there at 105.50. It just kept on doing exactly that, man. Just dripping down, buying back up. It's happening right now. I mean, look, that 96 just holds, right? Now 97, like there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. So you're starting to break higher now through 106. So let's see if, you know, that's the level that we're at. We're at 106.10. If that breaks, then we are out. We did not average into this trade. Up here, we are very, very comfortable. Oh, well, we took a little small trade there, but our average price is 66. sixes right now, and it looks like it's going to blow a little bit higher than that. So that's my trade there on NVIDIA. Let's hope for a downside play if you're me, but let's go over. I mean, we're not even that bad. I'm going to get something out at 75 just to relieve some pressure if it does pull back in, but it looks like NVIDIA's on its way higher, and we'll flip up our position and our opinion when we get back. As soon as we get stopped out of this, then we'll have to probably start looking for longs. But hey, man, we took a shot. It was working really well early, and then those numbers kind of flipped up there. What a great pending home sales number. I didn't think that would affect the market as much. And then, you know, a better PCE than last read, 2.3 versus 2.7. I did not expect that after the move that we'd seen early on today. So, all right, we're now short the futures. We're short NVIDIA, and we're going over to the screen with Adara.
Nice bounce off the lows here for the Russell 2000. Still very much red on the day, down more than 2%. But making a little bit of a bottom here is the IWM so far. Freight Technologies with a fascinating catalyst today, FRGT, announcing they've secured up to $20 million to create an official Trump token treasury. We've heard of Bitcoin treasuries, FRGT giving us a TRUMP treasury. If you remember Trump coin or Trump token, Freight Technologies trying to cash in on that. Then we have Sharps Technology here, STSS, receiving a $400,000 purchase order from a U.S. leader in IV flushing solutions. STSS, decent float here, about 15 million shares, and short float, pretty interesting here, I believe above 10%. Then we have GORO, this company in the gold space. We know gold has been definitely on watch lately, so GORO at day's highs. But yeah, keep an eye on FRGT, GORO, and STSS as you continue through the day. Back to you.
Real big pullback in the VIX too as well. Like we got to 28 and right back underneath that 27 level. So we blew through. This was one of the reasons. And when you're trending up like this, you're looking for that continuation. I thought maybe you'd see like 29, 29.5, but we're not. I think until you calm down here, if the prior top, like 26.7, 27, ends up catching a bid simultaneously while we're holding VWAP underneath on the NQ, that's where you're looking for the curl. So I'm sticking with, if I'm not long right now, then it's got to be a very specific short setup that has a good tight stop on it. That's why I'm in SMCI. It's just, like I said, the trend break into VWAP, and then we'll move on to whatever is next. Amazon, I'm still favoring short on Amazon. This is breaking, this is now breaking trend back as well. So as I was pontificating on SMCI, Amazon's uptrend is breaking back in. So I can short this, give it to the local top underneath the 181. And Amazon's been relatively weak the whole way. Don't have to worry about battling. Like AMD's still at the highs. Amazon is $2 away from its top, which is a full percentage point. So I'll jump into this, give it to that prior bar break, see if we can't get mean reversion trades until we have a clear direction for myself with this 19.3 on the NASDAQ and this level here on the VIX as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to. So we did get some of those NVIDIAs out there at 75s. It did come back in a little bit for us. So we just took out. Honestly, we took a little bit of a 10-cent hit there on 10% of the position just because, honestly, it was, I don't know if this is going down. I do want to hold it for that move. So the NASDAQ, I was like, oh my gosh, because we shorted it. I didn't even realize like that we had sort of, I mean, I did realize that we do want 52 short right into there, but it did fall back in a little bit. We're short at 70s. We have a 60 fill and a 57 fill. So we got some out at VWAP right there. It's only 10 cents on the TQ position, so it's not huge by any stretch. And then right there, we got 13 cents down there to 57, and we are out of less than that's 5%, sorry, in total now, only out of that. If we can get a 51 print, that'd be pretty good. But right now, we have much bigger fish to fry right here with NVDA because this looks like it wants to take it out. It just supported the 200 period moving average. I was hoping the other way would have been the case there for NVIDIA. So 105.60, I was hoping that would hold, and it looks like it held on the downside, not on the upside. Relatively strong there, NVIDIA.
Okay, we all know the saying, everybody. Big opportunity always comes with big risk. But what if it wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation process, and you get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. And with that, scan that QR code, check the link in the description. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang making comments here in a CNBC interview saying that he's, quote, certain we can manufacture chips onshore with the resources of our nation. So NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang making some positive comments here with regards to U.S. manufacturing. We know this is a topic that has certainly been on watch as of late. Just keep an eye here on NVDA. Back to you.
It's going to cost you.
Yeah, my eye's only been on one stock today, so NVDA, yeah. I don't like being in this name while he's talking, of course, because the man is just a wizard. So, you know, he can easily calm sort of the fears here with NVIDIA. I'd almost rather him say the opposite. We're screwed. But right now, I don't think he'll do that. Yeah, no, he ain't saying that. So we'll have to wait to see. Maybe he has the ear of Xi Jinping over there in China. But here we go. NVIDIA looks like it wants to take it out. Like, we're just in this, and if it does break the high, then we can scram out of that one. I'm not really seeing too much else. I mean, Bitcoin has made the move down already, so IBIT right now, now battling back. It's down that 1.5%. We talked about it possibly, and I think it was in the chat earlier. I don't exactly remember the individual's name, but maybe JC something was asking. I said 93 could be the bottom there. Okay, so we're a couple pennies away. There it is. Looks like we will have to take the L here overall. There it goes. So there goes NVIDIA. So it did just hit that 106.10 area. That's where we got stopped out. So again, the minute that Jensen's talking, I don't think it was helping the stock for the short, definitely helping out the long. So we will slap a fail. I hope I just didn't get stopped out at the very highs there, because there it is pulling back in. We want to try it one more time. Oh my God, that always, I just made the high on NVIDIA there on the day. So whenever I do that, it's generally a good idea to go follow the short, because there it is. Now it's back to flat, although we just got stopped out. So, okay, that's fine. It is pulling back in a little bit. Maybe this is just giving me some reasons to go long, but I still don't really love the long here. That's too bad that I just wicked the top there. I'm going to try it one more time. This is not really being too stubborn. It's just we might have just made the top. And I don't know. It seems to happen to me yesterday 3 or 4 times, and there again right now. So what a difference a day makes there, just by simply having your order a couple pennies the other way. But yeah, that's too bad there. So, all right, that's what NVIDIA is doing. Let's see if it comes right back up to the top now. We'll go short. We also don't, in case it breaks that's 106. So we're going to go there. 106.16 there to see if it breaks. We were just at 106.11 and then got stopped out. That's a real shame on that one. That's too bad. All right, the futures are at VWAP, so we're okay going shorter right now on the futures, but we are waiting for this trade. 52, that's the TQs, yeah, $52 right there. Sorry, we're above VWAP, but we're at that level high right now. So if the market's going to fall down for us, maybe it happens right now. We do not want to get into the gambling form or anything like that. I think it's worth a little bit of risk here at this top to see what winds up happening. We did get stopped out of NVIDIA. That does suck, but we are right back into it. We make that money back. I just don't need to be here if it's going to be wrong, but we want to try one more time.
Oh, it's going to break one.
Futures
now.
Right now are doing what they're doing. Looks like you got the good one with SMCI. Amazon 180.50. I should be long Amazon in the personal account a little bit longer. I do like that price for a long-term spot.
Well,
man, screw you, NVIDIA.
One of them's good, the other one's not. Like SMCI did trend back into VWAP. Oh shoot, WW was just at 99, and now it's. I just got filled at 90. That doesn't make any sense.
This must be some more news.
Okay. All right, look, SMCI was good. I got to show you, we show you the winners, we got to show you the losers too. Amazon just broke that trend and broke that little top, so it was one of the only things holding on to VWAP, but that just broke it out. WW has some crazy wicks in here. It was just at, we had a VWAP, that broke 87. I swear, I was putting in a breakout order at $1, and I had a 101 stop that I had just hit enter on, and all of a sudden I was getting filled at 92. So this stock is going absolutely nuts. You have to give it, I think you have to give it a couple of points in here. Yeah. So I'm not taking the 101 break. I'm buying the dip in front of VWAP again on that stock. So SMCI, which we've been short, it's weird that one of the strongest things this morning is now on its pullback phase. But at this point, either it gets to VWAP or we get out back at our break even. Forget about the high of the day, although I think I still have my stop there. We have a break even stop now on SMCI. So it's got to be mean reversion trades for me. I want to play something, if when you're still trending up, it's got to show me the trend break. And WW, hopefully, I don't think anyone would be long up at that high because it didn't break $1, but yeah, right back into the volume weighted average price for sure. Tesla looking incredibly strong, everybody. That's holding above the volume weighted average price. I feel like if this gets out and about above 280, it's Squeezeville for Tesla. But you're just not out of the woods yet. Like your opening range top is still $2-3 away. Ooh. So you got to be careful. If you're not taking the mean revert down here or down here, maybe you get away with the 275. The chase is dangerous at this time of day for 1030. I'd be way too. Okay. I just don't like that. I don't like that play. I want to be able to add to WW, but it's not going to be on a breakout. Everybody, it's going to be buying the dips if you up again.
I guess NVIDIA is just blasting up right here. We do have crypto, though, with Adara. There goes NVIDIA 106.20.
Take a look here at the daily chart for Bitcoin because this is still looking pretty strong here. Obviously well removed from these highs, but we bounced beautifully off that 74.7 level. And now I'm going to zoom in to show you guys what's kind of been happening in this, I'll call it a bull flag that we had off of this breakout. Breaking past that resistance around 86,000 that we started forming in mid-April. We get that breakout last Monday around April 21st. Now look at the support we've continuously seen here at 92.8, almost 93,000. This is the third day now that we've seen in the past week or so where we've gotten to this level and bounced. Let's see if we can hold that bounce because if not, looks like we could have to run into some resistance around 89,000, could have a resistance turning to support situation. But either way, be very cognizant of this 93,000 level. In terms of overhead resistance to clear, it still looks like that 96,000. Let's take a look at other crypto-related names today. Ethereum back below 1,800, down about 2.67%. Ethereum down 4%. Oh, sorry, XRP down almost 5% there, 4.7%. Solana down 3%. Doge down 4%. Cardano down 4%. And in terms of crypto-related news, in case anyone missed it this morning, there's actually a small cap called RFGT. They're investing here in a Trump coin treasury. We've heard of Bitcoin treasuries, but FRGT here with a Trump coin treasury. Furthermore, Robinhood, which we know is a pretty big player in the crypto space, they're reporting earnings tonight after the bell. So join Sean, myself, and Sharif for an earnings party, 4 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
Yeah, it's Neil.
It's me.
Thank God.
It's me. It's Mario.
I'll say, like, it's Wednesday, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good to go. It's going to be a wild one. Obviously, Meta's going to be in play. You notice not even touching that one with the 10-foot pole when they report, but it's the same looking chart as pretty much everything else. Downtrend early into a somewhat of a breakout. Still have to contend with the opening range. Like, I just looked over at Apple, right to the opening range top, and trying to break it out. This is what gets it going, I think, for us here. Like, if you start breaking out some of these highs, that's where your next salvo can be. You're above VWAP as well on the NASDAQ. I said SMCI, either we're getting to and breaking volume weighted average price, or we're going to go break even, stop there. Like, we'll end up 1 for 4 on SMCI, although I did break the rule here. That shouldn't have been a short. The VWAP shorts were always going to be in play, but I should never have a trend break that doesn't break the trend. That's just silly. You don't want to do that. Tesla, not really doing much. AMD is what's surprising. Wow. Okay, AMD. It was good early, but ever since it broke the trend, it has been absolutely flying unabated to the upside. I mean, when I sat down, we were looking at like 94.3. It blew through that on the economic numbers. Suddenly, you got to look at that as maybe find the support again at 94 1/3. So if this can hold on to the top end of the range, it's that, or we pull all the way back into 93.6, 93.8 to try to join an upward trend. But SMCI going to hold it to break even. WW still looking for it to break that $1 level. And patience on AMD. The fact it wants to go green is amazing.
Yeah, we're losing our patience here. We're long now on NVIDIA. Like, you know, we get stopped out up there at 106.10, which is fine. But I just trying to play that momentum now. We've broken through this level right here of 105.60. So this is like an area that I'm trying to see if we want to hold that area. Now it's trying to come back down. You know, we did get short. I mean, the futures were just a real quick, man. We were short there. We took a little bit of profit at VWAP. We talked about that. And then we went shorter at which was sort of the open market high of $52. And then we sort of just went back up into that 200 period before falling back down again. So look, man, I got hit there. But like Neil said, patience and maybe using, you know, going into a less share mode now, because there's NVIDIA just cranking lower. Like I had this short. This was our price on NVIDIA. Like we were short 105.80s, you know, and we got stopped out at 106.10, what we just said there, 106.11. And then I said, okay, well, let's join the party long now. Let's find some areas to get long. So now we're long on NVIDIA and it's coming right back in like crazy time. So, you know, the trading for me has really fallen off a cliff here because, you know, we've been watching VWAP, we've been watching some of these plays, and it's just like right now it's a little bit too much back and forth right now for a lot of these names. So we sort of knew this. Every time someone asks me, how's the market? How's everything going? And this and that. And I keep saying, like, it's pretty hard for day traders right now because of this movement that we have where, you know, 1 minute you got this story, the next minute you got another story, and these stocks are sort of reacting differently than we've seen over the last couple months, right? But anyways, we've had a good April. We've lost our way the last couple days. Let's see if we can get it back. We're going to go long here on NVIDIA against 105.60. And if that breaks, then we really have some soul searching to do here because we'll have to regroup a little bit on what strategies we're using, share sizing, and so on and so forth, because this market is not being too kind to some of the levels that I thought would eventually hold. But hey, man, you know, making mistakes is part of the game. It's correcting them, and how fast do you do that? That matters, because I'm just one keystroke away from doing a lot of damage or inflicting a lot of damage on myself. So, all right, Neil,
let's. It's a good place to find, I think, where you can evaluate what type of market you're in, where the excitement is, individual stocks, ETFs, is going to be over at eSignal. And by the way, everybody, the first month is still free.
You have to be kidding me.
So FREE, first month free. They're waiving the fees, so you can try it out. It's an easy to use and very intuitive platform with reliable data, back testing, forward testing, tick replay, which is incredibly valuable. Incredibly valuable. You can use the use the imbalance locator, level 1, level 2 data. You can connect to many brokers for active trading as well. So it's a great platform, game-changing charts, so you can take your trading game to the next level. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Remember, first month free, so you can try it out here. I have my laid up. I'm just like, you know, you throw your technicals up on there. Our platform has our own charting as well, but you can see maybe we're doing a trend break. I like to look at that sometimes. I could draw that up on here. As I said, you can look at the live level too. You can have some of these scanners up like the trade rate, which is telling me that NVIDIA and Tesla are the 1-2 on my trade rate list. NVIDIA, Tesla, what you'd expect. I don't know what PTIR is, whatever the heck that is, but that's doing relatively low volume. It's all the things you'd expect. SOXL, TQs, SQs, Meta in there, Plug for some reason. I have no idea why Plug Power would be doing volume. So while that hadn't, but WW just failed the dollar break, by the way. So that was it failing. I'm 1 for 2 on it. Lost off VWAP, got like a miracle fill dip buy, although candidly, I wanted more shares at like 90. I had 90, 91, and 92. It tagged 92 and then shot back up to the high. But it just went under the dollar to 101, snapped back down. So I'm out and looking for the next available dip buy on formerly Weight Watchers, I guess we're supposed to call it. It's still Weight Watchers to me because your symbol is WW. That's what everyone calls you. So that's what you are. So SMCI goes right back into our trend reverse area and does not break out. So still looking for the break of the volume weighted average price. I think it's setting up for some reloads here. It's currently relatively calm, down 7%, with the market trying to break out. This is pulling back. So I think this one looks okay. We'll try to get back into it. WW, I hope it pulls back, but it just broke the dollar again. If it can settle over $1, I might take some longs over the dollar this time.
All righty then. All right, man. Like, honestly, I got out of 35% of this NVIDIA trade. We had a good trade there that was about to get real nasty, but it does hold off of that 200 period moving average there of 105.60. So, you know, our average price there was 105.90s, or what, maybe it was a little bit better than that. I think it was better because, anyways, it doesn't matter. It's right where it is right now. Let's see if we can get above that 106 in Park, and then at that point, we'll see if it can fly back into some of those days high right there. 106.10 would be great level. That's where I'm sitting for my next out, 106.10, then 106.20. But, you know, need some news here to do something. We got stopped out of our TQs trade, which is okay, and now we're waiting to see if NVIDIA does get going to the upside right now. That was a good wait. Like, we just should have waited for that print to come right here where we had seen Pat's support. So I know there's a bunch of super chats that we're going to go over.
Well, just one.
Go ahead. Go now. Yeah,
but we're going to go to Darren in a quick second. I got to get to Arcus FX there. Shout out to you. Appreciate this. I know rethinking needed. You're doing great, guys. Whipsaw markets take no prisoners. You're right about that. You're getting whipped in and out. Wow, okay, WW just went to 107.
What?
Well, it might be holding that dollar. Even that stock's going absolutely ham. That's what it's like. Sometimes you miss those lows. I wish I had a long off the bottom, but we don't. You just got to move on to the next trade and then make sure you take advantage of it. So shout out to you and appreciate that super chat, everybody. Just hit the like, subscribe, and make sure to subscribe because you want to be in the chat community. The community is the best here. Trading alone is a hard thing. So we want people contributing. I love when you guys answer questions. I love when you guys ask them. I love when you guys help each other. And we love it when we go to the desk with Adara.
We had some more comments coming through here from Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, in a CNBC interview a couple of minutes ago. He just said here that Trump should be revising the rules for AI chip exports. And he also added the president has a good plan for tariffs and AI. So Jensen Huang advising that, you know, maybe the U.S. administration revising its AI chip rules, but he did say that he thinks that the plan for tariffs and AI is a good one. Let's talk here about this sector board. There's one decisively green sector that I can see. It's communications. Other than that, tons of weakness. Start here with technology services. Electronic technology here. NVIDIA, as just mentioned, we just talked about CEO Jensen Huang, NVIDIA down 3%. A lot of these names pretty weak here after SMCI reported much weaker than expected preliminary earnings. Meta dragging the technology services sector to the downside ahead of its earnings report tonight. They also did have potentially some sympathy on Snapchat earnings that came out last night as well. Finance, pretty weak here. Retail trade, kind of mixed to flat, but Amazon really bringing this group to the downside. Consumer services weak. Producer manufacturing weak with the exception here of a TT. Utilities red, energy minerals red, and consumer durables red. So it's pretty hard to find some strength in this market, and again, unless it is the communication services sector. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, and if they're the strength in the market, that's not necessarily a good thing. Okay.
Well, comm services was the highest sector last year.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like recently.
Yeah.
So I'm out of the last short because, all right, SMCI just bounced off VWAP. That's the rule. Mean revert. If it's a trend up and I'm taking a mean revert off the high, if it bounces off VWAP, I'm out. So we bounced off VWAP and I'm jumping out of the trader. Arcus with another super chat. You guys rock. The best day traders on TV, period. Markets ish right now. Keep it going. Well, sometimes you're supposed to read it first, which I do. But let's get going to the upside. I said, I'm jumping out of this short. We'll be patient here. Thankfully, SMCI got us some back, and this market is holding.
Let's go
for now.
Hold up.
Holding.
Right now. Go. Let's go. Here we go. Finally. Thank you, Arsis, man. Keeping us positive. Thank you to Sharif over here. Thanks to Neil. Thanks to everybody. There it goes. Bang, right back into there, man. There it goes for NVIDIA. Oh boy, we're about to be positive on this name right now. We went from the depths of hell into we happy time. There it goes, nice move to the upside. Man, I need a doctor immediately, like a psychiatrist or something. Here we go, 106.40, nice move to the upside. Oh boy, we unhinged now, baby. This is what we're doing. It's a monster trade, Neil. Oh boy, I just put on the most shares of NVIDIA I think I've ever had. There it goes, nice move to the upside. Let's see if it keeps going. Like Neil and I turned to each other and was like, this is the word, those numbers were bad. Like what's going on with this market? So right now I'm feeling some kind of way right now because this is starting to get going to the upside, man. What's bad is good and what's good is bad. And right now I'm hoping that the Blue Jays tonight, who have been horrible, can get that victory because I'll be at that Corona bar sipping some of those tonight. As I meet, again, some friends where I'm in 2 football pools. Okay, here goes Palantir right now. They're at the high of the day as well. What up, Alex? How you doing, my guy? We're in some good moods around here right now. Jensen, man, I went from like stop talking to keep talking. Like right now, we need this NVIDIA to get going. That was just a quick little look there on Palantir. Nice upside push there for PLTR up to 1450. That looks like that's the pre-market high. So you might get some excitement now from Palantir. Look, man, if you guys think that we're having a good time now, you are right. But we have a good time every single day. It's about to even get, listen to this, English. It's about to get even gooder on our midday show. By the way, I also need a teacher, English teacher, as well. Over 9,000 of you watching. This number needs to be 3K. I'm not sure if you're feeling the energy. We've got energy right here, right now. It's been a good day, man. We've been talking all about many different things, man. WW we've been looking at. Snapchat, SMCI, AMD, the futures. It doesn't stop. AMD, yeah, exactly. I don't even know what to do anymore. I'm just going to sit here and watch the market start to make some moves.
We got some memberships here from.
Let's go.
He's added again. Arcis FX. I think it's Arcis, all over not Arcus. Sent 10 live.
Let's go, Arcus.
Trading memberships. If you want to grab these, I think when you log in, you have to enable gifts. So shout out to you. That's what it's all about. Spread that love. We appreciate you and thank you for all that you are doing today. For all of our viewers, it's not just about the super chats. It's like everyone else that's contributing. I'm going to get to some other things, but very quickly, another bounce off view up. Like 3 times we tried the bounce off view ups, 1 for 2. If this fails, look, it's under $1. I'm talking about WW. It's under the dollar and it failed $1. Well, fail under VWAP means I start looking short on this. I did pay for locates, so we have the ability to short this here over at Real Trading. AMD, all the way back. All the way back. Not green, but right back to where we were when everything started. So I'm still eyeballing this one. Like we're not out of the woods just yet.
Nope.
You've broken what's... I like to leave in trend lines like this. If it breaks and then respects the top end of the trend, look for it to break the steeper trend line next. So I've got this one up. I'm not rushing into any shorts. WW, I think, is going to give us some moves for sure. And I want to go back over to Tesla for everybody. Tesla, I don't know what to tell you. Like 5-10 minutes ago, I was saying, man, Tesla trying to hold VWAP. If we can get out and about, start breaking towards 80, that's going to be like one kind of a squeeze long. It's back under the volume weighted average price and kind of resuming the downward trend here. So disappointing look for Tesla. We thought we could join the party on TSLA. So this doesn't look like a long just yet, but I am eyeballing this steeper trend from the high break on AMD. So AMD makes that trend break. It's similar to what we did with SMCI, where SMCI was trending up. Take the short back into the volume weighted average price. That's what I want to do here with AMD. Could happen at any moment. You always want to be really quick about it. I always forget to hit save after I do that. So now I can save my trend line there. So we break this trend since the high break, and I jump into the short to VWAP and VWAP only.
Okay, it didn't load. Okay, yeah, it's okay.
We're good?
No, we're not good yet.
Oh.
Ramin, do you want to go see? Maybe a little bit of help up there. The VinFast thing did not run. Okay, so just real quickly, we did have Mitch, Money Mitch from Trade the Pool. Thank you, Money Mitch, for coming there. And I see that yesterday. He talked about look out for some nuclear plays, right? So there's SMR, a possible play there. It's down. Look, This is, I didn't even realize it was down. It's just hitting my scanner. But he had mentioned them yesterday. It did not have a good day. They were down yesterday. It looks like they're a little down today as well, SMR. So just pay attention to that. It's a sector that he was mentioning, and I wanted to look at that. So SMR is not the only one. There's also NNE can be played as well to the long side if you do like some of the small nuclear reactors, which is SMR. And of course, we always say SMR, but the company's name is New Scale. All right, so we just got some more outs there on NVIDIA. I just wanted to let you guys know right there, 106.28. We just took that out. All right, as they work on something, we don't need to worry about it. We're going to talk about what's for lunch right now because it's in the building.
It's already 10:50.
Now it's already 10:50. Like, how fast is this coming today? All right, I have no idea. I will mispronounce this, but just like I told you guys, I'm down with Thailand, and I want to go. I've been to Singapore with this business. So I've traveled all over the world with real trading, opening up offices, helping traders, helping offices grow and whatnot. Singapore was one of my most favorite places to visit for sure. All right, you know what? Let's just run the VinFast and we'll do this and then we'll talk about what's for lunch because there it is, man. I love that look. And I said this the other day. I saw VinFast on the road yesterday and it was this really great orange color. I don't know. But anyways, VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. It reached over US $678 million in revenue, up 70% year over year and 34% quarter over quarter. Over 97,000 EVs delivered in 2024, including 53,000 in Q4 alone. That is near a 200% increase year over year, underscoring traction across core and new markets. They're also globally expanding with over 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms as well, now operational worldwide as of March of 2025, including both VinFast owned and dealer operated locations. They also are spending money continuing developing their V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride hailing services in key Asian markets. So check out VinFast, VFS. Interesting to hear them talk about the ride hailing business, as we know that is something that is well talked about, especially in the EV space. And with a company that I've heard of before, something about TS and it ends with an A. There's a letter in there somewhere as well.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, something like that. There we go. We did our Andrew Rader moment right there. We'll check out VFS when we get back, but for right now, it's Miss Adara.
Here is the U.S. dollar. We're going to do some money talks. Great look here for the DXY, continuing to try to bounce off these lows around 98 on the daily chart. As mentioned, that 100,000 level is still very elusive to the U.S. dollar. Pushing higher here, I guess this is our second green daily candle in a row. In case you missed it, we had some big economic data prints on watch today. First, we had GDP, lower than expected, coming in actually negative print, but even larger than the negative print that we were expecting, coming at negative 0.3% versus negative 0.2%. PCE, though, fared a little bit better when we got that number coming through at 10 a.m. For the record, the Trump administration has already responded to the GDP print. Trump posted on Truth Social right away saying that it is not the fault of his administration and that he's dealing with a bad economy that he inherited. We also had trade advisor Peter Navarro coming through and saying that it's the best negative GDP print he's ever seen. So that's their comments there. It's also worth noting here with regards to, give me a moment here, sorry, with regards to the Fed Watch tool, I took a look here. Everything's basically the same. We're still seeing no likelihood of a rate cut at the next meeting, which is in just over a week now. But people are expecting about 63% of a 25 basis point cut. So no cut likely at this May meeting. The next meeting, we might be getting that rate cut. And we are brought to you by our friends here at ProfitX. Do you want top-tier odds and total control? ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation, and cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading, your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place picks, exchange them. ProfitX, the smarter, faster way to play. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Thank you to ProfitX, and back to you.
They're getting desperate now.
Is that the best quote ever or the worst quote ever? I'm not even sure which one.
First, the print is Biden's problem, and then now it's one of the best red prints this man, who we never heard of before this, has ever seen. So shout out to Peter Navarro.
No, we know.
No, we know who he is. I'm not saying before. I'm saying before the administration.
Peter Navarro. Nobody.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of winning, is what Joe is saying right now. And I mean, today it's been winning. Look, the NASDAQ down 1.5%. We're just having fun here. And obviously my mood
it's a jokes
is a good
quote,
one.
man. It's a jokes quote.
But it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, it's that Spider-Man meme, right? Like Navarro's pointing at Lutnick and Lutnick's pointing at whomever and Trump is sitting in the background playing golf. It's like it's all this stuff happening right now. Thank you so much right there for all of the super chats. And I haven't covered any of these today because honestly, I've just been so like zoned in with this NVIDIA trade, to be honest with you. But all right, sounds like the markets are an extended Trump hands pattern. That's hilarious. I don't even know what that means. Be careful because this pattern usually plays into double Dumbledore, okay, then dumps down back into an inverted elf shoe. Okay, so that's what I feel like right now when we're looking at this market. And I know that's just all kidding aside. We don't play, you know, politics one way or the other. We're just looking at how this market is reacting to some of these stories. And we're thankful that we have Adara there, at least, you know, when the story is actually real. All these stories are real, but a market moving, then you're going to see it. And we're going to have Adara right here. So make sure that you stay tuned with what we're showing you right now, every day, all day until 4:30 when the market recap show. And again, the only show that's going to show you as it happens all of the names. Like Meta will come up, bang, we'll do Meta. Microsoft will come up, bang, we'll switch right over again. Other shows will spend 20, 30 minutes with people just saying, man, that was a good quarter. I don't know what's going on. You know, we'll show you price action. We'll show you everything. But the one thing
where the buyers and sellers step in. And by the way, Meta, look, Zuck, you better come out on time, all right? None of this nonsense of making us wait an extra half an hour. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's a little bit later, but we forgot to do our Thailand special with what's for lunch. Okay, because Joe's looking over at me saying, guys, like you forgot the what's for lunch thing. So, all right. Pad Gra Prow, which says in brackets.
Yeah, because we all know what that is.
I don't
need that.
Thai beef and basil stir fry. Yeah. That sounds good, right? Steamed jasmine rice, vegetable stir fry on the side with, so this is funny because this time it's a Thai cabbage salad. You know, whenever we get jerk chicken, it says island cabbage salad. You know, so we have Thai cabbage salad. The day we have hamburgers, it will say American cabbage salad. But anyways, look, a couple good outs there on NVIDIA. We are getting ready, but that's what's for lunch. But here goes NVIDIA. We've cleaned out this position. We only have 25% left. It just did have a run to the upside. I was waiting at 45, so hopefully that will come. That's the high of the day. I just wanted to say I wanted to get out similarly to where we were, so we do miss that by 5 pennies. But that doesn't mean that that's not coming back in. I got to go for that swim. We're going to just start to get out of some more trades. Where is my stop order, you may ask? Or not, but I'm going to tell you anyways. 105.60. We talked about that before. We had almost got stopped out. Like we came within 7 or 8 pennies of getting stopped out and having a nightmare there. But, you know, good move back there to the upside. We're pretty happy with our NVIDIA trade.
I got to get to this. And with always the caveat for RGC here, be careful with this one. And when I say be careful with this one, this chart looks fantastic and all, but RGC has done 150,000 shares. For everyone that's pumping this one in the chat, like the float is less than 1 million shares, and it's done 150,000 total. It did go from like 31 to 52, so congratulations if you happen to be long this. It's not like it's never moved like this before. Zoom out, check your daily chart. No one ever went broke taking profit. This one, these kind of things are very, very dangerous, everybody. And AMD, well, I was about to say, you said, where's your stop? I was going to say where my stop was on AMD, which was the prior bar high. So SMCI did work on the mean revert. AMD does not. It's now retesting that high a day. Let me just double check SMCI. SMCI is still trending down. So that's actually looking pretty good. Tesla is finally looking a little bit better here, holding on to the volume weighted average price. I was waiting for Tesla to make its journey back above and maybe break out this top. Tesla, I feel like this is just from a risk to reward standpoint, Tesla at VWAP playing catch up with room to 280. You've got $3 of room to 280. If it closes above the volume weighted average price, Tesla's one that I want to the long side. So look, we appreciate everybody and all the super chats that we've gotten here. I know there's lots of names that maybe we've missed. Trust me, a lot of those small cappers, the boys, midday boys are going to be all over those. Just be careful with that last one. We have an IPO as well, which I don't know if we're going to be able to get a chance. We'll see whenever they do open up. But yeah, that RGC, absolutely insane. My next look is going to be either a reload in SMCI, which is still holding that high, or Tesla holding VWAP here. Either needs to give me a bid at 76, or we just break out this absolute top. Let's go Tesla. It does move with the SPY, Rakesh. I'm looking at both the SPY and the NASDAQ. It's not like you have any red candles here. For a moment, though, Tesla was relatively weak. Like while you were still trending up on both the ES and the NASDAQ, Tesla was just showing some momentary weakness. Now that's starting to come back into strength. This dip needs to hold volume weighted average price, and then I jump into a long on TSLA. So I hope that happens, but this market doesn't always give you what you want. That much is 100% true. But I know you guys want the midday. I know you want Sharif. Oh, yeah, I forgot this. I forgot. Oh. Yo, Sharif came through. He brought the shoes.
Yo, where's the Nike box?
And then the first thing he says to me is like, no, I can't make this up. He drops these down.
Let's see the shoes. I want to see the shoes.
So he drops down and he goes, "You're gonna want to wash those, bro." Yeah, he wore them. So look,
take them out.
We'll take them out. So here you go.
Nice.
You know, and if you've been watching and you watched the midday or you watched the aftermarket show last week, you know what I'm gonna do with these. But Sharif doesn't know yet. I don't think. But shout out to, he was selling them on Marketplace for $50.
So they're not available. If anybody sees that.
They're not available. Don't ask.
Take down the ad. You didn't even take down the ad.
You didn't take down the ad?
Now you're trolling others, man. All right, man. Good show. Yeah, great.
Hold on a second. You can't say all. He was complaining about people asking him if they're available, and now you don't take them out. You don't take the ad down when it's sold.
Wow, Sharif.
Come on, Sharif. Principle is priceless.
Okay.
Go get it, boys.
See ya.
You're gonna not take the
market
ad
just
down.
ripped.
Yeah, the market just ripped big time. How are you gonna not take the ad down?
Lazy.
Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and I'm already in a position over here. We're doing it freaking live on CEP, Joseph. We're long the $0.50. It's showing me the whole dollar right now. We're gonna get boom right away. Let's just that screen, Andre. I'm taking prints here, baby. All right, there we go. We're doing it live here. 35.50. It just gave me 36.30. Shout out to my girl Tisha in the chat. You're the one that pointed this one out to me, Tisha. I know you didn't tag me, but I saw your comment anyway. CE freaking P moving to the high side here, popping up into that $37 high a day. Now that I've taken a couple of prints, we can calm the hell down. And shout out everybody. Shout out to Rav Boost, Los Palos Hermanos. We got Skull, Mike DeRider, and Just Livin'. We got Esvin, Rivera, Dumbo Things Films, TX Trader, Rajesh, Juan, Justin, Nomo, YV. How about Ronnie R and Moonshoot? I like that. Helgi. Shout out to the world's greatest mod too, man. We also got Surin, AI Rod. I don't know what that. Oh, I like that. Okay, I like that. John Manzoni, one of Katina Man's boys over there. We got the OG Gorev. We got Anish. How about Too Simple? PC Heaven. Conrad, Damien on the blockchain. Shout out to him as well. We got, who else we got here? Joseph. We got Dallas, your favorite city, Joe.
Yeah.
Wastegate.
Damn.
Mike, we got Tisha. Get it, Tisha. Tycoon, Omar. With love to all. I like that name. But that with love to all guy got mad at us last time. I don't know. He was dropping some wild comments there. I told him he was an enigma there. Ron Campbell, Ash, don't panic, just Hispanic. I have no idea what that means, but it rhymes and I happen to like it. Shout out to my man there, Mr. Hispanic. Last one, we got the O freaking G, Kirk D. Shout out to everybody. I hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. The boys were absolutely killing it today on the morning show. What a ride, bro. Up, down, sideways. Joseph, my goodness.
Yeah, again, YB, I heard this is real hot right now, guys, so we'll take a look at YB. What exchange is under? Okay, yeah, the NQ just IPO'd. We just opened up on, and it's already halted. Wow. Good stuff there. I can't even pull anything really up on this thing. Let's pull up NBA Youngboy right here, YB. NBA Youngboy. I don't even have a candle or anything along those lines, just a volume signature right here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
And then a blank screen. So there it goes, YB. There it is. But enough.
The Katina man.
Let me get one of those. Come on, man. Let's go.
Great morning, Katina. Oh, that was actually good, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Bro, just did a little run in the rain yesterday.
Hey.
Much of it, other than that, didn't get too much of a workout. But enough is enough. We want to talk about what we were trading this morning,
Joe.
guys, and that was SoFi. Earnings day 2. My guy Obi likes to trade multiple earnings day after, so do I. So let's take a look at SoFi and see what we got cooking up. All right, guys, this is key. This is why we talk about risk to reward often and why it's really important to just get out of trades when you're supposed to. What's up, why not, my guy? Pillow Hands Haney. Who's that, Jose Villa? That's none of us. John Root killed it today on NVIDIA puts overnight, then SQQ puts this morning. Let's go, 23.
I gotta say something quick.
Cover it up.
YB's open, guys. The
Open.
IPO YB is now open. It is halted to the upside. Here it is. Sorry, I know we got to go to Adara, but I just got to cover this super quick. This is CEP.
Tap is at 30 right now.
The tap, I don't even have the tap here,
Wow,
Joseph.
the
We're going to
tap
have to
is at
flip
30.
to the 1 minute over here. YB, guys, halted to the upside, 23. Okay, sorry. Adara, go ahead.
I have info on YB. So I mentioned this earlier in the morning when this IPO was first mentioned, but so it was priced initially to open at $15 versus the range of 13 to 15. So it was already priced or expected to open here on the high end of the range. We actually opened around $21.65, so well above that expected price of $15. Wanbao, which is the name of the company, YB, they've raised $30 million. This is a Chinese company, so they offered 2 million American depository shares. That's right, 2 million shares on the table here for YB with a $30 million IPO. Again, $21.65 is where this IPO opened after being priced at $15. That's the details for YB. I went over it earlier today. Always worth noting, going over it again. And we've just opened back to the guys.
There we go.
All right, let me cover this here.
Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
Sharif, Jose Villa, absolutely, we're going to be watching those fights this weekend. The tap on YB, let me pull it up to you guys. Enough of SoFi. We'll get into that because we have the whole show to talk about it. But here we go. YB, NBA Youngboy, just continuing to climb higher here. Now up 73%, 78%. Just be cautious on this, guys. Look at the volatility within that name. You're fluctuating a point like it's nothing, like it's your day job. So just be cautious on this potential ticker, and you don't want to get caught in a halt on the opposite side of this trade, all right? Because next thing you know, the tap, you get in at the highs here around 25, and the tap is like at 50.
We're doing it live here, Joseph.
Are you in it?
We're
$3
in the money, baby. Let's go. We're taking it out here. We're doing it freaking live, Joseph.
Bang.
There we go. We punched in at 26, best level. I had that 27s, but it opened up. The spread is wild, Joseph.
Yeah,
so now I know what Adara is dealing with on a daily basis. I tried to get out at 28s. It wouldn't give me 28, so I had to chase it down, but we ended up taking the second dollar club already. One on CP, one on YB. Shout out to my man ATS who says we're high on you know what. No, man, this is just energy, baby.
This is energy.
All right, we're doing live over here.
It feels good. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I had coffee, and I don't even really drink coffee that much.
I have
so
a
there we
lot.
go. He has a lot of coffee.
Yeah, I
You
do.
see, I very rarely take one, but I felt like having some coffee this morning. But here we go, guys. Let's get into this SoFi trade here and see what we got going on. Entry 1, we start really small, okay? Entry, we get stopped out of that one. We take a small loss on this. I'm like, okay, we got our next signals. They've displayed themselves. We're ready to trade back towards the volume weighted average price. Add aggressively on this trade. Get stopped out. I'm like, okay, patience. If the market is going to turn around, I know I'm trading some fintech. It may not be the best trade of the day, but I'm like, let me give this one more attempt. And sure enough, Sharif, we give this one more attempt and we build into the most size on this trade, giving us the best risk to reward.
I saw him do it. I saw him do it live.
Entry 1. Add 100% right there, and then an additional 25% add right there onto that size. So again, I was initially red. I started 0 for 2. Third trade, makes you green. That's what is key to risk to reward. So you can see we built in nice, and then we just slowly start to take it out as we climb towards the volume weighted average price. And then now we're taking some more out right there. And there we go with YB. Is it now halted
to the downside, Joseph?
Exactly. And this is why you don't want to be chasing this underlying. Look at the top, 23. We're trading at 24s right now. It fluctuated from 70% up to 60%. Just be cautious on this ticker, all right? There's not enough data for me to trade this one, so I am absolutely avoiding it. Sharif, you killed that. That is absolutely monstrous on that one. So way to even take that trade, because I personally would not even be looking at this ticker for a couple of days. Maybe if we just can get that continuous up move, but I don't love it. What I do want to focus on here, guys, is SoFi. That's going to be the trade of the day for me. It was down almost 10% at one point. Now we're only down 6%. Looking to continuously climb here. You know what I'm going to do. I only had 2 tickers on my notes this morning, guys. 2, that's it. And I was like, okay, let me hyper focus on these specific names and see if we can get some trades based off of them. SoFi, number 1 idea. TQQ's number 2 idea, all right? So there it is. You've seen it. We stuck to our game plan, and now we're continuing to climb higher here in SoFi Street.
All right, shout out to Coach Hartman. Thank you very much, my man, for the 12.85 euro super chat. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. He says, my 1% tip for the boys. Printed in 60 seconds with YB. Guys, I really want to stress, and I say this all the time, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's really incumbent upon me because I trade these. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Be super careful with them. If you don't trade these often, you know, these really volatile names, you know, maybe it's not the cup of tea, all right? So my thinking here was super simple. It was on an explosive breakout. As I've mentioned many times, I think that the explosive breakout on these small cap gapper-like stocks is the best part to get in. You don't need to get in at the highs. There's always these micro pullbacks in the breakout. For example, when this did pop up through 26, it actually popped up into 27. I waited until it pulled back into 26 because it had broke out, guys, from 23. So a pullback from 27 to 26 ain't that much. It was halted at 23, I think high 80s, mid 80s. So that's exactly what I did there. And I got plenty of slippage. I mean, I had almost $28 there on that last out, but it was just awfully spready. So I couldn't get that last out on this one. I want to see what it does. It's obviously in vogue right now, up 61.33%. So it's got a lot of eyes on it. We've seen how these IPOs have been trading lately, your core weaves and some others. Let's see if this one wants to act like them. It's already up 61.33, as I mentioned. CEP, shout out to my girl Tisha in the chat. This one, very similar. It's not as spready, obviously, as YB. It's already done about 4.1.5 million shares there. So this, to me, was a bull flag continuation. For whatever reason, this one wanted to start getting its footing under it around 9 o'clock. At 9:30, it does a nice, 10:30, it does a little big pump there. It takes out 33, which had been a consolidation level in the pre. Look at that sideways chop that we had from essentially 6 a.m. till we dropped at 8:40. So that 33 level, we couldn't shake it. We couldn't take it. So once this broke 33, I was all eyes. I didn't want to punch in at the top, so I said, let this bull flag first. I got it out once it started breaking out for the second bull flag, and I'll submit to you, we are on the second bull flag on CEP, this being the first. A big pop up from 32 into 35.5, a consolidation area. We know what that flag pattern looks like. You're going to get that sideways chop after that big move up, which is the pull part of the flag. Second bull flag over here, that 35.5 break. That was the top end of the range of the initial bull flag. And now we're zagging between 39 and 37.5, creating yet a second bull flag. Whether or not we get a third, impossible to know. Obviously, you know, you can try to make educated guesses based on the level 2 and the size posted at different levels. So keep your eye on this one. I think CEP, it's been in vogue for a hot minute. It's in vogue again today, and hopefully we'll execute a little bit better on it and hold some more here, Joseph. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm just going to show the small cap gappers that I've got here on the side chart super quick before we send it back to you. Look, guys, it's kind of late today in small cap gapper world. We don't have a triple digit winner. right? And we haven't had a triple-digit winner for a while. Actually, that's incorrect. RGLS is up 132%, but it's a buyout. So it's very, very sideways. All right, so here's the deal. I'm keeping an eye on IVF, but as you can see, it's trading below that white line. So that's a volume-weighted average price. Going to have to get above there. CAP, I already talked about. That's top middle of your screen. Then CNF. See how it's rejecting that white line? That means it's trading below VWAP. I want nothing to do with it until it can get above and stay above VWAP. Weight Watchers, I'm 0 for 1 on this one. I ended up losing about 5-6 pennies. I tried to take the pullback into VWAP and then getting stopped out. I'll show you guys that trade in a second. Below the 50 exponential. I gave it to 90 pennies. So we're 2 for 3 on the day. I didn't mention that Weight Watchers trade. Now, the other one here, AREB, we want that AREB money. This one is kind of looking like it's going to flat bottom break. Lower high, lower high, lower high, finding support at VWAP. This one looks like it might want to give up the ghost. I need to see more. I need to start seeing some higher highs here on AREB for this to run. But AB frickin' EO. Beautiful look. Not the biggest percentage winner on the day, only about 21.75%. But look at that buy program move up. This is just beautiful. Stair stepping up, very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 every time it dips in or pulls back into that 10 EMA on the 5. It does find support, at least for now. So keep your eye out on this one. I like it possibly around 6 1/3, maybe 6 1/4, really depending on where the 10 EMA is when it pulls back in. So ABEO. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. Got a couple more here, Joseph, sorry. NGD, another big move up by NGD, but not a big percentage mover. Again, only up 11 3/4, but a nice move up and very bull flaggish. The bull flag looks awfully bullish. Reason is, look at that higher low pattern. So the flag is not even consolidative or compressing. It's an upward channel. That's how I perceive it. So let's see if we can do something on NGD. And then what the hell? ODD. Yes, ODD. Have this one on here. It's a bit more expensive, guys. It's up about a little less than 20%, trading around 56 bucks. Another one that's been very respectful of that green line on your chart. That's a 10 exponential. Wow, CEP just flew up, bro. Look at this.
Whoa,
it just took out 40 bucks into 41. CEP is flying, guys. It's up 25%. It's taking out levels like it doesn't even matter. Here comes that 41.5 here on CEP. We got nothing on, man, at this moment. I'm sitting here doing all this analysis, and this thing is running. CEP on one, guys, so keep your eye on that. ODD, the second last one over here, and then UVIX. I'm just keeping my eye on the VIX, given the volatility on the day.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's trading 40 bucks. UVIX, UVXY, take your pick. It doesn't matter. UVXY is a little bit cheaper than UVIX, so if that makes a difference to you, one's trading in the mid-40s, one's trading in the low 30s, so you can size in a little bit more on the other one, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, guys. I'm loving everything on today. I mean,
Bang.
It's been a fantastic morning, guys. You've seen what we had going on in SoFi. So that was one of our better trades of the day. I mean, it was actually 1 for 3, Sharif. So I'm shooting at 33% accuracy. And still have the ability to stay green. And I think that's just kind of a skill that it takes some time to acquire. Do you think we're done shorting for the day, says Remit? No, to be honest with you, I'm actually looking for an additional short signal. And you know what I was telling myself yesterday? You guys know exactly what I mean. I don't hide anything to you, even though I don't display it to you guys from a swing standpoint, long-term standpoint. And you can even see my intraday trading throughout the day as I post it on X. By the way, go follow me there, Trader TV Joseph, and see where we go. I'm posting options chain stuff every morning, and as well as the trades and kind of generally what's happening in them. But again, what I really want to focus on here, guys, is just sticking to the game plan, risk to reward. I give myself 3 strikes and then I'm out. If I was wrong that last time on SoFi, then I wouldn't have attempted it anymore. And yeah, most definitely I would have been frustrated. But again, stuck to the plan. Earnings day 2. We really like this trade here, so that's why we're sticking to it. So sorry. Finally, thank you, someone trading SoFi. Yeah, we're in this. And congratulations, Stevenson. I'm glad that you're killing that. And hopefully you hit that 30-day goal. That would be absolutely epic. And then most definitely display it here in the chat. But yeah, let's go, guys. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to add. See, the thing is that we always got to find ways to get better. So we'll break down this trade. We add up here and we get stopped out. But I had multiple opportunities to add, especially within a strong market. I should have took an additional, I should have added some here, whether it be 10%, 15%. Start small and then start building your way up. And I think that's just the way it is. Whether whether it be 10 shares, 15 shares, 20 shares, just put them in and get comfortable within, and that's how you have the ability to kind of just grab more and grab more and grab more eventually down the road. But yeah, that was the narrative, guys. I was like, okay, I'm wrong here. Had this. Oh, sorry, I didn't get that one there. Yeah, I'm tapped in. So give me an earpiece test there, guys, but we're going to send to Adara.
On TER, this is on watch here. This is company's called Teradyne. We have Banyan Hill, which is a publishing company, and they claim they're America's #1 source for smarter, safer, more profitable investing. So it's basically an investing-related publisher. Banyan Hill saying that TER is a long idea, saying that the company is providing the essential tools for both the AI hardware revolution and the automation imperative. So TER on watch here, a long idea from Banyan Hill. Trump's cabinet meeting is supposed to be happening right now. I'm not seeing many comments coming out of that. We did have Agriculture Secretary Rollins saying that everything is on the table when it comes to tariffs. That was a while ago. Other than that, not much. It is worth noting, too, Elon Musk is supposed to be at this cabinet meeting as well. Back to you.
When it drops, that's when you get in.
That's when
exactly.
you get in on the breath of
this is what he does.
All right,
like 99% of the time.
Okay, so let's break this down, guys. So I was just thinking to myself, I had a game plan here on NVDA, but then I was just thinking to myself last night, okay, we got the likes of Bitcoin working out relatively well for us, but look at NVDA's daily chart. And I'm like just thinking to myself, why am I trying to gain something that isn't necessarily working right now? Why am I trying to force something that may not be displaying itself? So for me, I'm like, okay, maybe I might just get out of NVDA because I truly don't need this noise in my day-to-day life. I would rather trade things that are trending. I don't want to sit on hopes and prayers being, oh, okay, let's see if we can sit on the backside of this trend, blah, blah, blah. No, let me find something that's working and then try to join on that on that continuation and with everybody else, with all the other participants. So I'm like, okay, we get back to break even here on NVDA. I might be like, see you later. I've been in this trade for about just under 2 weeks now. It's a swing trade. It's not a long-term investment. So I might just get out of it. Like, see you later. I'll find something else because there's plenty of other tickers. And you can see from NVDA's daily, it's not really doing anything. Look at the channel that it's trading, and it's in a downwards. So there we go. Exactly. No smoking hopium. And that's not what we want to do, right? Because it's just like I'm sitting in this for 2 weeks, and essentially I've just been fluctuating in this range. If it's going to sit on the backside of this trend, then I'll have the opportunity to get right back into it. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to hold any loyalty to any stock whatsoever because they don't care about us, and therefore I don't really care about you, and that's how I truly feel.
I feel it. I feel it. I like that. I like the flexibility that you're bringing there, bro. You're not trying to be stubborn for no reason, for the sake of being stubborn.
Like, no,
I do like
that. Gets you nowhere in this game if you're going to be stubborn because you have no influence on what the actual underlying is doing.
No,
zero.
No. But you can have convictions about like, you know, fundamentals. I think technicals, you got to be super fluid. But the price is what it is, and there's nothing you can do about that.
But being stubborn is just not admitting that you're wrong and something that at the moment is not working out for you.
100% agree. There he is, the Chilean nightmare, man. We love him, bro. We love him. Look at him. He's always killing it. All right, guys. CEP is a wild one. It's a wild one. It broke out bigly, taking out 37. 8, 9, 40s, 41, touching 42. Goodness gracious. CEP, all that though, it's still up only 22%. This is a multi-day runner, guys. Flip to the daily, have a look at this. It's been putting in those higher highs and higher lows. Somebody's accumulating something here. And the reason I say that confidently is because we know what the daily typically looks on these small cap gappers. They have very small bodies and very high and upper and lower wicks because they're around for a good time, not a long time. Wow, CEP, it's dropping aggressively. All right, this is the 10 exponential over here. This is my see, doesn't let me in, bro. That's the thing. Oh man, I'm just too slow. I need those one keys. I want to see a little bit more over here. 30, 38s. I tried to get 37s because that's a 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It's having trouble with 38s, and there it goes above 38s. Okay, so the spread over here kind of creating difficulty for me to get in the chat. No, Dara, it's creating difficulty for me. She doesn't like the difficulties, but she enjoys the spread. We're going to respect that. That's good. All right, so we're going to keep an eye over here. So what CEP just did is it came back off that $42 high day, quick as you like, all the way down into that 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and it wicks right up. It's got a good looking, I don't want to say it's a hammer candle right now because the body's still pretty big, but it's a nice bottoming tail candle so far. You can kind of see that manifested. And now we're knocking on the door of 39. So that's $2 just like that off the 10 EMA that I wasn't able to get into. That's okay. We're not going to get upset about that. We'll look to, to do some damage on a different one. And here's another one that I've got for you guys, ABEO. This one had a whole bunch of selling at $6.50. It just took out that seller there with a high day now of $6.62. Another one that's been very respectful, meaning that it bounces off, it pulls into that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. If I can show the black charts over here and make my case. ABEO, here it is. So we'll be using e-signal obviously now. And you can kind of see, oh, what did I do there? What did I do? There it is. There we go. So you can kind of see all the pullbacks into that green line right there, respected, not breaching, not even a wick or a close, and then boom, right out on, right back to the high side again. So ABEO, another one that I want to keep my eye on, much like CEP. But there's more, guys. There's ODD, there's RGC. I forgot to mention RGC. Let me bring that one in here. Shout out to whoever mentioned that to me in the chat because I didn't have eyes on this one either. So show yourself, RGC. There we go. All right. So this one did topping tail, RGC that is. So it was halted, I believe, at 56 bucks thereabouts, which made sense that was a level of resistance given that topping tail candle that manifested with the highest volume print on the day at around 10.55. That was as good as the shorts could do, because they got blown through after that, dollars by dollars. So this, as I mentioned, halted at 56 bucks. After the halt, it opened up at about 59 and change. Weaseled all the way up into 63, but RGC, another very spready ticker. It's moving like 30, 40 pennies at a time between bid and ask, so be careful, size in correctly, use proper stop placement. So those are the ones I'm looking at right now. I really like the look of ABEO's jib, likewise with CEP, and then RGC, if it can calm the hell down and come into a good technical area, we're going to get involved with this one, Joseph. But for now, just staying on my hands, looking for the next trade.
Absolutely, absolutely. There we go, guys. I mean, what a signal this could be here, all in the cues for a potential move back towards the volume-weighted average price, inverted hammer right there. The one thing that we will note is that volume by time profile isn't exactly how we want, but you can see that this trend is still to the downside. This could just be a cover rally, but if we blow this top off, then we might continue to the top side. So I'm just going to wait. Hopefully we can catch a little bit in the midst of this candle, and then I'm going to look to go long on SQQ here, guys. So yeah, let's get this move up here, but this is a really, really nice short signal, and I'm going to be paying high levels of attention on it specifically because I want to short this market, and I believe it's still going to be a short throughout the day, but I could be wrong. A nice cover rally. If there's any specific names that you guys want us to go over, just let me know in the chat. We'll do some technicals on it and see what we got cooking up. But right now we're going to continue to sit in this SoFi. You can see I'm bidding at 12.50. That's not too good because I had the options chain pulled up on it. So if we do get into those levels, I'll be slightly surprised. But there's nothing crazy from an overhead standpoint. There's just somewhat of a balance here on the open interest on the put and call side. So right at 12.50, we have 11,000 on the puts and then 8,000 on the call side. But right at 13 is where we see a little bit more and start to increase on the call side. 13 strike price, we got 7,000 on the call side and then 15,000 on the put side. But then as we climb in increments here, 22,000 open contracts at 13.5, and then at strike 14 we got 30,000. So there is overhead resistance, guys, that can be coming into this name, and you can see it was a much more tough of a grind compared to some of the other names. So there it goes, that short signal in the cues coming right into play, guys. What a beautiful, beautiful signal. We have 2 super chats. All right, let's see what we got going on. Thank you for that one, Andre. Thanks again. This time, CEP, the old in and out. All right, 15 euros. We like that one from Coach
That was the
Hartman.
second one he dropped there, too, by the
Coach
way.
Hartman,
Yeah.
much appreciated, my friend. And then YB is now listed. Can you take a look, please? Absolutely, Ben Weiss. Any relations to Steve Weiss? I don't think so. But that's okay. We'll take a look at YB here, guys, to see what we got. Yeah, I like Steve, too. the judge always gives him a hard time.
Yeah, he gives everybody a hard time. He's the judge.
He's the judge, but
Right?
more or less Steve. And sorry, Scott. Yeah, but Scott gives him a hard time. I remember Scott was laughing at him when he bought NVDA at $400, and then it later traded to $1,000. And he's like, what's going on? Then he sold it not too long ago, I believe. I was not front. But here we go, still up 35%. I mean, we were talking about this name when it was up 70%. Oh. Now that's taken a 50% haircut essentially here. So that is not a good look. I mentioned that I don't necessarily. Sharif took a nice scalp on it, but I want no part in this name right now. Look at this volatility, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
And you can see that the spread as well, too, guys. That's like a 50, 60 cent spread at sometimes. I know Adara loves that, but this is a $19 name, and I don't want to see a 50-cent spread. So again, if
you don't like 50-cent spreads on $19 names?
No, I'm not the biggest fan of them, but I know Adara might find a way to navigate these, but again, start really small and just be prepared. If it decides to go in the opposite direction, then you're probably going to take a loss on that front. And if you get caught in the opposite end of the halt, that is not a good look. That is not a good look. So yeah, just be cautious trading this name, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Are we going to Adara? Or no?
I didn't get that.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm looking for a possible dip trade here on CEP at the volume weighted average price. I put it at 36 and a quarter. It's at 36.55. Anything below that 36, I'm gonna have to let it go, okay? Because this is just too wild for me to be able to nurse. So I'm keeping my eye on it. I don't have my hard stop in right now. I'm waiting for that dip trade to either trigger or for the stock to move back up, or to trigger and then get stopped out, obviously. There does seem to be a buyer at around the 2/3 of a dollar to the $0.50 over here. If we do get a bump up, I don't know if I chase this one. I'm looking for a dip trade off the volume weighted average price, but there is buying coming in and around here. That's fine. It does make sense that the buyers would step in a little bit ahead of VWAP. As you've heard me say many times, I sometimes front run the levels because sometimes it becomes a crowded trade, and meaning that other people are going to be looking to front run the level that you're looking at. If you're looking at it, maybe Joe's looking at it, Neil's looking at it, you get it. And so other people are looking at it, and so the price doesn't drop quite to that level that you anticipated it would. And that's what we're getting right now, because this is already $1 higher than we were just. So it didn't let me in. It did come into the 40s, the high 40s. That's it. And then now it's popping up yet another $1 there. But this gives you dollars at a time. I mean, so let's not get too excited about this green candle that's currently manifesting on the 5. It is still technically a lower high. So let's keep an eye out on that one. ABEO continues to run. It's taking out 84s. I saw a guy in the chat. His name was Joseph too. He's like short ABEO. It's just like, all right, I didn't really want to say anything to him, but you know, these small cap gappers, if you're trying to short at highs, trying to catch mean reversions, sometimes it can be a bit of a tougher trade. I would rather just go with the trend rather than trying to guess when the trend is going to end, right? The trend is your friend to the end until it bends. Shout out to my man, Obi. He is the one. Damn. Kenobi. He is behind me today. He's got the headphones on. He's doing his thing. 25. So shout out to my man, Obi. We're going to keep an eye out on ABEO. I'm seeing it's at the day's highs right now. But currently I'm waiting for either the dip trade to fill here on CEP or a 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. So currently, for that to happen, for the 5-minute candle to clear the previous one, we need a 39 closing print or higher, because the previous candle had a high of about 38 mid-80s. So that's what I'm looking for right now. If we can get something above 39 on a closing basis or trigger at the volume weighted average price, that's my move. Otherwise, I'm staying clear, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm talking to Jay Lee. You know Jay Lee short the market here as well too. So that's what I'm looking to do. Jay Lee, I'm being a little patient on this one just in case that indecision print does get blown past. We'll pull up the cues here for you guys momentarily to see what we got going on. And there we go. So yeah, I mean, if we break through this signal right here, so if we crack this high, then I'm just going to get out of that trade. I told you I was waiting for it to come back into the middle of this candle roughly, and hopefully we get some forms of rejections. But if NVDA and some of these big names want to continue to rally, then you don't want to be shorting the market. And I think that's something that I really started paying attention to a long time ago, is that like, okay, I would be trading the overall market, but I'm not paying attention to the heaviest weighted names. And I think that's something that we do. It's part of the due diligence. It's like, okay, yeah, you're shorting the Qs, but then the likes of the Mag 7 are all trading higher. That's not a good idea, right? So just make sure that when you're trading these vehicles, look at everything else around it and why it may be moving in that specific direction. Right now, with NVDA looking like it wants to crack the highs, Apple's still hovering around the highs as well too. I don't want to be fighting this trend until some other things are displayed. And if you see those signals go across the board in some of the big names, then that's just more confirmation within that setup, and then you can take that trade. It's more conviction. I want to see what Meta's up to as well too. So again, here up to 540.16 right now and hovering around this intraday high. If it cracks through this consolidation phase, then it can possibly continue to move higher and higher. I posted the range on X on what we can possibly see with this week's expiration cycle on the Qs via just the options chain. What is it telling us? Where is the highest levels of open interest on the call side, and where is it on the put side? And with that, we can gauge ranges and then base trades off of that. All right, so just there you go. Nightbot just put it in there. Bear vs. Bulls is gonna post it as well too. So just go and see what I'm posting there from a daily standpoint. I told you guys I'm going to be continuously doing that, but I'm waiting, Jay Lee. I want to take this short, but I want to be patient as well too, because we're still in these volatile markets, and I do believe that it's going to take multiple attempts to get things going. So I'm going to prepare myself to take a couple of losses, dig into the profits, right, and then eventually, hopefully, get that move that we're looking for, the continuation to the downside, because I do believe that this is just a cover rally. There isn't that much strength in the green prints to the top side. You can see the orderly and the genuity in these prints to the downside, and I just want to follow that type of price action tree.
Shout out to Jeff Wolf asking me to look at ABVE. I happen to like the pattern on this one, at least on the 15. Let's have a look at it. He says, Sharif, can you look at ABVE? They announced a merger. So here's what he's talking about there. Let's just show the headline so we can follow along. Above Food, ticker ABVE, and Palm Global reach definitive agreement on merger. That makes a difference, guys, because we have a trade on the floor called a buyout trade, and it makes a difference whether it's a tentative agreement, a letter of intent, an LOI, a definitive agreement, exactly what the price is, because it makes a difference about how much shares you're punching in at what levels to anticipate the price rejecting or bouncing, right? So again, I'm not going to go through that kind of trade right now. It's not one that I typically execute, but one that we were taught here on the floor when we first started. So ABVE, good look, my man. Let me show the 15-minute chart on AB. Oh, this is the 5. Let me show the 15. There, so it's been an uptrend. Obviously, someone was accumulating up a storm. Yesterday, this had a good move. Did we have that headline yesterday? No, we didn't, man. Yesterday was, hold on, excuse me, the 28th. Yes, we got that. No, that was the financial results. We got that this morning at 11 o'clock, but somebody was buying up a storm yesterday. So I'm not making any accusations, but I kind of am. So that good move yesterday, good move today. It's a bit more volatile. $1.85 high, trading at $1.69 right now. Look, this $1.85 high, that is, I believe, the implied balance high, which means it was the highest print an hour after, from 9:30 to 10:30. So this manifested right at 9:30. So technically it is a legitimate print, but I'd like to see this take out 185 before I get involved. It could be a crowded trade up here, given bag holders that could have punched in at the open on the market on open. I'm going to steer clear of ABVE for now, but good luck, my man. Shout out to you for pointing it out. I did have another person there, Trader to Thrive. Could one of you, Sharif or Joe, please poke ULY with a stick or something? I can't do that for you, but I can look at the technicals. ULY was one that I was trading yesterday. It had a fantastic day. Yesterday was trading at about $7 when we first started. It weaseled up to about 11, almost 12. So it was a good higher low, higher high pattern. Today, we continue yet again. So we hold yesterday's lows, we make new highs, everything is hunky-dory in ULY world, which is urgent.ly. What the hell does this company do? I need to know. Provides digital roadside and mobility assistance technology and services. Okay, sounds like 1985. All right, so the deal is it's trading below the volume weighted average price. So I need this to weasel up above VWAP for me to get involved. So it's got some support here, which I wouldn't have got in, but it's obviously got buyers at around 14 1/5, 14 1/4, once, twice, OB thrice, number 4, number 5, number 6. Somebody's buying it at 14 1/4. So if you want to take a dip trade for a possible range, have at it. That's not really how I trade these small cap gappers. I trade them as breakouts. So keep an eye out on this one. VWAP at around 1585, just south of 16. I'll submit to you, though, the level will be 16, given this topping tail candle at 11 o'clock, which did reject 16 on the dot, like exactly on the dot. So ULY, just, look for that 14.25 trader to thrive. If you can get 14.25 again, I think you can do well. You can do well here. 14 to 5th, 14.25. Let me know how it goes, my man. Keep an eye out on that one for you. ABEO continue to put in higher highs and higher lows here, Joseph. I think it's time for me to get involved. We're going to take small size here to start, and then we'll look to add into the position here if we can take out the high of the day. I got 71s. Adara's got breaking news. She's hyped up. I'm very hyped up to find out what's going on. Uh-oh, we saw the trumpet.
We've seen it. Send it.
Get it, Adara.
Trump's cabinet meeting. He said, we have to talk here about the GDP. He said they were so-so numbers, but he wants to say that this is not his administration's fault. He just said, and I quote, we took over his mess, of course, referring to former President Biden, saying that this GDP print has nothing to do with their admin, but he doesn't acknowledge that the print was so-so. It's worth noting that his trade advisor, Peter Navarro, earlier today actually said that it was the best red print he's ever seen. Trump's also saying that even though they were inherited very bad numbers, they've turned them around. So lots of comments coming here out of President Donald Trump at his cabinet meeting. I'm listening to this meeting. If I hear anything of note, I'll let you know. He's talking a lot about tariffs. Back to you.
Oh boy, I see him. He's got his chair. He's got Hegseth on the right, probably Rubio on the left. I can't tell because I can't see his face, but that's usually, it's state on one side and defense on the other. Isn't it how it goes, guys? I mean, tell me, the Americans will know. What's that, Adara? Yeah, Adara echoing that. So Donald is live now. So watch out.
So watch out.
All hell can break loose,
honestly,
right? We know what
this
guy does.
Flatten everything. And just wait until he's done talking here.
Oh boy.
I mean, okay,
he's blaming Biden.
Is he? Yeah, I mean, again, but that's what just happens when you win so much. When you lose, you still think it's winning, right? So, I mean, that's how it is.
He doesn't lose, Joseph.
Shout out Sean O'Malley, who lost and still believe he won. But that's okay. Here we go, guys. Niraj, you asked multiple times, do I believe that this is a short? I can't really say, right? You got to think for yourself. Do you want to be shorting into this? I don't know. Maybe possibly you have to. At what point is this price action telling you to short? Where do you see indecision? What is the tape telling you? What is the price action prints telling you? And if you see a short, then go on and take it. Unfortunately, we cannot trade for you. So, Niraj, I looked at it. You say it one more time, I'm going to have to put you in the corner, unfortunately. That is timeout, and we don't want to have to do that. So here we go.
Dang.
Like, just ask yourself, what are you seeing that tells you that this is a short? You can see that you're continuously climbing higher. Could it be just somewhat of a cover rally here? So, yeah, just wait for those indecision prints. Wait for the price action to tell you. Wait for the tape to tell you this is ready for a short, and then you can base a trade off of that. I'm not even looking at SMCI, to be honest with you. I don't trade it well whatsoever. So I was just like, see you later. I want nothing to do with this name whatsoever. So there you go. That's SMCI. You can see that the chips are continuously climbing higher, and that's not going to be good for my short, all right? So I'm long TQs, synthetically short the market. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
Oh, Lunatic is talking.
Keep an eye on TSM because Donald Trump and Howard Lutnick are talking about it. Donald Trump said that Howard Lutnick visited the site here of TSM in Arizona and basically talking for Lutnick said that it was the best site that he's ever seen. He's never seen anything like it. Howard Lutnick boasting about TSM's investment, which is over $100 billion into the U.S. So just be aware, TSM dropping a little bit here, being discussed very heavily so far in this cabinet meeting, specifically by Donald Trump and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Thank you. One more thing here, Sharif, before I send it back to you. I do want to add to this position, but you can see that it's a really slow grind right now, guys. So this is essentially what my risk profile is defined. We crack that high, I'm out. We break it to the low side, then maybe we add to the position, but I want to see what some of the bigger names are up to. If NVDA is going to continue to grind higher as well as some of these other big names, I don't want to be adding into these positions. So I'm going to be cautious on on what I do on this position, but we are still sitting in about roughly like 5% of my SoFi trade, not even that probably. So a little bit less than, yeah, so about 5-6% or so. So I will be holding on to that otherwise until we hit that break-even stop. But I'm in this TQ short, SQ long, and we're going to see if we can get a break back down towards the volume-weighted average price.
All right, my man, there we go. Just throwing in a stop there. On IVF, good breakout trade. Going to risk a little bit here. We'll see if it wants to take out 3. It was just knocking the door of 3, so I got long high 80s. There's a seller at 90 though, so the 10 penny level here acting as a key area of technical resistance, and then there's multiple areas above 90 that we can't shake. 91s and 92s. There's sellers on both levels, guys. So trouble here for the long unless we can shake this seller at 92. So we'll do that to de-risk. Let's see if we can take out 92s. Huge size here, unable to shake that level on IVF on 92. Now this has a 320 high a day, so I was expecting the resistance to come in a little bit higher, more around that 3. It's still zigging and zagging. It's got a midday break over here, so we'll see if we can take out that 92 level. I did take out some there on the pop just to de-risk. Now that seller at 90 is back. This is not what I want to see over here. This is definitely not what I want to see. I don't want to see resistance coming in at this level over here. So what I'm going to do, flatten out, break even, look to get at a dip trade on that 270 level. Excellent flattening there. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but that was obviously a level that was not going to get shaken. So I'm looking for that 270, two high 60s. Wow. We got to go back to Adara.
Donald Trump saying that China is getting hammered. We have this big move here with regards to the economy. He said the biggest ships you've ever seen, the biggest ships in the world, excuse me, are coming here. They're leaving with cargo. So lots of talk here about trade, specifically, I guess, with regards to China moving this market. It is interesting, though, that we do have Donald Trump saying, regardless of his comments here about the big ships in China, that it saddens him to hear about China's poor economic state because he does respect President Xi, but he says he does not want the U.S. to follow China's footsteps. He wants every country to do well. Back to you.
Adara?
Big ships.
Big ships.
Ships.
Just making sure.
Just
yeah.
Hey, I'm out, right?
Okay.
Like, see you later. Trump, you can't, that's the thing, unless you're positioned really, really well and you're in the money.
Get him, Donald.
Hands off when this guy's speaking because you don't know what's going to happen. I tried the short here in the market, didn't work back towards the volume weighted average price. We'll take one more stab at it. I told you guys that it may take multiple attempts, but you can't, like, that's the thing. When is this over? When is he done speaking?
I like it, Joseph.
I know you like it.
Yeah. Get him, Donald.
Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. In this case, you know how I am, Sharif. He stopped me out. I don't like him.
That's it. He's in your crap book for at least a week.
I get in again, and he says something to tank the market, then I like him. We're back on good terms. That's the case, right? But right now, he's frustrated me.
This guy, so man. You're so much like my old man. It's crazy, bro. It's like you're either in your good books or you're public enemy number one. There is no in between.
It's just like that. Yeah. It's easy to fluctuate from good and bad terms, and there's nothing wrong with that, all right? So we got to work on our relationship. And
I like it.
But we're going to stick in this SoFi name. We really like SoFi right now, guys. You can see that I have an order posted with the market continuing to climb higher. Maybe we get this bounce and that target that we want here in SOFI.
All right, guys, I'm keeping an eye on it. I've got it live over here. Hegseth dropping hot lines. He's speaking right now. People were chuckling. I guess Donald made a joke of some kind. Everybody liked it. They all had a laugh. It was a moment of levity. Everything's fine. All right. No, I have no idea whether everything's fine, guys. We're going to have to keep an eye on these here markets. But I'm involved in a trade right now, IVF. I've been dancing with this one. So here we go. We just got the dip trade finally. All right. Give me some here. Give me some. All right. So we'll take out some there at 80s. Nice. Now we got 75. It's showing me 82s. Bro, come on, let's go. Give me some up in the mid-80s, my boy. We're going to wait 85s. We're going to wait for 85s. Let's see what we do here. The dip trade was off that $0.75. If it loses 70, it's all over on this one. It looks like it will lose 70. So I will have to flatten out here. Okay, so this one not holding up. Let me see what I'm going to do over here. Am I going to get back in at the volume-weighted average price? I think I might. It has had respect for VWAP as a resistance level, not necessarily support, though. I don't want to get cut up on this. I don't want to make mistakes that I don't need to make. So let's see what we can do over here. Let's give this one the old college try again. We'll get some up here if we can, and we'll layer the orders for a spike up. All right, so here we go. Let's go. We're 77s. Right now, boom. Are we going to get the print? Nope, not yet. We're going to have to wait a little bit. 79 is now showing up. It's going to have to cross for me to get the print. Certainly selling at every level here on IVF. So this might be a bit of a tougher trade. I don't know exactly how I feel about this one. It's got a lot of bamboozlement under it. Pops up to open there at 9, makes that high day 320, drops all the way back to 240. So this one feels like there's a whole lot of selling on this one. Can't shake them. That's my feeling right now on this. So we'll have to wait and see. We can get some out here. 79s again. There is the print. Boom. To the high side. Okay. So now we're taking it out. We're doing it live over here. Let's set some more up in the high 80s. Are we going to get 82s? We get 82s. Are we going to get 95s? So now I'm waiting at 96s. Go, you piece of you know what. All right, here we go. So now I'm going to break even on this one. I'm putting my stop at break even for the last remaining amount. We're going to look for that 90 print before we get anything. Showing me 88s now. So it's zigging. It's zagging. It definitely bounced off that volume weighted average price with some oomph there. So we'll have to see if that oomph remains. I've also got this trade, guys, that I haven't said much about. ABEO. It's a bit of a slower mover. I see this kind of bull flagging. I'm trying to build a position on ABEO into the 10 exponential moving average, but I've got to put an order out to take advantage of that in the mid 50s. So let's go ahead and do that now. We're going to sit over here in the mid 50s for a possible print there. Let's see what this one's doing. IVF, still haven't gotten anything there. Still waiting for either a stop out or a move into that 95s. It's showing me high 80s. Can't shake the sellers in the high 80s. And we saw this before in the low 90s. So the algo, I perceive this anyway, the algo that's trading this is posting size incrementally lower and lower and lower. We had low 90s that were the troublesome part. Now it's the mid 80s. Look at this at 85, very thickly traded at 85. So keep an eye on that one. Shout out to my man Oleg. Looks like YB stopped dropping and a third already traded. Let's have a look. Yeah, YB is continuing to put in lower lows and lower highs, my man. I want nothing to do with this for a long. It's going to have to be a short for me to even look at this. But I'm going to have to keep my eye on IVF as this one continues to zig and zag in the mid 80s over here, guys. We're going to go to Adair in a second as the cabinet meeting continues to unfold. Donald Trump with his entire cabinet. They've all got MAGA hats there. Oh. It says, hold on, what does it say? Gulf of America hats.
No.
They've all got different red and blue hats. I got to show this, Andre. I got to show this. All right, so these are all Gulf of America. Donald, enough, bro, for one day. You're killing me. Adara, what's happening?
Well, what's happening here is actually not Trump related. I just want to point out UNH. I'm not seeing any news on this, but UNH got a little bit of a spike with volume, tons of social media attention for United Health, which is moving to the upside. Humana on earnings moving sharply to the downside. So this is basically moving opposite to its peer in the health insurance space. Another health insurance named Cigna or CI reporting on Friday morning. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, so we're continuing to watch. Who is this guy talking right now, Adara? Do you know who this guy is? The guy beside Lunatic.
All right, hold on, Sharif. Let me go.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Let's pull this up here, guys. Come on, we're going to catch this fill right now. I want you guys to see it. Let's see if we can get that ask to lift, the bid to lift. Here we go. We need 51s. Hit the bid, hit the bid. We're going to see if we can catch this fill right here. And it's continuously rejecting. We got a lot of size. You can see the imbalance here on the ask. So let's go. Push through that. As soon as that bid hits 1250, we're going to catch that fill. It wants to. And it, come on. I'm not going to hit the bang. I mean the boom, but I will hit a bang as soon as that bid hits it. So we're going to be patient on this front, but it's looking like it wants to get involved with this 1250, but currently rejecting it. So there we go, and you can see on the tape. Here we go.
Here we go.
Come on, bid. Hit the bid. That's why sometimes I don't mind hitting. Come on, hit that bid.
Punk.
Yeah, exactly. CM Punk right there. All right. Yeah, let's go. There we go. And there's the fill. As we continue to climb higher, they're in SoFi. Wow, what a rip we just got on this there, Sharif. What a move all the way up from 1250 to 52s. And Pug Life has a super chat for us. There we go. And we caught that fill. It's okay. Now, I mean, Pug Life, we're still.
Pug Life.
I'm shooting a 25% accuracy, and I'm still positive on the day. I showed you guys all of them. Started 0 for 2 on SoFi. Put on this trade that I'm still currently sitting in. Took a long on SQs for that reversion back towards the volume weighted average price. Lost on that one. One trade correct. Still positive on the day, Sharif. That's how we do.
Bang.
So thank you very much for that $5 super chat, Pug Life, my guy.
Joseph, we're doing it freaking live over here on ABEO. We're about 25 pennies in the money on this one. Took the long initially at 70, added at 60, and I just got a print there in the high 80s. So good look here. Simultaneously, we're taking prints again on CEP. Your boy just got into the dollar club again on this one, 38.5. Took it out at 39.5 there. This one's going again, guys. CEP's on one. It's destined to take out 40. Here comes 40. There's no size posted there on the level 2 on the ask side of things. That doesn't mean it doesn't hold up at 40. I'll submit to you, there will be hidden sellers in and around there. And, you know, even though the 42 is the high of the day, you don't have many closing prints. You got one measly closing print above 40. So 40, the $10 level, likely to be the better technical area of resistance. So keep your eye on this one. I want to see if it wants to take out 40, baby. We'll take out more. But here comes ABO again to the high side. We still got shares on this one. We're going to post at 95 to front run the level at 7. Showing me 92s. We're long 63s. There's 94s, 95. Print, boom, to the high side, Joseph Wilson. Nice. All right, baby, so we're doing it live here on ABEO, taking it out in front of 7. So let's see what this one wants to do with 7. It's 31.5 in the green right now, 31.5% I'm talking about. Weight Watchers is breaking out, Neil. Ooh. Big move out for Weight Watchers. It's 1 penny off the high of the day. The small caps are all freaking out right now like I am. Let me show you what I'm looking at right over here, baby. Aw, come on. Oh, there we go. I know it's so anticlimactic. Look at this. CEP breaking out. Weight Watchers breaking out. ABEO breaking out. It's a good look right now. Even your boy ODD is breaking out into the high of the day. So small caps are on one right now. ODD, yeah, you know me. Good look right now for all these small cap guys. But always, just because we're getting excited doesn't mean you can trade them haphazardly. Make sure you are managing risk soundly. Shout out to my man Zion. Lala. Joseph.
Yeah, let's go here. 2NY, I have no idea. I'm not even listening to it in my ear. I know Sharif's probably got a little bit of it going on. Adara's got us.
Adara's got us covered, yeah.
Got us covered on those consistent updates. So we'll be patient. If we have any news on what they're actually continuously talking about, then we'll bring it to you guys right away. First things first, Tesla plane says City Boy 305. You know, when I read your name, it just reminds me of this Snapchatter that lives in the city. His name's City Boy JJ, and it's just like, man, what's going on?
He's a Snapchatter?
Yeah.
Is that the only one you're going on, eh? Is that an X? Yeah, that's why you don't like Snapchatter. You'll usually hear YouTuber, TikToker.
I mean,
rarely hear
I'm
Snapchat.
sure he's doing all of them at some point.
Is he doing it live?
He's doing it live. Oh, wow, we got a lot of notifications here.
Okay.
I feel like, yeah, but go check it out there. There's our SoFi trade.
Show him the trade, bro. That's a banger trade, bro.
There it is right there. This was from this morning. Just
I like how you have the description.
Yeah, just kind of just giving the display.
What happened to Dara?
Dara's going to got some hot news for us.
What
also
happened
pointed
now?
something else out. Here we go, guys. You can see I'm just starting to post the chain as well. Bless you. I'm starting to post the chain for you guys as well, too. So there you go. Go check me out on X and see what we got going on that front. But I can't wait to hear what Adara's got us. There we go. We're going to hear Let's Go SoFi. You see us continuously breaking out on that one. We're going to take a little bit more off the top for you guys. Adara, hold on. There we go. What do you got for us?
So that individual who we couldn't identify, he's Sean Duffy. So that is the Department of Transportation Secretary there. Donald Trump just went on a little talk here about contracting, saying that the previous administration wasted a lot of time with air traffic control. The system was so old, but now the new system is going to be something to behold. It'll be new state of the art. But with regards to contracting, Donald Trump says it's going to be one great big beautiful contractor, just like the one great big beautiful bill. And he actually named 2 companies. He said, maybe we get IBM, maybe we get Raytheon. Both of these names are pushing higher. To be clear, he did not make any effort to say definitively either of these companies are going to be in talks. But either way, Donald Trump made it very clear for this new build for the air traffic control reboot, they want it to be state of the art, and they want only one contractor. So whoever contractor gets this potential job could be definitely a move to watch. Either way, no one named, but mentioned here, Raytheon or IBM. Again, huge question mark, certainly just an option as of this point. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, guys, this is really working out pretty well for us here.
He's doing
on the SoFi trade here. Yeah, exactly. We're doing it super live. It doesn't get any more live than this, to be honest with you. So here we are, $1 trillion to the military, says Dinkelberg. Very, very interesting stuff.
A trillion.
But I mean, guys, we caught the bottom here nicely on SoFi. Let me get rid of this here for you guys so we can get that. We don't have to worry about that. So here we are. I mean, it took 3 attempts to really get the ball rolling. That short's coming in on the cues. I'm going to be patient, wait for one more pullback. Slow turtle shell over, so I do believe that we will get that pullback and hold that 471 level, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. So there we go. Being patient on this name. Been sitting in this since what time is it that I hopped into this trade? 10 o'clock exactly there, Sharif, and now it's sitting around noon. So just letting things work, doing some charting, and I'm like, all right, if I'm positioned well, slowly piece it out, even though I did get out the bulk of the position throughout here. But again, just leaving some for a runner, getting comfortable with that, and then just putting on the trades that we're supposed to. You can see that we're starting to run into some key support levels. So I wouldn't be surprised if we reject this 1250. But one thing I will hold on for is if we can squeeze and get to the top of this range and then hopefully head towards these opening drives of the day. But here we go, SoFi putting up those numbers for us. You've seen Katina Man flip from short to long on NVDA. Good idea, as that name was continuing to climb higher and higher, and he started to push some shares on that one.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Nice work on that from Mr. Sean himself, but you can see it, guys. Entry 1, add, and then we just slowly take it out as we climb higher. So there we go. SoFi was once down 8% on the day, now only down 5.5%.
That's nice. Yeah, that's good. I like that company. I've made that very clear. I like Robinhood as well. I think that what they're doing is the right thing, man. You got to get Gen Z on your side. We know where the money's going. You don't take the money to the other side. When you're gone, you're going to give it to somebody, whether it's a charity, you're going to bequeath it here or whatever there. So they're going to have money at some point. I'm talking about Gen Z. So you got to get them on their good side. They're the future. So I like what Robinhood is doing. I like what SoFi is doing as well, getting those clients on their side, kind of to set the stage for the future. You're not really seeing that from the big banks. I mean, we've talked about this. To get a meeting with a manager or whatever the entry is one of these larger banks, you got to have a net worth of over $1 million, probably even more. Certain banks,
can
right?
I say something?
Yeah,
real
of
quick
course,
there,
Joseph.
Sharif?
Yeah.
KK14M. Yeah, it may seem that may be the case, but I want you to think it's all relative to the price of the stock. Whether it be Tesla or SoFi, you would have to risk a couple dollars on Tesla, and that's when you get that move. You got to understand, my risk on this trade is 6 cents. 6 cents. That is even quite a bit for SoFi. So there you go. With this entry, with a 1210, my primary entry, I'm out at the low. So we give it 8 cents. And then now you can see that we're trading at 53 cents. So just do the math. That's roughly a 5-to-1 right there. So it may look exaggerated, but when you break it down to its specific scale, then you can see that I'm risking 6 cents to get this, whether it be $1, $2 on whatever stock you're referring to. But let's see what.
No. Just before we go to Adara, guys, MSOS is breaking out. Shout out to the OG Darwin. I just want to mention he wasn't the only one to mention this. So weed apparently is starting to get high. Okay, Adara's got it. Weed's breaking out. It's at the highs. MSOS. Adara, tell us more.
Okay, I mean, yeah, well, we're going to do happening now, but I may as well just get straight to MSOS. Basically, I just want to mention here the whole market trending up off of these lows. Donald Trump making a slew of comments during his cabinet meeting, but MSOS, I've talked a lot about how Marijuana Moment is the publication that really moves these marijuana names. This is the second day in a row that has proven correct yet again. So today, basically what happened here was we have comments here coming, I guess, a Marijuana Moment article being published here. Let me find this headline once again. There's been lots of headlines today. Basically, though, apparently Donald Trump's pick for the DEA said that one of his first priorities when he starts is going to be considering a review of rescheduling. Again, this is in no way a set in stone statement. But either way, apparently a potential review here of the rescheduling for MSOS is going to be one of the first priorities for Donald Trump's new DEA pick. So keep an eye here on MSOS. We also have here on watch SMCI. This one had a very, very weak situation here with regards to their preliminary earnings, much lower than expected EPS and revenue estimates provided. Also, IBM, I think, just being mentioned here once again by Donald Trump. IBM and Raytheon were two companies that Donald Trump just mentioned here as potential contractors for their air traffic control rebuild. Donald Trump said that he wants it to be one big contractor. He does not want this to be a group of contractors. So he said IBM or RTX could be potential companies that he's considering. But again, that sounds like it's completely potential. We have nothing confirmed there set in stone. And with that, we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Make sure to like and subscribe. Take it away, Neil.
Well, I mean, the lesson of the day has to be themed on something about those economic numbers. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The V-shape that we saw here today, which while not completely back to the highs, it's still an impressive rally. So, okay, obviously this morning, I'm going to show you the shorts early were all fantastic. If you happen to have a bunch of shorts, and especially even at the open, you were able to grab some, that's great. But when the bottom came in, it was just unbelievable. And the velocity of the move was pretty impressive as well. So how can you think about, well, if you don't get the perfect long, where can you be looking long early, and where can you be looking continuation long? What are the signs that you don't have to buy something after it's too far from the low? So one, where could you be looking early? And I shout out to Obi for this one, because, and well, the chat as well, because there were a lot of people in the chat talking about how Pfizer was relatively strong. Now remember we showed you that chart of the ES breaking lower? This is 9 o'clock, and Pfizer is already making a bottom. And this is 9:12. You're actually putting in a higher low. You're challenging yesterday's highs by the time you're getting to the open, and then you're holding all of these on dip support. So the entire time this stock is showing you relative strength. Now it's not going to be the big, massive $5 win or anything like that, but just the opportunity to look at something which held support the entire way. You never had to worry about it breaking any of your big support levels in the pre-market, which had been challenged when we had that slew of economic data, which was weak. That's one place that you can look. Find something that's just obviously relatively strong, and when it presents you with the buy the dip opportunity, when the market bottomed out there, well, you've got something that has a chance to go even if the market can't. And I always like that type of a scenario. The other way, which I'm sure most people would be a little bit more excited about, would be something like Robinhood. And in this particular case, relative strength, it's all relative, right? So when I showed you that chart of the ES and you're making that fresh low here, now this is a 15-minute chart. I can show you, I can move this to a 3, so we're looking at about the same thing. What makes this double bottom here in Robinhood so appealing, or anything that looked like this, everybody, is you get the first bottom at the open, you're still trending down, and Robinhood makes a low at 46.25. When you're making that second bottom and breaking the trend, Robinhood's breaking back upside while holding the same low. So it's not often that you get a shot in something with explosive upside, where like this is going to give you a couple of dollars and trend up because you know it can move like this, where you're breaking trend in the futures and you're not having to worry about the low of the day breaking. It's all breaking. It's already got the support in there for you, and you're just sort of good to go. So if you're not able to find something which is so obviously relatively strong, like Pfizer was just holding above, at one point above yesterday's highs, at one point holding the pre-market lows very cleanly, then you want something which is holding on to not just a double bottom, but like a distinct double bottom, like one that gives you lots of room to run. It'd be one thing if it was like tight to VWAP or something like this, where you don't have as much upside, but when it's giving you almost a full dollar to get to first resistance and holding that double bottom and the confirmation of the trend break on the futures, that's something you can certainly sink your teeth into. So, I mean, great looks. And both of these two names, just for the record, both of these two names are names that the chat was all about. So when I'm doing the lesson of the day, it's not here to toot my own horn about the things that I figured out. It's about what did you learn from the market today? And to pretend that I was looking at either one of these two before going over the setups is a lie. But sometimes when you're reviewing your day, you can't just look at what you traded. What were the optimal opportunities in that type of a moment? Because how many times you see that much economic data in the morning that was negative and you get these types of setups? It's not going to happen every day. Make sure you're going through everything that you can to find those optimal plays. That way, the next time you see something like it, you're locked and loaded and ready to go. Shorts were good early, but you wanted to find some banger long trades before it had already gotten to the top. And that's what this lesson of the day is all about. Whether it's already strong like Pfizer or presents you a great little double bottom like Robinhood did, despite the fact that futures are making lower lows, it was making the same low and holding. So there's your lesson of the day, everybody. Good luck trading. This market is absolutely wild. Volatility is fun. Well, I mean, if you don't think volatility is fun, then you shouldn't be trading, I guess.
Oh, man, the production team is undefeated. Undefeated. I see you, Chilean Nightmare. I know what you're up to over there. I know what you're up to over there, Fabian.
Show the people. He's trying to hide it now. Don't hide it, Faye. See. Hey, oh, wow, that's fantastic.
Oh, I actually love that, bro. I legit love that, man. Why am I playing that? Is that what you based it on?
Yeah.
Was that what it was based on? I love it.
That's fantastic.
That's awesome, dude. I'm definitely posting that. I love the real trading in the background. Trader TV Live, top left corner there. Look at all the screens and the punch. Yeah, that's the background.
There we go.
That's the background there. So that's Ramin's computer now, guys. So you're going to see Ramin behind us now. She's taking over Andre's computer over there. She's doing all the video editing. So that's her spot now. Good look. Apple's about to go flat, eh?
There she is. There's Ramin. So there in her new spot. What do you got for lunch there? Let me see.
Guys, Apple is about to go flat. Let's have a look at the large caps right now because Apple is knocking the door of that 211 and a quarter, essentially the area where we went flat or where we closed out yesterday. So is this now a short on Apple? You're already seeing two topping tail candles into that level, and there it goes down again below 211. So you got a couple of topping tails, but let's not be so quick to want to put too much weight into one or a couple of candles. We saw this pattern before with the dead one Apple. Over here, 11.15 topping tail, much like the one that we just saw. Another one, 11.20 topping tail, and then we made our way back up. So the dead one Apple's got a great looking double bottom right at that 207 area. That was money. Now look, you did get wicked out if you put your stop a little bit below 207, like 206. A tight one, 206, mid-90s, high 90s. Why? Because this candle over here is a specialist breakdown. They look to stop out everybody that's looking for that 207 level hold, and then boom, moving along your merry way back to the top side. Sadly, this candle probably did stop out a lot of people, dipping into 206.67. So you have to put your stop more than a third of a dollar lower than that 207 area. But AAPL finding resistance at yesterday's closing print. I'll submit to you. It's at 211.20. And the high of the day is 211 and a quarter. Down we go again. But look at this. Let's look at Apple a little bit more right now. It's been quite respectful ever since double bottoming at that 207 of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And oft used by me, moving average. I mentioned the other ones, but I typically execute off the 10. Look at all these holds. Whether it's this over here from 1035, the consolidative area from 1035 to 11, holds a 10. Again over here from when we got the topping tails, 1125 to 1140, holds a 10. It's right back at that 10 exponential at 210 and 3/4. So keep your eye on Apple. I'll submit to you. I think it's the strongest Mag 7 name of the day. And I'm looking at the side chart right now, and it is. The only other one rivaling it right now, it is not a Mag 7 name, obviously, is NFLX. It's up down 0.41. Uber, though, greenery, guys. Uber up 0.5%. Knocking on the door of that 80. So Uber back into the high end of the range. Guys, we were talking about Uber at 60. Uber sustained that move down, Joseph, better than a lot of these other bad boys over here. Let's show the chart on Uber because we got it on e-signal. What happened, Neil?
Oh, let's see Neil.
He doesn't like his, eh? Yeah. Neil's not happy with
Put
his.
it up there. It doesn't matter. That's why
Neil's not happy about that.
That's exactly why we need to see it. Put it up there. We gotta see.
Joseph wants blood, bro. All right, let's show the daily here on your friend Uber. Look at this range, guys. This $60 level is money. Look at this, Joseph. When Donald take the market, this is the area low. When Apple hit 160s, Uber was defending $60. Guys, I've been yelling about this for weeks now. Let's show the weekly. That $60 level is absolute money on Uber. It goes all the way back into 2021 when Uber was using 60 as resistance. Over here, it's been kind of bull flagging, feels like, for weeks, which it has been, but 60's been money. I like Uber at $60. Whether or not you see it again in the next little while, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, just keep your eye out on that. I just wanted to mention those large caps super quick. But Tisha, I know you were saying IVF was the only OG in town with these small cap gappers, but I had to bring ABEO to your attention. It's got a couple of topping tails though, Tisha, into 7 1/3, dropping into 7. Now I see the 10 exponential at 685. It's been very respectful of that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I'm talking about ABEO. So anything in the 685, I'm buying this one again. Good look right now. Guys, by the way, Andre, I'm disconnected from thing because I'm listening to Donald. So if you need anything, just let Joseph know. Thank you, Andre. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, let's go. Golf of Dow Jones is minus 270%, says Enish. Yeah, I mean, dang, man. It's a tough look. Did I just hear I'm reloaded? There we go. So we'll take a look at this SQQ trade one more time. We have that topping signal on the Qs. So maybe we can get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. I mean, we're really extended. We're gaining back a lot of what we lost here on that GDP print. So the best negative GDP print ever, which I find kind of odd. But I mean, when you just win so much, it doesn't even matter at the end of the day. Here we go, though. You can see we have that isolated volume print right here. It was kind of what I was going off here, but we didn't have that volume. So it was just kind of an extension of that. But this time we do have that volume and that inverted hammer. So let's see if we can get a move back down into some of these support levels, because you can see that I'm long the SQs. I added a little bit more than my first position, because that's what we have to do in order for kind of to hit those good risk to reward ratios. But we're still sitting in this SoFi until we come back to our break even. So maybe I just mark it on close some of these, my last bit of shares, but let's see if this market can start to break down and pull back in. But NVDA is continuing to just hold around these highs, and that's the thing. This is going to be my second attempt on it, and actually, I believe it's going to be my final attempt on the long on SQQ or shorting the market, because if these big names just want to continue to climb higher, then I don't want to be going against them. I told you guys that before. If you're going to be trading the Qs, look what's going on around you. You can't just hyper-focus on the market. You want to see what some of the big participants are doing and start to follow in that specific direction. So if these big names really start to break down, then we're going to be sitting in a solid position. If it cracks 3190 here in SQQ, then I'm going to get out of this trade. I know Jay Lee's in it. He's looking for 3250s, 3260s, I believe. But with this market being as strong as it is today on this recover rally, then we're definitely in tight and in tough, because we are fighting the trend here, guys. That's right. Joseph, America, we've been winning for decades. Now, yeah, I mean, you guys, with the exception of obviously hockey and some other sports, that the Canadians are good at.
He's firing shots, bro.
In that gold medal game. So, I mean, a lot of winning, but don't forget, we like to win as well, too. So there you go. Hockey, we beat you guys. I was catching heat about that one. So, I mean, but other than that, I love America, obviously. Love Canada. Love North America, I should say. Neil's ready to say something here.
Get it, Neil.
I love North America. Even Mexico. Keep it, the Gulf of Mexico, even though I love America.
So, look, these guys did a fantastic job. I'm gonna show everybody else what you already saw before I set up what is absolute super hot fire. And I'm talking hot fire. So, obviously, this is fantastic. There it is. There's Sharif. There's Joe. Absolutely knocking it out of the park. It's a great Simpsons motif.
Show us yours, Neil.
Then you got me giving that patented, like, I'm not impressed look, which apparently is what I'm always doing. And I'm telling you right now, like, when we talk about flawless execution, I don't think there's not a single person in this chat, in this stream, in this world, in this universe that can find anything wrong with this unbelievably accurate representation of
I'm
myself
gonna say no.
that you see here.
I'm gonna
it's
say
about
no.
as perfect as it gets. I don't think any of you, as far as I'm concerned, this is about as good as you can ever find it. The best part about it is, I mean, if you're gonna nitpick, and again, if you're going to nitpick, and I'm just nitpicking here, I have a little bit of gray hair, and this doesn't seem to have the gray hair in there. But outside of that,
like the shirt.
outside of that, this is absolutely perfect. So I want to shout out. I love it. It's even got my coaster, the water bottle. Everything's perfect with this. And I can't, for the life of me, I just can't figure out how it could get things so accurately. I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, AI is clearly changing the world and is never, ever screwing up in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, everybody. Back to the boys.
I had to understand what the reaction was, because when Neil went up to and looked at it, like his reaction was like, oh, hell no. I don't understand what happened. Like, I couldn't see it. I still can't see it. Now we understand. The shirt's what's off, right, Neil?
The shirt.
Yeah. Everything's fine, guys. Everything's fine.
The shirt is off.
That's what's off, guys. I don't want any other comments in the chat about anything else. Okay? All right, we love this. We're having a good time, guys.
Matt, I love it. Canada, America, let's go. Partners and friends till the end. So there it is, man. We love America. Obviously, I love America. And yeah, America. Dun, dun. But yeah, we'll leave it at that. We love it, and we love Mexico too.
I know you didn't watch. You don't like the Rockies. I've already kind of grieved about that and moved on. But in Rocky IV, one of my favorite ones, where he beats Ivan Drago. It's like capitalism against communism, East versus West, good versus evil. Obviously, that 80s kind of mentality, Reaganism. But there was a sick song by James Brown in that called "Living in America." It is fire, bro. And he does a live rendition of it, like in the movie, for the Apollo Creed fight where he dies, like the Apollo dies. Like that Creed is based on that. So the Creed movies?
Grandson.
That's his son. That's his son. Yeah.
Shout out Michael B. Jordan.
Yes, exactly.
And the Sinners. So even some more winning for America right there.
Oh, Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, man.
So that's another W right there. You guys are just talking up. We got Justin Bieber. All right.
We got Drake. I know that he is a little bit,
Twain,
right now. Weeknd.
The Weeknd.
The Weeknd is ridiculous.
Probably the best ever. Party Next Door, right? Who else are we missing?
Bang.
I don't know.
I feel like Adara's going to type in the chat right now. I have a feeling she's going to chime in with some.
Yeah, Adara, who is the best Canadian artist? Please let us know.
Oh, there she is.
I'm curious to what you think, Adara. Who is the best Canadian artist? Ooh, we got
any opinions?
We got Billy Talent as well too.
There she is. She's not talking about her favorite Canadian.
Make sure to hit the like and subscribe to join us every single day. The markets are open.
That monitor drops down right by her left there, eh, Dara? It didn't hurt when it didn't hit you or anything on the way down, right?
You got the Red Green Show as well too. Way to point that out. I'm pretty sure that's Canadian. That's some good stuff there. So yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that show in probably decades, but
I like it.
Celine Dion, yeah.
Celine Dion. How could we forget Celine Dion, bro? I mean, yeah. Well, Shania is also from Ottawa. She's Canadian.
Yeah. Ooh, Meghan Markle is half Canadian as well too. We'll throw that one up there. No?
Adara, did you want to chime in with something there? Go. That's okay. That's okay. They're good. Okay. Well, we'll send it back to her when she's ready.
We can send it back to her.
I can come back here.
She's good.
Got the Trailer Park Boys.
Sorry about that. So my argument I'm going to make here, best Canadian product, admittedly I'm still listening to Trump, so I kind of missed the whole question, but I will argue it's Degrassi. Because it gave us Drake, it gave us Aubrey Drake Graham starting on the show in 2001. It gave us Nina Dobrev. It gave us great teen soap opera icon Shanae Grimes. In later years, it gave us a ton of other actors. So I'm going to argue Degrassi is the best Canadian product, and I will stand by this. It also started in the 80s, so it's been around for like 40 years.
Next to Trailer Park Boys. It goes Trailer Park Boys, then Degrassi, and then maybe something else. I don't know. We'll figure that one out. Oh, okay. There we go. Tragically Hip. That's exactly
That's
what
another
we
good
need.
one. That's
That is
another
probably
good
one of
one,
the
man.
best. That's why we love each other. We're just.
And we forgot about Alanis Morissette. I mean, Alanis Morissette was huge in the 90s,
who that
dude.
is.
What?
It sounds good. Yeah.
What's happening over there, bro? Do I have to get up again? I was joking, but
it's
oh
good
my
stuff
God.
Over here in the Western world, we're just spitting out all-stars. It doesn't even matter.
We are spitting out all-stars.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the way it is,
got
bro.
Bad Bunny, too. I'm pretty sure is he Mexican? I don't know. I'm not gonna
Bad
get that
Bunny?
far. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. I'm not even sure, bro.
Peso Pluma.
Is he what, Colombian? What is he? He's Spanish, yeah.
I think he's Puerto Rican or something.
Puerto Rican, I think he might. I don't
Peso
even know.
Pluma, shout out Peso Pluma as well. So shout out to everybody.
Isn't that
in North America.
ironic?
But here we go, guys. We're starting to cook up here in the SQQs as we're starting to climb higher, a grind lower towards the volume weighted average price, and that's what we want to hold on for as our primary target. So there we go. Going to be patient in this one, especially because some of these big names are strong. If you see the Mag 7 bounce off a VWAP and we haven't reached there yet in the TQs, then I'm going to look to be getting out of this trade, Sharif. So there we go. We got a lot of
Joseph, I got to talk to these people, man, because, I mean, we're putting on a good show here, I think. You know, we got a couple of bangers. I know you've had a couple of bangers. And I'm looking at the like count over here. And I got to tell you, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I know the Katina man had to get aggressive with you guys in the morning to let you know that the like count is unacceptable. Let's get that like count, for goodness sake, guys. YouTube doesn't know. They don't know that you guys like the show. They don't know we're putting on bangers. They don't know we're talking about nonsense on the show. They don't know we're giving you tidbits on the Donald and all his shenanigans there with the executive cabinet. So hit that like button, guys, if you can. Hit that subscribe, share. We would be ever grateful for that. And having said that, let me say this.
The market moves like the waves,
that's why
always
you did
rolling.
it.
So stay in the game. Like, subscribe, and let's go.
I'm hiding the guns today, but you guys get it, right? Like everything's
channeling the
fine. We really appreciate it, guys. Obviously, nobody's getting aggressive. We're just joking. We're having a good time. We were high on coffee, not anything else. So yeah, if you could like and share, that'd be fantastic.
The morning show got 2,700, 3,000 likes.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, let's get.
Did I tell you about what Luca and I did?
No.
So Luca and I, what we did, we told them.
Yeah, you told
the
them.
chat.
What'd you tell them?
Said, look, we get 5,000 likes. We were at like 2,500. We get 5,000 likes. He dresses up as the Cookie Monster, and I dress up as Big Bird.
Big Bird.
And let me tell you, bro, wearing that Big Bird hat
for
3 hours, we ended up getting 8,500 likes that day. That's a fact.
8,500.
8,500. It's recorded. Everything's recorded.
Okay, so
So I'm not asking for that right now, Joseph. That's not what I'm saying.
But we gotta.
I'm saying, but we gotta get the like count up.
What can we do to reach that kind of level? What should we wear? Sharif and I. What should
we wear?
And Joseph wear? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, thank you for that, Adara. I mean, Andre, but here we go.
People are like psychoanalyzing me. Sharif is very hyper today.
Yeah.
Abnormal. It's normal to hide negative mood, though. Are you trying to say I'm in a negative mood? I'm in a great mood, baby. Are you kidding me? Today, I'm not going to mention why, but
What would you want us to do? Hide positive mood with negativity?
Yes, I think that's what he wants to see.
No.
He wants to see me happy on the inside, but to show negativity on the outside, properly to echo his own disposition.
Ooh.
You ain't going to get it from me, baby.
Get it from me.
You're going to get the good vibes from me, so step off.
GVO, but guys, listen up. It's that time, Sharif. We all know the saying, big opportunity comes with big risk. But what if that wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital up to $200,000 to trade real stocks. No CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you guys. There it is. Trade the Pool on that one. We're in the TQs. We're going to take a little bit more off the top here, guys.
Okay.
Wow. That one's really working out there, Gorov. I told you guys from the get-go, it's going to take multiple attempts to get this trade to work for us. And there we go. Stick to those rules. 3 strikes, you're out is mine. We hit it on the third one on SoFi, and now we're hitting it here on the second one. We're on base with SQQs, and we hit that home run, borderline grand slam here on SoFi this morning, and we're still sitting in that trade.
Bangers.
What an absolute, as my guy Katina, man, just coming back from the gym.
Oh, yeah.
Face slapper.
How was it, Katina, man? Always good, my man.
See, but that's the thing about the gym. I've never heard anybody come out of the gym and say, I wish I didn't do that. I've done it in training. Oh man, I wish I didn't do that.
Yeah.
But never have I ever come out of the gym and be like, oh man, that was a bad time. I wish I didn't do that.
No,
Ever.
it's always the opposite that I didn't go.
Yeah.
They lament. I don't think I've ever lamented going to the gym. I got to pause.
Yeah.
An injury.
An injury.
Then,
That's
an injury, like especially when your body wasn't feeling it and you kind of pushed it.
This is what I was telling myself for a long time, Sharif. I would rather hate going to the gym, that drive there, but as soon as you get there, then sit at home wishing I went.
Absolutely agree with that.
I would rather just go
1000% agree.
and be slightly miserable for the 15 minutes that it takes me to drive there.
That's it is.
And then as soon as I get in there, I'm like, yeah.
Your heart rate goes up, and then you forget even that you didn't want to go. You forgot that you were lazy. You don't feel lazy anymore. So that's the situation. Guys, I'm keeping my eye on these small cappers. I'm telling you, nothing is setting up the way that I like. ABEO just pulled into the 10. It breached the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 on a wick basis. It ended up closing above it. It's zigging, it's zagging with $7. I didn't work into this because clearly it was putting in lower highs, but it was also putting in higher lows, a compression pattern, but it wasn't forming as a bull flag. So I was really unsure about how to execute here, so as a result of that, I stayed clear. Now, it is showing you that it's closing above the 10. For now, we still have another 3 minutes till this candle closes, so we'll have to wait and see. But I'm interested in pulling and punching in if this one wants to give me a VWAP retracement. I mean, we haven't even glanced at VWAP since 9:45 this morning. We've barely glanced at the 10. Only on occasion. Maybe every hour or so it pulls back into the 10. Like, for example, 11 o'clock it pulls back in. 11:50 it pulls back in. Then here at 12:25 it's pulled back in. So I'd like a deeper, if it loses 7 and loses 10 on a closing basis, I'd like that 660, maybe front run it a little bit, high 60s, 69. You guys know my affinity for posting levels at that price. So, excuse me. So I'll wait for this one to pull back in a bit deeper. But ABEO, in my humble submission, does feel like the better of the small cappers on the day. Whether that remains true, we'll have to wait and see. There's others. IVF, it's up a respectable, very respectable 70%, but this has had a whole lot of trouble clearing the levels. I wonder why. Let's take a look at that pre-market high. Oh, there it is, at $3.30. Well, what's the technical high at day? $3.20. That is why I put that rule out there. These pre-market highs, they end up being, very key area of resistance that we can't shake. Oftentimes, you end up never taking the pre-market high that day. I don't know what the data is on that. I'd love to be able to collect it when there's a definable big pre-market high and it continues to trade with high volume after the bell, what the percentage likelihood that it ends up taking that pre-market high versus failing it. I'd love to know that data point for some of these small cap gappers. But IVF, it's been hard. It's been really hard. And then if you're looking at, creating or looking for a trend, we've got higher lows, man. That 330 and then that 320, then 3. So IVF's been a tougher trade. Doesn't mean that's the only thing that's trading. Your friend Neil has been in Weight Watchers today. WW, I got into this one as well. Ill-fated trade. It was my only loser on the day. WW, that is. It's zigging and zagging. It's above 1 for a little bit, then it comes back in and tests 1. So it's been another one that's, not as clear, not as clearly defined. So ABEO remains the best of the bunch for me. Let's also look at CEP, because CEP can do explosive things. We saw this thing move $5, $6 at a time. You needn't look far. Just look at the chart there for the aggressive price action. But what it's been doing is that umpteen amount of lower highs with essentially the volume weighted average price being that level of support. That's what we call a flat bottom break. Because you end up getting that descending wedge pattern with lower high, lower high, lower high, and then that flat bottom, and then usually it gives up the ghost, and then all hell breaks loose to the downside. So CEP, technically above VWAP, but not setting up in the best way. I submit to you guys ABEO. the best looking of the bunch at the moment. Bovin, my man, if there's anything else running, I'd love to hear it from you. I know that you're usually looking at this stuff anyway, and I always appreciate when you can throw some of these takers my way. I'm just looking up at the scanner at the top. Okay, another one's weaseled onto the scene, and it goes by the ticker OMH. One that we're familiar with this one. It's one that we've traded before. Let's load up OMH. Great midday breakout. Look at that volume profile, ladies and gentlemen. Making highs, the highest volume bars on the day coming in midday. That means the best trade isn't behind it yet. Now, having a look at this one even more. This one was running yesterday, hence why I said we were familiar with this one. So the price action from yesterday takes us essentially to that $4 high. Alas, today is a $3.85 high a day. So I'd like to see that 4 or at least yesterday's high get taken out. Technically, it's $3.98, but really it's $4. So I want to see that that yesterday high get taken out, because you never know. Bag holders could be holding this down and pushing it down below 4. So OMH, good breakout there midday, coming in to 385. If this takes out 4, I'm all ears and eyes. It's at 385, 386, 87. It is making highs as we speak, guys. OMH. If you're into these small cap gappers, Joseph, this one might be one.
Might be one there, brother. So yeah, really good look. Sorry, someone in the chat asked me to take a look at Tab TV Gaming. Yeah, we'll take a look at Tesla here momentarily, but we want to talk about what we got cooked up here in SoFi. You can see that we have this trade, but then now we also have the SQs as well too, guys. So that one's working out really well for us. So yeah, I mean, there we go on the SQs. A couple attempts on that one, guys. So that one's really working out. You can see that entry. I should have added to the shoulda, coulda, woulda. I'm gonna start doing that. But again, I just rather add kind of like the gym scenario we're going at. But you can see we're slowly starting to take that out. So there we go. Nice trade there on the SQs. But a look at Tesla. I know some people in the chat are asking about it, so we'll go over it. I haven't even taken a look at it today, to be honest with you. Okay. Because I honestly don't want any part of this stock right now. Right now. But what a beautiful Gorev. Look at this short signal right here. Really nice short signal. And this is what I was waiting for throughout the day. And it's unfortunate that I didn't go any heavier on my SQQ trade. I should have built in with significantly more size, but that's okay. We got that nice trade on SoFi. That's working out for us really, really well. So yeah, happy about that one. But here you go on Tesla. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. So I was referring to this key resistance zone here, guys. We all, well, not we all, but I know, I think it's, sorry, I don't want to, Day Trader Cut and Pug Life as well too. We're always looking at the options chain, and Pug Life is like, Joe, we got high levels of open interest here, and here, and I'm like, yeah, all right, you're right. It just helps. Okay, why are we trading? Why are we bouncing off these specific zones? And I believe that we have a high level of open interest here on Tesla. We'll take a look for you to see if we have any specific ranges within the week to see what we got going on. And I assume, yeah, so there we go, 300 highest levels of OI. But then when we get into that 290, 292 and a half is when we really start to run into some overhead resistance. And you can see that we have multiple touches right at that 295 roughly area. And that's where we're gonna have that open interest through all the way up to that that $300 strike price. So just keep an eye out on that stuff. I'm posting it on X, so make sure you go check that as well too. I'll do the market in the morning. Unfortunately, the platform doesn't display the open interest until the open happen, until we open up, but some underlyings do for some reason. But as soon as it opens up, I'll hit that post. So go and check it out if you're curious about the chain and where we might be trading within ranges. I'll display the open interest and what we see on that front. But let's go the TQs. Let's back towards the volume weighted average price. You can still see that we're long SQQs, so that means we're essentially short the market right now, guys, but still long SoFi.
All right, I want to tell everybody that weed is moving today. It is heading higher. MSOS, Katina, man, is at the high of the day. It's taking out 3 1/3 as a result of this headline. Dara brought you that marijuana moment. That's exactly what this source is. So this Benzinga story is linking it to marijuana moment. It reads as follows. Trump's pick to lead the DEA, says marijuana rescheduling review will be one of my first priorities on the job. Reports, again, marijuana moment. So keep your eye on that. As you can see in the background there, great looking bull flag here on MSOS. It's non-levered ETF. It's a marijuana or whatever cannabis ETF at the high day, 334, taking out that topping tail candle at 328. Excellent move here. I don't know, man, if we could see a tailwind here if now that the Republican administration is basically echoing the same type of sentiment that we heard from the Democratic administration, which is to reschedule marijuana so that it's not in the same category as fentanyl, for crying out loud, which just makes sense to me, but needs to be done. So MSOS, good look here. Now, to be fair, they didn't say anything about federal legalization, not yet anyway. We know how this stuff works, though. It's incremental. So keep your eye on MSOS or any other marijuana name. Most of them are running to the upside. So keeping an eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on OMH. It's got a topping tail candle, which we know is not operative on these small cap gappers. It's not something that, I panic about. I'd like something off 370 or close to 370. And the reason I say that is because the previous candle, the low of there is around 370. Here it is. Here's at 370 right now. Does it hold up here? The 10 exponential moving average is at 360. Let's see if we can weasel into something over here. So it did defend it momentarily. Let me see if I can get the midpoint. It's not giving me the midpoint. I'm trying to get for it. There we go. Now I got it. I will average into $3.60 on this. The idea here is for it to defend the 10 exponential moving average. It also has a previous area of support or resistance that is at around 1030 at $3.50. So maybe I have to give this a little bit more. I don't really want to, but I don't mind averaging into the 360. If it loses 360, I'll get out. And then if it wants to hold up at 350, we can have another discussion. So let's go ahead and throw that order now in the low 60s in order to get that DCA. So what am I seeing here? There we go. We're going to pick it up right there at 65. It's continuing to go down though. Aggressive selling right here. I'm going to have to flatten out if it does lose a 10 exponential. Let's see if we can get a little bit over here. There we go. So let's go throw that order in now. We're going to throw 348 and then all the way down to 340 if we lose it. So we got 66s on now. So let's go ahead and layer these orders for a pop back up. See if we can get anything on this one. 65 is now posting. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. We got to go to Adara. Hopefully when we get back, we got a couple of prints.
Keep an eye here on Ford. We have no, this is not Donald Trump. So you said just saying Trump-related headlines here. It's actually the CEO of Ford here, Jim Farley, saying that the company is going to be delaying its vehicle price hikes to see what its rivals do. So Ford not hiking prices on vehicles quite yet, just waiting to see what the company's rivals do. The cabinet meeting is continuing. Nothing of interest being said here right now. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out, obviously, on these car companies lately because they got a bit of tariff relief. Donald Trump signing that executive order. I didn't have an opportunity yet to read the story because I had a dental appointment this morning, but signing an EO essentially to give them some relief. The duration and the nature of it, I'm still unaware of, so I don't want to speak about that now. I'm still I'm still nursing this trade right now on OMH. I've got 66s. It's showing me 63s. I'm looking at wetting the beak at 69. I'm looking for a defend of this $0.50. We'll see what we get here. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We caught that fill just before the market dumped right here at 32.45. I got 10% of my position left here. So, I mean, yeah, really good look. If I get stopped out break even, then by all means, I'm not going to be upset about that one because I want some of these big names to continue to climb higher. So, yeah, there's that. Here we are. We're coming into it. There we go. What's my average there? 13s. We print 14s. There we go. I'll just hop out. That's no biggie. A little 10% there before it comes back into my break even. And if this market wants to rally, then by all means. But you can see that was a really, really nice trade here on SQQ's entry number 2 on that one, and then pop all the way up to the top side. Just back into towards SoFi. Hopefully we broke these highs. Oh, what an added spot. I'm too late on the ad. I should have focused on this. Maybe right at the volume weighted average price. You can see that we had multiple touches of it, but we're getting some volatility here in the market. I'm pretty sure Dara might have reported something on that, but I just stepped away for a second. But you can see here multiple holds of the volume weighted average price here on SoFi, and we're still down roughly about 6% on the day. So there could be some room to run here. And if this market wants to squeeze and climb higher, I mean, Apple just put in a new high a day, Sharif. NVDA is heading back towards there. Boom says,
get it, Katina Man.
You know what? You know what's crazy?
What?
Someone asked, who is Katina Man?
Oh.
Yeah, and I said, pardon?
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean.
We got, to be fair to them, we got newer viewers all the time, and his name is Sean, technically, so.
Technically.
Yeah. But, you know, around these parts, you know, for me anyway, he's known as the Katina
Man. Yeah, and I mean, by all means, he's enjoying his lunch right now. Throw him up there.
Yeah. He's trying to wave to everybody. Andre?
And we're going to be like, there he is.
There's my guy.
Get
it, Katina Man. How's the food? You want to show him the food real quick, Katina Man? No, he doesn't want to show the food.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't want to, bro.
Hey, man.
Look, bro, the Katina Man giveth, and he taketh away.
Good, man.
Right?
Show the food. Show the food, man.
It's a half-eaten plate. He's already polished it off, baby.
Save some for me, brother, because I will be eating up a storm. Sharif tried to steal my lunch yesterday.
I didn't mean to, bro. This guy's talking smack. I took his plate accidentally, and then I loaded in some more chicken, right? So then he's like, you took my plate. I'm like, Joe, I loaded it with chicken. Make sure to unload the chicken that I took.
Make sure you put some,
right?
There it is, right there.
Shout out to Joe, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
man, I need my protein, man. Look, we're getting these sessions every day, Joseph. The muscles are not going to grow on their own, baby.
They're not going to grow them dang selves. That's for sure.
How's your plate, Joe?
How is it? Oh,
yeah, Andre wants to know, bro.
I'm eating it now. Yeah, exactly. I would eat Katina Man's.
What a guy! What a guy! Not Katrina, 11-man army. Katina. It's his last name. He's Italian. Right? Yeah. Get it, Katina.
Italian. So there we go. Apple working out for us. We're continuing to climb higher. We're all out of that SQQ trade there, guys. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Jeez, I don't even know what day it is anymore. But here we go. Still sitting in this trade here on the on SoFi, working out really, really well for us. So I mentioned we've been in this trade for almost 3 hours now. We got in at 10 o'clock, and we're gonna sit on it until otherwise. We don't have too much left there, Sharif. Only a couple percentage points there, but we'll hold on to it just to make it a pretty picture.
All right. The Piper and I have been talking, and he's telling me the spread that he's seeing on OMH, and I've been telling him the spread that I see. And he's telling me 20 pennies. So, Piper, I want you to look over here, brother. You see that? That is the ask side. 63s. You see that? That's the bid side. So you got a 2-penny spread right now on OMH. It ain't 20, baby. So what I asked you in the chat was, which broker are you using? Because sometimes these brokerages, they'll only use 1, maybe 2 gateways. And so maybe the spread on that gateway is what's giving you trouble. I don't know. I don't know what brokerage you're using. I don't know what access or permissions you have on that. So let me know, brother, but it's certainly not a 20-penny spread. It's a 1-penny spread right now. I'm talking about OMH, guys. Small cap gapper up 18.5%. We got 66s on with this one. It's showing me 60. So we're 6 pennies out of the money. I'm looking for this to hold up. I want to defend it into the volume weighted average price, but I don't want to get too aggressive too quickly. We've already added twice, so I'm keeping my eye on that. Weight Watchers, right back into that. Where is my WW chart? Did I take it off? I think I might take it off, so we'll throw it back on. I believe this is the NY. Is it NY? No, I'm incorrect about that. It is NQ. Allow me a second, guys. Sorry. Here it is. Weight Watchers is breaking out. So I just looked at in the nick of time. It's at 108 right now. That is the high of the day. There's all sorts of size right now posted at 108 right now. From what we can see, it looks to be about maybe 5,000. It's getting taken out. All that size, the thousands there just turned into hundreds. So a big buyer just came in, but now it can't shake that 3 1/4. Now that's dropping to 3 on ARB and ARCX. Those are different gateways, guys. That size got taken out. It is now a 110 high day right now on WW as it continues to move up. Good look on Weight Watchers, guys. Good look on Weight Watchers, guys. Sorry, I didn't know what that was. So keep an eye out on that. Get it, Adara. Just keeping an eye on this 110 level. There's a lot of size posted. So initially it was 108. Now it's 110. But we've seen this story before with Weight Watchers. Very thickly traded. Very heavy ask, as you can see there. on the level of two.
Let it out, man.
Hold on.
Right.
Very heavy ask, right? Yeah, I thought, whatever, fine, it's fine. All right, I suck. But anyway, 110 high a day right now, guys, on WW. Keep your eye out on that one. Let's see if it can stay above $1 for a minute here. It's been zigging and zagging with that buck, but keep an eye on that. Joseph, we're still involved in OMH. We're doing it freaking live. I've put my orders there for a pop-up. We're getting respect for the 10, but we're not getting higher highs on OMH. So that does concern me. So the previous candle high, 368, current candle high, 366. Adara has news at the big desk.
TSLA actually making a bit of a move here. It is worth noting Elon Musk was just speaking here during Trump's cabinet meeting. Now, I don't want to say anything because, of course, we want to wait to see if things are moving the markets. But it is worth noting Donald Trump thanked Elon for his remarks, said, oh, you're welcome to stay here or be here as much as you want, but we know you have to get back to your cars. So Tesla making a little bit of a move up here. We know during his earnings call for Tesla that Elon said he will be spending, quote, significantly less time at DOGE or the Department of Government Efficiency. That role is why he's at this cabinet meeting. But either way, a little bit of volatility here on TSLA as we get comments about, I guess, Elon Musk being invited to stay at DOGE and with the cabinet as long as he likes. Back to you.
Good stuff there. I want to cover this real quick because I think it's really important to be able to identify these. We talk about volume price analysis all the time and why we specifically take these trades.
Yep.
I showed you why I went on short here the market on this specific candle right here. I tried on this one. But I want us to know, aside from all of that, look at the result in this candle right here, Sharif, but then look at the volume. Look at the effort, right? So that can just explain to me, like when I see that, exactly, that's exactly what that is. That's what we can classify as an anomaly because the result, the candle print is engulfing everything, but then we have no effort resulting in that. So that's not a genuine move to me, and that's where you can see the market is starting to pull back a little bit as well too. So we have constructed that lower high. If we break, I definitely want to see that volume step in. But when you see massive engulfing candles like this and low volume, that might be a fake out.
All right. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm still waiting, guys, here on OMH. I'm break even on it now. I didn't add anything else, but it's worrying me. I got to tell you the truth. We're not putting in higher highs. We are finding respect or support. I mean by that. When I say respect, I mean it's bouncing off a key level. So meaning it's using it as support for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. But the previous candle high is not being taken out. And my outs are above the previous candle high. So it does concern me. Now it's a 1 penny spread again on OMH. It had opened up to about 4. So shout out to my man, the Piper. Certainly wasn't 20, brother, but it got as wide as 4. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But guys, VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached $678 million US. Guys, that's up 70% year over year and up 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting obviously robust demand and improving sales execution. 97,000 EVs delivered in the year of 2024, including 53,000 in Q4 alone. That's a 192% increase, guys, year over year, underscoring the traction across core and new markets for VinFast. Progress on global expansion as well continues to move. 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March 2025, including both VinFast-owned and dealer-operated locations. So you're getting the best of both worlds there. Green mobility ecosystem as well as part of their core missions, which they've continued to deploy green charging infrastructure and growth of their GSM electric ride-hailing services in key Asian markets to drive along long-term adoption. Shout out to the great folks there at VinFast. And maybe that was what I needed, because boom, we take out all those levels on my man OMH. We're doing it freaking live up here. Now I'm waiting at 82s, Joseph Wilson. Let's see if we can get something up there. We've still got shares on here on OMH, doing it well. We got 61s on now, giving us a bit of a buffer. And that previous candle high, well, you probably guessed it already got taken out. So the deal is, anything now below $3.55, I'm Gonzino. It's going to have to hold up at that level. And boom again, Joseph Wilson, taking out 82s. Now we're going to wait at 95s. What's the deal? You're going to take out 95s? That necessitates a high day break because the current high day is 392. So we're doing it on this one. We're going to continue to do it on OMH. I wanted to bring you this guy, this one over here because it has a good move under it. And again, guys, this one started moving midday. It didn't have its best trade in the pre-market. It didn't have its best trade at the open. That makes a difference for these small cap gappers. It does. It's not a big tech, a Mag 7 name where everybody knows about it and it's perennially, in vogue. No, these ones are only in vogue for a hot minute. They're around for a good time, not a long time, Joseph.
Dang, there it is, man. Well said.
Thank you.
All right, Elon Musk. Again, I'm sorry for the old delay there, my friend. But we're gonna go over some UNH. I know that you have some calls on this name, and it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure you said they're leaps or something along those lines, but now you know that they're not working out good. I think if I recall, you said you're around 540s or anything, or something along those lines. So what can we do in the meantime to kind of just mitigate this loss? It's not going to be anything drastic, right? Capital appreciation will always exceed premium received, but what we can do is just kind of get you back to just chipping away, even if it's a couple percentage points, into those unrealized losses. And I believe you answered your question perfectly, right? Like, just start selling a month out, right? If you have that leap, just start selling a month out, some premiums against that, right? You can just do the poor man's covered call essentially on that front. You have the contracts, so just start selling premium against them. It's tough, that gap down. It's a really, really not a good look. And you always have the option to just get out of the trade and realize the loss as well too, but you may as well try to mitigate it for right now until you get closer to expiration. So there you go. I think you have the right idea. Just start selling some premium. You're probably not going to collect that much right now, but it's better than nothing, right? And you have to kind of look at it like that from a hedge standpoint. At least you're not going to be realizing 100% of the loss, even if it's 90, 85, 80% of it. It's better than nothing, and I think that's kind of the case that you're in. And it's happened to me. So don't feel any type of way about that because it's just really part of the game, as I like to say. But other traders in the chat are asking for very, very key stuff. Joseph, what are the expected moves on tonight's earnings? I love it. So let's pull this up. We're going to go over some of these key moves right here. Let me pull up my trusty site, and then we're going to get into Robinhood, because they report, and you know who is in this name for the long term here, guys. Your boy, JD Dubs. They used to call me Dubs back in high school.
Yeah,
Dubs,
I like that. Yeah, because of Wilson, obviously.
Dubs, right? So there we go. Excuse me. So yeah, we're looking at, sorry, one more time. We're looking at an 11.6 expected move here on Robinhood this evening. So that can put us at a high of roughly around 53.02 and a low of around 41.06. What is that telling us for all our straddle traders? We need to exceed this move in order to become really profitable. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck with these stagnant options contracts. And then eventually, if you're buying that at the money straddle and you don't exceed it, then eventually the volatility decay will just chew up the value of your contracts. And that's not fun. Volatility decay in the value of them and time decay, that is not fun, all right? So that be cautious of that one there. So that is Robinhood. Let's see what else we got going on today. I guess one of the higher anticipated ones here is Meta Platforms, guys. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, we're going to get into the Playmaker poll in 7 minutes there, Stevenson. Don't think we forgot about that. So about a 7.3 expected move here in Meta. It's going to put us at a high of around 577 and a low of around 498. All right, now on to the next one, the soft one, Sharif. Soft, yes, sir. Microsoft. Let's see what we got going on this front. About a 4.3% expected move, a high of 407 and a low of 377. And then we got one more here, QCOM. Okay. Qualcomm, what are you up to, and what are you giving? Too, very much important one as well there. So that's what we want to focus on. 6.2% in either direction, a high of 155 and a low of 136.
I want to throw something in here because you brought up Qualcomm, so it jogged my memory.
Absolutely.
So Apple, I was telling you about the iPhone 17 before we got on the show. And Apple will be dropping their, I think it's called the C1 or C8, something like that, their own modem chip now, Joseph.
Modem chip.
They've been using Qualcomm for years. In fact, they did extend the contract with Qualcomm, to be fair, but they're taking the opportunity to use the new Air, which hasn't been announced, the iPhone Air, to throw in their own chip. So I am worried a little bit about maybe some headwinds coming in for QCOM. We have to wait and see. Again, they've got a multi-year deal still locked in with Apple. I think they locked in a 2 or 4 year deal last year. But that doesn't mean that Apple can't weasel in their own chip, which we know that they were doing. That's what they were doing. So Apple looking at dropping their own. We're not talking about the M1 or the A chip. That's the CPU. We're talking about the modem chip, which has been supplied by Qualcomm for as long as I can remember anyway, Joseph. So thank you for bringing that up. I just want to mention
valid point there. DEFCON 1, the thing is, though, with options, man, when you're in them in the aftermarket, there's no way of getting out and dropping the other one, right? You're in for that ride. I mean, come market open, you can obviously close the positions, but other than that, you got to sit in that for that duration throughout that whole post market to see if anything else, what isn't working, you can't get out of it prematurely, and that's unfortunate. Well, there is ways. But then I don't know how it would necessarily work with a straddle. So I'll use this as an example. So I buy this call going into earnings. I believe that the underlying asset's going to appreciate. And then boom, we get that expected move. We exceed that expected move, but wait, I can't close my contract to lock in those profits. But what you can do if you have the capital is you can now short 100 shares, right? Or however many contracts you have. 5 contracts, 100 times 5, 500 shares, and that will lock you in that specific price. Well, Joe, how does that lock in that specific price? Well, now you have an asset that gained, appreciated in price. And then what you can do is you can lock it in by shorting it. So now what happens is if the underlying goes down, the short shares will appreciate, right? And then your long contract will also depreciate it, but it's still locking in that specific amount of unrealized gains, if you guys understand what I'm saying and how that works. Max taught me that. It's funny because he was telling me, we were talking a couple weekends ago, and he was telling me, he's like, oh man, I had this in the market. And I'm like, dude, why didn't you do what you taught me? Is if you want to lock in gains, and the same thing on the put side, if you have a contract that just absolutely goes on a run in the post market, you can sell those shares. And the same thing for a put. You have a contract that the underlying dumps. You have this put contract. You want to lock it in. You can just buy those shares as well too, and that's how you lock in those specific those unrealized profits. Yeah. So yeah, DEFCON 1. Yeah, and Brandon Townsend. There we go. That's exactly what it is. And when Max told me that, because I was telling him about some contracts that I had, and he's like, yeah, dude, you could have just sold shares against it and locked in on that specific price, but you had unrealized. And I'm like, what? Oh yeah, that makes sense, right? So hopefully I explained it well for you guys, and you get a good understanding of what's going on. But now, so we've taken we've taken some key steps here. So what we did is we identified what's going on from an earnings standpoint. We looked at the expected move, the implied move here in some of these names. Now what's the next step? Let's take a look at our options chain to see where we have these high levels of open interest. So we're going to go through those same names. All right, we're going to go through those same names, but we're going to go and look and see what I can identify on the options chain as well too. Let me get this down here and pull up our SoFi. We're still grinding here in SoFi. So first things first, let's pull up Meta. What is Meta telling us on this week's expiration cycle? Where do we have the highest levels of open interest? I told you that can put us around a high of 550, I believe, with our expected move. Okay. And that's where we kind of got the highest levels of open contracts right now, Sharif. That's at that 550 strike price. I have to go significantly higher. Oh, okay, 600. There's 8,000. But I don't think we get up there, and I could totally be wrong. If this report's an absolute banger, then we can definitely get up to 600. But that's looking like max pain. So we got that going on there. That's what I want to see on the call side. I'm going to aim for around 550 right now because that's where we have the highest levels of open contracts. To the downside, 500. Roughly, we got 4,000, so nothing outstanding there. And then we're going to take a look at Microsoft. What is Microsoft telling us? And that is going to be around that 4. The first highest level is going to be 400, right, with 6,000 open contracts. And then we have to go all the way up to 415 to see another 6,000 open contracts. Now, what do we see to the downside? 380 may be a potential low with 5,000 open contracts, and then 370 with 3,000 as well too. So that is Microsoft and Meta we went through. And then what is my good friend Robinhood telling us here as well too, Sharif? At that 50 strike, thank you. At that 50 strike price, 18,000 open contracts. So that can come in as some potential resistance. And then if we go to the downside, the next highest level is going to be at that 45.
Sorry, can you keep going?
Yeah, that $45 strike price. I know you got to send them something. So yeah, let's see what else we got going on. Word. Joe, I buy legs that strangles independently, bail on the losing leg because sometimes even when it goes toast, the other side apes so hard it won't matter. Exactly, and that's kind of the game plan, right? When you're playing straddle strangles, you want the opposite side or whatever side to just kind of appreciate and outweigh the other one, and you'll be able to save some stuff with volatility. Most, I am sure, only have options level 1 on their broker, so they will only be able to go long puts and calls or run covered calls on shares.
That's actually
that
true.
OIV
Most people
crushes those positions on ERs. Yeah, I think so. I think I agree with that one on that front. And yeah, I mean, that's it, guys. This market continuing to climb higher. I'm glad the TQs are starting to rebound a little bit as well. So hopefully NVDA is continuing to climb, and it is. I haven't looked at IBIT too much. It's unfortunate. It got hit really hard this morning, and it's just moving eastward here now. So somewhat of a decent recovery, but you can see that we're not even anywhere relatively close to where we were. And some of these bigger names are recovering significantly stronger on that front. Sounds good, Sharif. Before I send it back to you, my friend, I want to get this in ASAP. We are going 62% long, so I want to document the Playmaker poll before I send that back because that is what we do. All right, are you ready for it?
I'm ready, man.
Yeah, whoa, hold on.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready,
87,
right?
we're almost at your favorite number. Stay ready. Exactly. And that's what UFC fighters do. They're just always ready. The real ones are just always ready just in case that phone rings.
I like that.
And they're prepared. All right, talk to me.
549.67.
549.67.
We're taking profits at 551.67.
67. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 67, yeah. And then we're getting stopped out, 548.67.
Dang, bless you.
Guys, OMH just hit $4. It did reject 4. I did wet the beak there at 95s. I'm long 58s. I'm thinking 411. You know, I'm looking for a decent amount of room for something to spike up above 4, but to actually end up rejecting 4. So here we are. There's not that much size posted on the level 2 here at 4, yet it's holding up. So clearly an iceberg order, otherwise known as a hidden seller, guys, that can hide their order. Here we go. We're about to take them out again. We've taken out all the levels. Boom! Into the high, Joseph Lawson. All right, man. Doing it live here on OMH. It's continuing to go.
You got a slapper on.
Not that's not a bad one, eh?
No, that's a good one.
That's not a bad one. All right, guys. OMH, good look. I tried to tell you. This one is going today. It is up 35% and continuing to go. Guys, it doesn't even have that much volume yet, and there's a reason for that, because it's a newer trade. It just started trading to the high side, I want to say around midday, maybe 12:30. Like, look at the volume bars there. You had nothing at 9:30 all the way to about 12:15, and you didn't even have the biggest volume bar till right now, 1 o'clock. That's when you're getting your biggest volume bar of over 700,000 shares. I love these midday trades that start, you know, getting the volume and the price action, not at the open. Adara, what's up?
Both Coca-Cola and Pepsi pushing a little bit lower here. RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who of course leads the Department of Health and Human Services, currently speaking at Trump's cabinet meeting, which is still happening. And basically what he said here is that he's working with the leader of the Department of Agriculture to get soda and candy off of food stamps. Mondelez didn't really move on this, or some other names here that produce candy or snacks, but some of these soda companies did. Keep an eye on KDP, PEP, and KO. Again, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is saying that he and the Health and Human Services Department are working to get soda removed from the food stamps. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, I got to start listening. I thought I muted it, Adara, so I forgot that I muted it, and I thought the meeting was over. Yeah, it's Doug Burgum sitting left of on the right of Marco Rubio. Then we have RFK. That's obviously Linda McMahon, the education secretary. So all the heavyweights are there. They're all hanging out and talking up a storm while the press watches, which is what this guy likes to do, man. I mean, we all saw the Zelensky thing in the Oval Office. He's just negotiating in the open, stuff that would have never been said, you know, out loud or in the open or to the media. This is just normal stuff for this administration. So you can either love it or hate it, but it's here. So let's deal with it. So I'm out on this one at 411. It did work up into 418 high a day. It's below my exit right now. What I want to see is a test of the previous area level. So it wasn't $4. It was around 390. So let's see, number one, does it hold 4? So if it does, we'll use 4 as that level of support. If it doesn't, I'm looking for a dip trade again here on OMH at around 390. This is my thinking on this one. It's up 33%. Again, not really big percentage winners today. We haven't had too many of those lately, like the heavy triple-digit winners we've got, I think, last month and the month before that. But that doesn't mean that we can't trade these small cap gappers, and that doesn't mean that they're not active midday. They are. I submit to you, we've been doing it live here, baby, the last couple of days on this one, so we'll keep an eye on that. What else we got here, Joseph? We got some stuff. Let's bring in the side chart and see what's good.
Let's see what's good there.
Let's see what's good. Weight Watchers did lose $1. So shout out to my man Bovin bringing this to my attention. Excuse me. On this one, let me just load it up. So WW did lose $1. Again, Bovin, I don't know how you feel about this one, man, but I feel like this has been a choppy trade on Weight Watchers. It hasn't been really respectful of key levels like $1, VWAP, etc. It's been marching to the beat of its own drum. At least that's been my perception of it. Moreover, when it does break key levels, it's almost always bound to retrace. Here's the case in point. Pre-market high, 6 a.m., retraces all the way back down, makes another high at the open, retraces all the way back down. You guys get the drift, right? It just did it. $1.13, now it's below $1 at 99 pennies. So Weight Watcher is a bit of a tougher move here. Shout out to Tisha. I appreciate you, Tisha, on that. OMH is a good look on the day. Tisha, look at this. I mean, the volume bars are just coming in, Tisha. I mean, they weren't running in the pre-market. They weren't running at the open. So there's a lot of volume coming in midday, and I happen to like that kind of setup a bit better. We'll keep an eye out on that one. CEP as well. So I haven't mentioned this one since we were executing on it earlier, but it's calmed the hell down. In addition to calming the hell down, it's giving you that higher low, higher high situation. All right, that's the good news. That's a good side of the analysis. What's the bad side? We're still putting in lower highs. So this still feels like it could be a flat bottom break through VWAP. Listen to this for a second. So we keep putting in these lower highs, as you can see. So area high at 42, another area high at 40.50, yet another area high at 39. All the while, it's been finding support at around 36.50, give or take, sometimes going into 36. So CEP, it's giving you that nice move off the volume weighted average price, putting in higher lows and higher highs since 12.20. However, if you're looking for that breakout trade, looking to take it through 40, be careful with that because it does tend to put in lower highs, and by extension of that, it will reject that key technical level if it is to continue to do the same thing. So CEP, not a bad look. OMH is the one that I'm more concerned about right now. It did wick below 4. As you guys can see there, it did drop below 4, but quick as you freaking like, man. Right back up into 411. So it's zigging and zagging right now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Tisha, she's not feeling CEP. She's like, shake my head, terrible. Yeah, I feel you, Tisha. I mean, if you caught this one on the wrong side, it could have been a choppy mess. I definitely agree with you there, especially with the lower high situation, Tisha, because every time you think, all right, we're making that move back into highs, only to get that lower high and to move back down. Unless you're averaging in aggressively, you're likely out of the money. I'm not talking about you, Tisha. I mean, generally, if you're trading this and trying to take it as a breakout trade. So that's all I'm looking at right now, guys. ABEO was another one we were involved in heavily. Where the hell is it? There it is. It's losing the 10. I think it's losing the 20 as well. These are moving averages. When I say the 10 and the 20, I mean moving averages. I'm a buyer likely here, Joseph, at 6 1/3, because that's where the volume weighted average price is on ABEO. If it comes in to that 6 1/3, it holds up there. I'm a buyer. We'll do it live. We'll take it long, and we'll see what the situation is. But look at this. OMH taking out highs yet again. This should have been a buy. Buy me at $4. Shut the hell up, Sharif. Take the trade. 424 high a day. At zigging and zagging right now in the low 20s. Something tells me that 24 ain't going to hold for long. It's now 25, my favorite number. 27s now. I stand corrected. Fantastic look, guys, on OMH, putting in higher highs.
Yeah, good stuff there, DJ, my guy. We're having a good time here in the chat.
Oh, my highs.
Oh my God.
Get it, Adara.
Yeah, who's that? Oh,
Adara.
There we go. Adara with the point. All right, guys, a really good look here. It's unfortunate that I missed this trade again. But if you go across the board, you can see that a lot of the big names failed to put in a new high. So we put in a lower high. And we have another indecision print. So at the crack of that 470, you could get that move. And I think on this move, we are going to breach it. But now I don't want to skew my RVR on this one. Jaylee, hopefully you're still still long SQs. Because, yeah, this would have been a really, really good prime time entry right here. And as you can see, we're starting to head towards the lows. You can go across the board and see that the Meg just couldn't construct a new high. So that's a solid short, potential short signal. So you can see that lower high right there. And then let's go to Microsoft as well too. You can see same thing, lower high. And this is what I'm referring to, right? It's either we're going to construct a new one or put in that lower high. And you can see that right there, Microsoft doing that exact same thing. And with the likes of a couple other tickers as well. So that just adds more conviction. I told you when multiple tickers and multiple big names are doing the same thing, then that can add some more conviction within the setup. So that was the game plan and a really nice short as some of these, Amazon is now through the volume weighted average price. NVDA is right at the volume weighted average price. Microsoft as well too. So there you go. Unfortunate that we missed that additional entry, but it is what it is. We'll maybe wait for another pullback, but if we construct a third lower high, then you can definitely believe that we're going to head into some key support levels. And I think that's going to be the narrative of today's session, especially with GDP coming in significantly cooler than what is expected. So, and I mean, going back to the conversation of, I said to Katina, man, I don't think the market makes all-time highs. And I think with the R word just continuously looming, the chances are in my favor. The probability is in my favor, I think, on that one. And I just don't see it. So what I was thinking here, Sharif, is if I go to the likes of Meta, right?
Yep.
The chances are the market putting in a new all-time high without these big names participating is very slim. And you got to look at Meta from a percentage metric. So we're down 27%, right? Yep. So what is that? Again, we needed a 50% increase from where we're currently sitting at to put in a new all-time high just to get back to that level, right? So is Meta going to go up 50% in the year? I don't personally think so. And if we're going to continue to go down the line, NVDA is still down with the likes of close to 30%, probably down 25% still at this point. So the same with Meta here. So you can see 30%. Are we going to hit that level? I mean, if a stock's down 50%, you essentially need it to double just to get back to that all-time high. And I don't think we're going to see that in this year. I could eat my words, but I just don't think we're going to see that type of appreciation in the names, especially coming off of two back-to-back 20% years.
All right, I'm not going to make any assessments on all-time highs, but I want to say something that you and I were talking about off camera. What I was telling you today when I came in, I saw that negative GDP print.
You've seen the print.
And we know what a recession is. It's 2 consecutive quarters in a technical sense, whether people categorize it like that or not. But in a technical sense, a recession is 2 negative quarters in a row. So we got one. Right? Okay. Or is it on the month or the quarter?
I think it was the quarter. It was
Adara. Was the GDP
expected.
print for the month or the quarter this morning? Okay, Adara's going to talk about it in a second. We're going to send it to her.
How the GDP prints work is it's going to be an estimate for the quarter. So what happens is it's going to be for the previous quarter. You get 3 estimates. The final estimate, which happens at the very end of the next quarter, is going to be the final print. So for example, for Q4, we got our last Q4 estimate in March, if that makes sense. So of course, in April, we start with our first Q1 estimate. Now, again, we've had Donald Trump saying that the Q1 estimate could not really be attributed to his team because I guess there was a little bit of overlap there at the start of the month between the administrations, start of the month of January, I mean. But basically how this is going to work is we're not going to get a final Q1 print until June, which is when you get the final estimate of the Q1 print. So yeah, again, just pretty confusing here, but each month we're going to get a different estimate. It's all going to be for the same quarter until the next 3-month cycle begins. Back to you. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you very much for that, Adara, and great explanation there, letting us know exactly how it works. So what I was saying to Joseph earlier was statistically, the market bottoms before we actually get that technical recession. So we obviously saw lows, whether that's a bottom or not. We're not trying to make pronouncements. We're just giving facts here. The market will tend to bottom before we actually realize the recession. So if we are to get a recession, I'm not saying we will, if this quarter ends up coming out negative once we get the final print, and then the subsequent quarter does the same thing, and then we've got those 2 negative quarters in a row, what statistically is more likely is we make that bottom in the market before we actually realize a recession. So I think, that kind of puts me a little bit at ease, not fully at ease. Obviously, nobody really likes to hold into a recession, and I can completely understand that. But knowing that piece of information kind of helps me sleep a little bit better at night. I just want to mention, or go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say one thing. I believe that the market's baked in the possible effect of these tariffs. Has the market priced in a potential recession just yet?
That's a great question.
Right?
That's a great question. But if you have to make the assessment that if it's statistically probable that the recession is after the market bottom, then in the past, would they have not priced in the recession already?
Okay, so
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. So you're thinking that it could be baked in possibly with...
It's so hard to know.
It's hard
to know, right?
Absolutely.
All right, guys, I'm back into OMH, and I've taken several prints so far. We took a beak wetter there. I'm long 03s. I took a beak wetter at 7s, 11s, and then 15s. Now I'm going to wait for a high day break, okay? And I'll stop out, guys, below $4. I'm not going to... I put my out actually at 392 because I based it on the 5-minute candle at 105, the low of the 5-minute candle at 105, which is 392. It's showing me 20s. 27 is the high day. There is a seller here at 20. An aggressive seller, nothing posted again, like always, not always, but a lot of the times on the level 2. So it is an iceberg order right now, is my estimation. I'm posted here for an offer at 33s. So we have to take out 27s, obviously, for me to get printed. Let's see if this one gets aggressive to the high side. I feel this is both lagging again, with the high end of the range obviously being the high a day and the low end being about $4, give or take. So let's see which way the cookie crumbles over here. Anything below 4, I'm flattening out. It dropped down into 403. Again, anything below 4, I'm not giving this to 392. 392 was when I had size on. Now we've got one more beak wetter, so we're gonna let this one go. OMH, it's the gift that keeps on giving for now, but it will taketh away if you stay in it too long. They're around for a good time, not a long time. I sound so repetitive, but I don't care. Here we go. Took out 20s. Now it's at, I think it just popped into 25s. Can we take out 27s? We're showing 23s here on the level 2, 25s now on the level 2. We're 2 pennies away from the high a day. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Seller at 25, a bigger seller at 25 as it holds up at that level. It's still putting in higher lows though. Each of the last 3 5-minute candles on OMH has a higher low. So good buying there. Here we go. 30s flattening out. Boom on OMH. On 30. Yeah, I took 30s. I didn't take 33s. Full disclosure. Technical high day, Joseph. 433. So I wouldn't have got printed.
Oh.
Because it didn't cross. So I'm happy that I took flattened out there. Get it, Tisha. She said OMH got room to 471, then 496. 398 needed to hold. It certainly did, Tisha. $4 held, not on a wick basis, obviously, but on a closing basis. All 3 of the last 5-minute candles have closed above 4. Keeping my eye on this one still.
Yeah, good look there. So, okay, so sports and stonks, Joseph, I'm reloading SQQs. Test 3270 with the stop of 3228. All right, yeah, I like that idea. We're starting to kind of squeeze right now, just kind of going back towards we are. So hopefully you don't get stopped out. We are getting really, really close to that. I mean, we're a penny away from your stop, but just be cautious, right? Like, so what we can, I don't want to do that actually. So what we can see here, is that we're starting to squeeze back up. I mean, the volume isn't there. It's just a nice bounce off of the volume weighted average price. So as Obi likes to say, and those VWAP buyers stepping in, tomorrow is prices. Exactly.
Bang.
You remember exactly what I said the other day, and I'm glad that you're paying attention to that stuff. So yeah, tomorrow is absolutely priceless. And here we go. So if we fail to crack this high, then there might be another potential short here that could set up. So if we put in another lower high, what we can do is just do our basic TA and just go from point to point here and see where that's going to lead us. So if we get a kind of a retest of up to these specific levels and then head back lower, then that will be the case, and then maybe there can be an additional short. But really what I was looking at is the crack of this with a re-entry right here, risk profile defined at the break of the high of this candle, just a little bit above it, and then you get that move slightly just above the volume weighted average price. So that was a really, really good trade that we missed out on. But I mean, hey, we took a nice one on the SQs, shooting a 50% accuracy, being positive on that trade is good. And I told you guys I shot like a 30% accuracy on SoFi this morning and still profitable on the day. So there's that one. Oh, that's TQs. I want SQQ just to display what was going on. Same thesis, guys, right? So using the low as my stop off of this specific candle, we get stopped out. Wait a couple minutes. Patience is extremely key, and that's when we get right back into the trade. And that second opportunity was equally as good, if not better. And unfortunately, we didn't take advantage of that one. But again, you can't catch them all, even though like Ash says, you got to catch them all, or if whoever says, Sharif, I'm not too sure cut that pun, but I don't know if it was necessarily a pun, but it was a Pokemon reference.
Okay,
right? Yeah,
I gotta hear it again. I know it's a little anticlimactic.
You can't.
Yeah, my bad.
You gotta get it. But anyway, that one's over.
I don't know Pokemon that well, bro. I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. I know Pikachu, and that's the only one that I know from the bunch.
Yeah,
here.
Blastoise.
Can I tell you the theory about that? Did I tell you this before?
No.
So Pokemon, you gotta go.
Oh yeah.
Let's tell everybody.
What was that?
Geographing.
Yeah, it was like what was that? It was like the catch 'em all. It was a Pokemon Go, I think.
Yes, exactly.
Pokemon Go, yeah.
So Pokemon Go, widely speculated now to have been like this app so that you can create a very detailed geolocation by having people actually go to the location and getting precise details, both pictures and GPS data. So like they did it and then they sell the data, right? It's brilliant.
Sure, I remember just like watching that stuff. That thing was absolutely crazy. People just like, you knew who was playing the game because they're in the most random spots. And it's like, what are you doing here? And it's like they're trying to catch something. But
all right, Joseph. In sports playing, flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, baby, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer and get 2% cash back up to $300. We're going ahead, Daryl.
Okay, so keep an eye here on this market. The cabinet meeting, which is still happening, is now having Q&A, so people can ask questions of Donald Trump and his team. First question went to Marco Rubio, so nothing super market moving here, but now people are trying to ask Trump questions. Trump said he expects the questions to be civil. Back to you.
Yeah, here it is. Thank you, Adara, for letting us know. They're asking Marco Rubio about El Salvador, not really important for our purposes, but the point is, to tell you is, the wild cards are now here. They're going to ask him pointed questions. Whether it had anything to do with what was discussed at the cabinet meeting or not has never held these reporters back. They have an agenda. They want to ask him specific questions, likely about the economy. All I've been seeing lately is his polls are 30-some-odd% with respect to the economy, so I think they're probably going to drill home about that. If that is the case, we may get some comments that move the market, so definitely be on the lookout now. It's like when Jerome Powell's finished doing his prepared speech, and then the wild card comes in from the press row. So that's what we're doing. Donald right now taking questions from reporters. We'll obviously have Adara at the big desk covering everything. I've got it up on the side screen over here, not like I'm following every word, but yeah, wild card time possibly in now. So keeping an eye on that. Guys, I'm all done my trade on OMH. I feel good about this exit, Joseph. I didn't get exact high day, but we were awfully close. It is losing $4 now. Okay, so here's a technical breach of the whole dollar psychological sport. Mind you, though, it's still above the 10 EMA on the 5. It's still above VWAP, so we haven't given up the ghost quite yet. If this holds above VWAP, I'm back in. If it shows buyers are stepping in at the volume-weighted average price, I like it. That doesn't breach my rule. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. OMH, it's up nicely today, about 30%. Zigging and zagging here was up a little bit more. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's have a look at the overall market. It's been a little bit of time since we looked at the Mag 7. Let's bring in eSignal with their amazing charts and have a look at that. All right. Who's the best of the bunch today? Who is the best of the bunch? As I mentioned, obviously, Uber is not a Mag 7 name, but they're up 1/3%. So here it is, Uber on the bottom middle of your screen. It's not at the highs. It's been rejecting $80, but I'll submit to you $80 is the higher end.
Uh-oh. Damn.
Thank you. I muted for you guys. Thank you, guys. Is the higher end of the range. Much like that, $60 is the low end of the range, Joseph. $80, that high end of the range. Rejecting 80 today. But this looks like to me, you know, it's trading near the high end of the range, $80. So good look for Uber. Mag 7 related, it's still the dead one, Apple. That's still performing the best on the day. It's not at the highs. It did reject 211. Apple has a lower low and a lower high from yesterday. I get today we got GDP numbers that weren't that great. Payrolls as well were not that great either. It slowed down, markedly lower below estimates, but the trend on Apple still concerns me a little bit because we had been putting in higher lows and higher highs on the daily on Apple. Today, obviously, we have a lower high so far and a lower low. That's not going to change on Apple. So good look there. What else? How's your friend NVIDIA? NVIDIA has been finding support at VWAP. In fact, it's got a double bottom kind of here at the volume-weighted average price. So NVIDIA, money off the volume-weighted average price. You got couple of opportunities over here between, I want to say, 12.20 and 12.35, and then you got it again at 110 and 115. However, that's the good side, that you got support at VWAP for the longs. The bad side is you're continuing to put lower highs. So NVIDIA, you know, not really break into the high side or anything like that, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Apple is working back into that closing print that it's rejected off twice already. Can this be a third time? I'm talking about that 211.20 area. That 211.20 area is yesterday's closing print. So, you know, it acts as a level of support or resistance depending on where the price is. We've rejected it twice today, with the high of the day being 211.36 on a wick basis. We're moving into 211. We're about 5 pennies off 211 right now. Can we get yet another rejection on Apple on the closing print from yesterday, or is this a range trade? You know, with that kind of 250 area, Dara, and that 211 area possibly being that range. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Uber is looking to break out highs. Yeah, the market is moving up here. Donald's saying something. I don't know what he's saying. I'm not listing. But the market's reacting positively here because we're back into local highs, whether on some of these Mag 7 names or the NQ. The local high, I'm not saying the high of the day, the local high on the NQ is 19,470. We're at 19,450 right now. So about 20 points off that area high on the NQ. So we'll keep tabs on that. Random oddities. Palantir, hold my beer. Absolutely. Let's have a look at PLTR. What are we doing over here? It's highs. Yeah, it's at highs. So Palantir is now green on the day, guys. Up 0.58. We were down, man. We were down bigly. We defended that 110 like a dang glove, though. Look at that, Joseph. 110 holds beautifully. And now we're up $7, a little bit higher. $7 off the low there. So PLTR is the gift that keeps on giving. I like this name. I've never invested in it, never owned it, but this is a fantastic look on Palantir, man. They continue to, oh, that's why, Joseph. That's when it moved to the NQ.
Yeah.
Off the NY. We don't have all the data.
Yeah.
That's so stupid. They should really have it contiguous.
I got that there.
You got that? That's Trading View, though, right?
No, it's the same thing.
Oh, but that's advanced charts, which is Trading View. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Good to know. So if I want to do that, I can just weasel into that. Yeah, good call there.
Man, I remember trading this name back in like 22, 23, and it was hot garbage, man. But then it just.
Remember when this was like $7, dude? Yeah.
At like $10, $12, $15. And then now we're just, what an absolute monstrous run. I mean, talk about just like making it with Palantir, right? There you go. It's like I'm sure Katina Boeing retired off of Palantir and trades like this. So that's the dream. It's what you want to look for.
That 10 bagger, you know what I mean?
Like 10 bagger, man, and that's what I want. Well, that's what I figured, right? Like, if I can get if Bitcoin can go to $1 million, then I'll be all right. I'll be content.
I think it will. I hate to say it out loud because everyone thinks you're crazy and stuff like that. But
I think $1 million.
Did you told anybody in 2013 that this thing be flirting with 100,000? They would have told. They were told you were an idiot back then too.
Don't believe it.
Yeah, I'm done not believing. How many times do we need to see newer highs? Like how many times?
You know what I mean? Like if we can, like if and when it gets to that $250,000, I think it's almost inevitable that it gets to that.
He is inevitable.
That $1 million. I mean,
I happen to agree. It's just I think my timeline's obviously a little bit off because I'm going to lose this bet. But the point is,
I'm okay dropping.
Dude, I mean, like where could this name be 20 years from now? That's all I really care about.
I'm buying.
Like, what is 20 years from now, what are you at?
Yeah, bro. I mean, like, okay, so again, it sounds absurd. But so what's the percentage increase? Okay, let's just look at BTC's chart. Let's just do this. We're doing it live. And let's talk about the percentage increase. We got that tool. So let's go ahead.
I'm
going weekly. I'll go monthly if I have to. When the hell does this thing start charting it? July in 2019? Get the hell out of here, bro.
What's up with that, man?
Okay, so we're going to have to do it on TradingView, which is fine. I've got that over here. We'll load up the advanced charts, and we'll see what the situation is. So we're going to go new window. Yeah, there it is. New window. We're going to go charts, and then we're going to go advanced charts, right? There it is. Thank you, Joseph, for that idea, by the way. So go BTC, USD, there it is. How do you flip to the weekly on this piece of, yeah, we'll go 1 month. What are these? Why am I seeing point and figure charting over here?
What do you got going on?
These are point and figure charts. Have you ever seen these before? They're nuanced to read. Can you do it, Joseph?
Yeah, of course I can.
Thank you, man. I just want to see where we were at 10 years ago. So let's go April 30th, 2015.
All right.
Let's see what we got in a 10-year look right now. Because something tells me it's going to be a good look.
You want to know percentage metric as well.
Exactly.
Too, right?
So we're going to take that tool then, right?
Okay, we're going to take that tool.
There you go. Can we go Joseph's chart, Andre?
We'll go to weekly. We'll go to a weekly.
Yeah. Let's
maybe we even go monthly. So when did you want to go?
2015. Let's go April. Anywhere in April 2015.
Dude, wow. And
yeah.
From where we're currently sitting at.
Yeah. So grab that, baby. Let's go to the top. Go to the top. Go to the top. Yeah. What percentage increase is that? How much is that?
It's 500,000%.
Okay. So then when someone says we're going to be at $1 million, you just show them that and be like, if I told you we would have been $100,000 in 2015, how many percent increase? 515%?
535,000%.
Well, there you go. There you go. So if anybody tells you you're crazy, you just remember that, right?
It's crazy.
And I don't know. I
don't know.
It's just the way I feel about it now.
I don't think we're not going to see that type of return, right? Because to go from there.
I don't know, Joseph. I don't know.
You're not going to see that because for it to go to $1 million,
yes,
it still needs to over 10x. No, if my math is off, so we'll go to 100, and I can't even. I would have to
We didn't discuss the timeline though. 10 years. So in 2035. So where is this at?
For us to get to $1 million.
Yeah.
That's 1,000. That's still at 1,000% there, man.
Oh, sorry. I know that 515,000% was much more than that 1,000%.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the capital requirements.
Yes. Okay. Now we're talking. Now you're speaking my language.
So 1,000%. So horrible math by me.
Now you're speaking my language.
100% would be from 100,000 to 200,000.
Yes.
But again, we're already sitting at $1 trillion market cap. For it to go 1,000 times higher.
That's right. I agree with that 100%.
Valuable asset class of all times, probably dwarfing multiple, every economy on the planet.
Well, for currently, right? Currently. But where was the NQ?
Where was it?
In 2015. You see what I'm saying? How much money has flowed into the NQ in 10 years?
Absolutely.
Right?
To get to that $1 million, it's still quite a return.
Of course, bro. I'm not telling you it's going to go in a straight line. I'm not saying that.
No.
But I'm done questioning Bitcoin. I'm done.
Dang.
I've seen way too much and missed out on a lot. So I'm done missing out, right? Naveen, current algorithms ECDSA for digital signatures are more vulnerable than hashtags itself. Once a public key is exposed, example, when you send a transaction, it becomes theoretically, and then I think it got cut off because it cut off his comment there. So continue, Naveen. I'd like to see what you have to say. Just continue and tag me again so that I can see it there. Look, guys, we're not vouching for anything. I'm just giving my opinion, and it's all speculative, obviously. And, you can agree with us, you can think we're idiots. But the fact of the matter is, you just saw what you saw there, albeit obviously a different market cap existed in 2015. I get all that. But, the trends are what they are. So that's my look. Guys, I've got nothing on at the moment. I do apologize. There's nothing that I like at the moment. I've been keeping an eye here on CEP. It's been one of the ones I want to execute again on. It's having trouble taking 40. It's also still a lower high from that 40.5 print that we got earlier on. I want to say around 11:30. So I'm hesitant to want to get anything in on this. Likewise with OMH. Where is it at? OMH is at VWAP right now, but it's a plethora of lower highs. I need to see the first 5-minute candle to make a new high above the previous 5-minute candle on a closing basis before I get involved. I won't be trying to buy the bottoms here on OMH, but I'll keep an eye out on that. Abhishek. Oh, Naveen continued, theoretically hackable. Look, brother, I mean, a lot of was discussed when we got the quantum headlines a few months ago about the future of Bitcoin because quantum could so quickly basically mine all the other Bitcoins theoretically. We'll have to wait and see. It depends on who you believe. So I don't have an answer on that, to be quite frank. I think that's out of my...
The majority of them are already mined. I'm pretty sure like 90%.
It's 90-something that's mined,
exactly,
right? So we're going to get to the point where it's just going to be a scarce asset, right?
Exactly. And I think, with quantum, you just fight quantum with quantum. I think
that's a good point, bro. And that's what I was going to say. I'm like, the whole point of, the cybersecurity and everything else, they're using current technology with current, computers. But obviously, when quantum comes into play, they're going to have to up their cybersecurity game with likely quantum computers.
Exactly. So
well, again, I'm just speaking out loud. If there's a computer engineer or electric engineer or a programmer that can kind of expand or correct on what I'm saying, absolutely just tag me in the chat. I'd love to read out your comment. Tara, engineering, risk management. There is a higher probability that BTC will be near zero than 1 million. What will your future look like then? Hey, man, if you feel that way, short it and let me know how it goes.
Yeah.
Abhishek, Joseph, what are your thoughts on XRP long term, 5 to 10 years? Abhishek, we'll get back to that in a second once we're done.
But guys, check this out. New traders, listen up. First month, absolutely free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
Just keep an eye here on market. We do have comments still coming from the cabinet. I haven't chimed in too much because there hasn't been much market moving, but Trump talking about tariffs again. We have the Q&A happening right now. So Donald Trump saying basically that they really want to be having this communication here with China. China's having tremendous difficulty right now, and saying they're apparently the chief ripper offer, quote unquote, of the U.S. That being said, FXI flying, NASDAQ flying, and the Canadian dollar flying against the U.S. dollar. Donald Trump praising Mark Carney, saying that he's a great guy, and that Mark Carney will be headed to the White House soon. So I guess some potential trade talks here between Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, and Donald Trump, President of the U.S. Market pushing higher on this talk. Again, Canadian dollar against the USD pushing to days highs. Back to you.
I mean, guys, I'm loving the conversations in the chat. I believe it's totally constructive, and that's what we want, right? So, I mean, if you believe in it, then that's your. And for people who don't, then by all means, right? To each their own. You don't have to like it. There's other things that it's like, okay, yeah, you're trading this stock. Okay, I would probably be like, why would you even buy that? I wouldn't touch that with somebody else's capital. So, I mean. It is what it is, right? Like, again, it can go either way totally. But the way I look at it is, when you have when people are just hoarding this underlying asset, and I'm just going on basic supply and demand, if everybody's continuously holding it and the supply is obviously continue every 4 years, it shrinks and people are still holding onto their Bitcoin, that can raise some demand. If there's any form of macro event that leads us to like, oh, hey, this asset's actually reasonable and not just necessarily a store value, then hey, you don't know what can happen to it. I mean, we can't see the future. That's not exactly what we mean. But here we go, hodling BTC to a milli. There you go. He's in he changed his name to that. So that's absolutely fantastic. That's what we want to see. The market is absolutely ripping. Adair's got some news for us, guys.
Donald Trump here ending the cabinet meeting. We had this market really push to the upside on as Donald Trump continued his Q&A at the end of the cabinet meeting here. But right now, it is now coming to an end. Donald Trump ending this cabinet meeting. Keep an eye on the market because we are getting a little bit of a topping tail here and a push down on the Qs in the 3-minute. Back to you.
Beautiful stuff, Stevenson. I love to see that. You can see that, NVDA, Apple a new high day, NVDA putting in a new high day, Microsoft a new high day as well too, guys. So that volume really stepping out. Bitcoin breaking through some key resistance levels. That's important as well. Here you go. Nice move right there on IBIT. Starting to come back in a little bit here now, though, guys. But you can see that volume really start to stair step to the top side. So that's one thing that we always want to keep our eye on is that volume by time profile, and that's a positive sign. As we continue to appreciate in price, you can see that volume is slowly starting to increase. So let's see if we can continue to climb higher. And I told you my stance on this name, right? So I'm going to stick to it. It's either it's going to work out in the next couple weeks or so, or I'll just get out of the swing trade and I won't lose any sleep over that one. But Bitcoin continuing to work out for us time and time again. So yeah, I mean, go to Sharif's point, short it at your own will. If you truly don't believe it, then by all means. But you got to understand, like, why are some major corporations buying this? Like, why is Saylor trying to hoard it all? Why does BlackRock open up a ETF? Why is Grayscale have an ETF? Why is Cathie Wood opening up all these things? And the chances are, if you want to fight that big money, then by all means fight it. Huh? When you see BlackRock, Grayscale, and all of these large asset managers really start to take control of something, then I don't know, you got to ask yourself some questions and look to form it. Everybody gets mad at Nancy Pelosi for absolutely killing things. Well, follow what Nancy Pelosi is doing.
Get it, Nancy.
Yeah, and then maybe you can become like a millionaire on a $250,000 salary or whatever it may be. But yeah, that's just my opinion. I was
See the call she bought on NVIDIA before the,
before
the, what's it called, the Build Back Better, or the CHIPS Act or something like that?
I mean,
it was just like blatant, like, bro, what is happening?
Like, are you going to tell me that Nancy Pelosi knows about NVIDIA stock? I was just saying, Sharif, I'm essentially just following the money, right? Like, you see MicroStrategy buying Bitcoin. You got the BlackRock and the Grayscale ETFs and these larger asset management companies starting to buy that. So why not just follow that money?
Exactly it.
Right? So just follow the money.
Well said, Joseph. Well, that's exactly it. I mean, when you see the big money buying as well, that's kind of one of the signs there. Guys, a couple of things here. ABEO has had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candle on the 5-minute chart hold up at the volume weighted average price. It's not making any higher highs though. It's just holding up at that level. So I'm continuing to watch. If we get that break, I want to say above, 680, 685 on ABEO. I'm getting back into this one. It's been a minute since we've been involved. I like the look of this one holding at VWAP up 27 and some odd %. Not a bad look there. This one, CEP. So I missed out on this one. I got to tell you the truth. I just wasn't convinced that it was going to take out area highs. It's above $40 now. On the ask, that is, lower than it on the bid. But that's not the level we need to clear. We need to clear that 40.50. And I want to see it on a closing basis. Reason is, we've had lots of trouble with 40 today, wicking above 40 only to retrace down. Even this area here, when we made $42 of the high day, look how quickly we lost 40, dipping down all the way to 36.5. So to me, CEP has had a lot of trouble with $40 to close above there. So I am kind of concerned about this one. As a long at this level, I need to see closing prints above 40. I can get involved there. There's other stuff that I want to say about it. It's
had a fair amount of respect here, at least from my perception of it, for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart ever since basically double bottoming of VWAP and then defending the volume weighted average price. It kind of caught a trend to the upside, a decent trend, mind you. This is dollars here, $7 that is. $7, sorry, $3. Basically using the 10 EMA as support. Very, very seldomly did it breach and go down into the 20. Did it on a couple occasions. This one over here at 12.55 and this one over here at 1.35. It's above 40 right now. It's still not above 40.50. And again, it's not just about wicking above 40. I want to see a closing print above 40 to get involved in this one. So CEP and ABEO, the best looking charts on, well, no, not the best looking charts, small cap gappers that is. ODD's been beautiful, but it's very expensive. $59, just touched 60. So I've been kind of reluctant to get involved with that. NGD as well has been really good. I don't know why I didn't execute on NGD. This thing's been an upward channel the entire time. Not giving you much in the way of notional. I mean, when I was looking at it, it was at 370. Now it's at 394, so it's not the biggest mover on the day. So ABEO again and CEP, that's what I'm watching. OMH lost VWAP. So I'm happy I didn't punch in at the volume weighted average price for a third time. It lost the volume weighted average price quite quickly. It did find support at 350. 350 was kind of the opening print at 4 a.m. We tried to move back into 350 again at 10:50 a.m. So maybe some support there from earlier, but this is below VWAP and therefore on my crap list, I'm not trading it until it gets above that level and stays above that level. Man, CEP is just calling my name. Trade me, trade me, trade me. Look at it, this thing go. Every time I look at it, it's like 60 pennies higher than it was last time. Here comes 41, man. Now we're at 40.75. $42 high a day here on this CEP, up 24%, giving you dollars here, man. Dollars at a time on CEP. Just be careful with it. It has a tendency to retrace quite aggressively. Here comes $41. I don't think we got to wait anymore, Joseph. This could be the breakout right now. Here's $41.50. The breakout is on. All right, so and here comes $42. Can we breach 42? Dang it, man. I didn't execute. That's my fault. You got gun shy over here, and there it is. There goes the high a day. $43 now, the high a day. Oh, my goodness gracious. Good goodness. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get something. Do we get it in here, or is the retracement done? I don't know, man. I don't want to be punching in here with 15 minutes left and have to nurse this trade. $43 high a day, guy. CEP. Like literally went $3 while I was analyzing it. Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah, I made a mistake on this one. I should have been executing. But the topping tail candle coming in now into, so $43 high dates, down below 42 into 41 and change. Is this a micro pullback we were looking for? I'm going long. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm just sitting here in this. A great conversation there, Naveen. I like that solid point. I like your point. I added what I think in that one on that front as well, too. But, I mean, we're still sitting in this grind here in SoFi. I took a little bit off right here at the volume-weighted average price because we got some of the big names continuing to climb higher, and SoFi just isn't participating at this point. So there it is. I mean, still sitting in this since 10 a.m. and we're going to just grind it out. I'll probably end up mocking this position and et cetera. So let's see what Naveen says. BlackRock, Fidelity, and others are building Bitcoin products, but not because they believe Bitcoin is entirely safe. They're doing it because you believe it is.
Sorry, I'm just.
Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm talking. I'm referring to, and I agree with that. But see, that's the thing. Just to add to your point, who cares? Okay, so as long as the masses agree with it, right? So you can see that it's popular amongst many. So if we believe it and things continue to appreciate, then why not just go with the flow? Until it displays itself saying, hey, this thing is absolutely worth zero or going to 10K, 50K, whatever you believe it is, why not just go with what is currently happening? And you can see it just consistently performing. It's one of the best performers month to date, up 10%. Compared to all the other underlying assets, right? So just go with the flow until proven otherwise. Don't just Don't be on that hopium trip and say, oh, I wish it does this. No, just go with it and see where it leads you. Do I believe it'll go to $1 million? Yes. Will it? I have absolutely no idea. So there you go. Go with the flow makes money, Jameson. Perfect stuff. Example. So that and that's all it is. Steve Weiss himself says, I don't even care about Bitcoin. All he cared about is that other people care about it. And I think that's another way.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, that's
true.
That's honestly what he said. He's like, I don't care about this thing, but other people care about it. So therefore, I'm going to continuously buy it. So there you go. Yeah, let's see what we got going on. Down 6%, 6 1/5 here, guys, on SoFi, but we're still extracting some profits on this one, sitting in this trade. I told you guys from entry 1, bang, we were in there, and then we just add aggressively throughout this whole leg up. So we caught the bottoms in, and it looks like we're catching the top here as well, too, from an intraday standpoint, even though the opening drive was here, but relatively close on that recovery here in the market. But I'd like to see that NVDA put in a new high, trading just below 107. That's a positive sign. And then we had Apple around 211s. Yeah, absolutely. I like that there. There we go. Are you still long it? I'm reloaded. All right, he reloaded at 106. Now he's at he's almost in the dollar club right there on that one. So
he's usually in that.
He's usually in that club. Yeah, he's in that club quite often. He's a regular. Doesn't pay cover fee or anything anymore. So there you go. But yeah, I mean, like. Considering what happened this morning, this is what we want to see, a nice recovery here in the market. By all means, have we covered all of the ground? Absolutely not, but it's a step in the right direction, and that's what we want to do, baby steps. You want to be able to walk before you can run. But, I mean, we're really right into those pre-market lows here, so almost a flat day, essentially, on the overall market, Sharif.
All right, Joseph, we're in CEP, multiple outs already on this. Below 42, added above 42, took out some into 43. Now I'm holding one piece for a high day break. So I will risk 43 pennies on this amount, okay? So I'm going to hold into 42 because I've already done well on it. I don't mind waiting a little bit and giving back a little bit. If giving back allows me to take that 43, again, we got to move into 43. 92's now on the ask. We're unable to shake the seller, though, at $43. It's technically a 43.01 high a day. Boom, here's 43 again. Can we take him out? We're taking him out, Joe. We're doing it freaking live. Boom, into the high. All right, go CEP, go. I'm getting amped up. So good look right now. It's 32% in the green. CE freaking P. It moved up all the way into $44. We took it out at the $0.50, 43.5. So not a bad look there. Keep your eye out on CEP. It is continuing to give you the move. Once it broke that lower high pattern, I submit to you, the trade was on. And I think I'm right about that. Once we took out that 40.5 on a closing basis with this candle here, now it didn't wait for a lot of people. Look how violently this candle popped up from 40 1/3 into 42.5, right? I mean, that's just kind of the move with this one. So keep your eye on it. It's done about 9 2/3 million shares on the day, almost 10 million shares, quite close, with a $44 high of day. CE freaking P, the gift that keeps on giving. This is my third trade on it, by the way. Initially, we got in 11 a.m. for a move up. We got back in over here 11:50, and this is the last trade over here 1:45 as the big kahuna settle in and ready to take you guys into that afternoon power hour. I'm sure it's going to be a really interesting one. Again, if you're just joining us, Donald Trump had a very, very lengthy meeting with his cabinet, which was concluded by press conference, essentially asking questions of the entire cabinet. They went cabinet member by cabinet member who reported to Donald Trump about the state of their ministry or department or whatever you guys call it in the States. Here we call it ministry, you guys call it probably departments. And we got lots of different comments from all the different cabinet members, cabinet ministers, including Donald himself, which was, again, concluded by a press conference. As a result of that, the market did turn up. The market was markedly red. We were over 2% in negatory land. Now the NQ is even lower than 0.75%. The Dow recovering the best. It's only red about a quarter. The ES about 0.6. The Russell taking it on the chin today, the worst of the bunch, down 0.92. So we've had a lot of things happen during the midday show, even though technically, I guess this is the slower time of day. I tell you guys, we got 4 years of this. It ain't going to be slow on the midday. Okay, it's just not going to be as long as this guy is president. We're going to have a lot of volatility, and as intraday traders, I can't complain about that. So that's the look there. Crap stock. The frickin' is a touch overdone. Very fun though. Sorry, brother. I mean, I get a little excited. You know, we're talking for 3 hours. I'm smashing some coffee. I'm smashing some trades. But thank you for letting me know. Maybe, you know, I don't really hear it, but that's because I'm saying it. Anything you want to cover, Joe, on the last 7 minutes that we got over here?
Again, I think it was a pretty good day here. SoFi earnings day 2. I was expecting. I mean, we've recovered quite a bit here in the market. Let's see how much NVDA is down. It gapped down yesterday on that SMCI report, but it is still down 2%. We were down significantly more than that at some point. The Qs. Nice recovery here as well, too. Only down about just about a percentage here. So that's nothing to cry home about or anything like that. So I like this. And as to Shrieve's volatility, he knows that I don't necessarily love the volatile markets. I like it after, right? I mean, I like it after. I mean, when everything's cooled off, you can get some orderly type price action. But one thing that I don't like is just being in a position, and then next thing you know, you get this Truth Social post out here that just sends the market in an array, and you're sitting there scratching your head like, what is going on here? But that's just me personally, right? Like everybody has their own ways about the market. I like it nice and cool where options premiums aren't that expensive, and we can have some fun along those lines. You get those short-term duration spikes in volatility, and I think that's really what's fun. But the Firkin is a pub here in
Firkin.
The Firkin.
Yeah.
Firkin. This one just
like
down
that.
the road.
Yeah. That's like a chain of them, though. There's like the Fox and the Firkin, right?
Yeah.
There's different ones, right? Like,
yeah. So
there's like different kinds.
Yeah. They're all. I think they're all independently owned. Maybe
Yes.
Something along those
It's like
lines.
kind of like a
Williams
name.
Landing, and then you have the Thing Landing just right there on.
Crap. I didn't know the Thing Landing. Is there a Thing
no,
Landing?
but it's not the thing. I gave it. You know what?
Joseph.
You know whatever. There's some lady's name on there as well too. But Williams Landing was a good one.
Some great spots, man. Some great spots in Toronto. And that's the thing about Toronto. It's beautiful in the summer.
Right? Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's what I'm getting at, dude. Like, I just came back from Dallas. I mean, I had a fantastic time at the wedding. I just got a video actually of it, which was pretty cool. And but I'm like, what is going on here? I understand that it was Good Friday, but it's more commercial style building. Like, you have to kind of go outside on the outskirts of Dallas. But when you're downtown Toronto, every other building is just like people are going to be out having patio drinks and having stuff.
Keep talking. I'm going to get a good sky shot.
Yeah, get a good sky shot of the city here. I mean, I just heard Sean say that the market is continuously moving higher, and it's being led by my good friend Jensen Wong. We're on good terms once again here. So
this guy,
it doesn't take.
I love it, man. I gotta love it.
It doesn't take long for us to kind of. I mean, I don't know if you want to call it a toxic relationship. It just fluctuates quite a bit with whoever I'm holding there currently. But there we go. Is
the
that
best city in the world, bro.
Shreve?
I put 2025, Joseph.
Okay,
I put 2025. I don't know if we've got all the skyscrapers there, but we got, so Toronto has the most amount of buildings under construction in North America. It also has the most amount of skyscrapers or higher buildings under construction in North America. Toronto is booming right now.
Show them this strip down. This is where your boy's running all the time.
All right, so this area right here, let's bring it down. Let's do it live.
There we go.
This is where Joseph runs. This is kind of Humber Bay Park area.
No, that's not
Humber Bay.
That's just Lakeshore. That's the
Lakeshore area, right?
The docks there, I guess we'll call it, or something.
That's the docks is on the other side.
We don't even know
what we got up here.
We don't even know what's going on.
That's Queens Quay.
Queens Quay is a little bit more east. Just a skosh east.
Okay, here we go. I like this one better.
I'm on there every day.
Yeah. Hold on. This is a good one over here. Show yourself. Yeah, these are all the different skyscrapers that are under construction, guys. It's kind of nutty.
There's more to come.
And
there
this
you go.
This is a nice one here.
This is
Look at that.
once you get over here, Queens Quay, that's Queens Quay, all that stuff right over here. But that's just like kind of Lakeshore and everything as we get.
That's it. And people are saying the Sky Dome. Yeah, I'll always be the Sky Dome to me, baby. It's not going to be the Rogers Center.
That's the thing, right? I'm going to be frank with you guys. Sucks during the winter. I'm not a winter guy. love it during the summer because I'm rollerblading on the whole path. You can see here, Sharif, hit the thing for me,
Which
hit
one?
the
Which
mark.
one?
So I'll rollerblade from here,
Yes.
from my place all the way over to there.
Okay, so this is where he's talking about. This is Humber Bay Park right
that's
there.
Humber Bay Shores.
And there's like tons of condos over here that look into the city. So if you have these condos in the distance there, you have a great view of the city from the west side. But this entire area, see where the mouse is moving? That's all shoreline right there. So that's beaches, that's Sunnyside Pavilion right there.
My grandparents used to take me Sunnyside.
Oh,
I
yeah,
went
so
Sunnyside swimming. I just hopped in, hopped out last summer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
The beach?
No, the pool.
Oh, the pool, because there's a pool and there's the beach right there. And there's the bar that looks right onto the water. Dude, I'm telling you, it's beautiful. Beautiful. It's no New York or anything, but it is still very nice. I love it. I love living here. I'm very proud to have lived my entire life in the city. I've never moved anywhere else. My sister's a trader. She's the one that left.
Someone asked in the chat, the brass rail is still
Oh my God. Why do we have to do that?
The
brass rail. Oh my goodness. These guys, bro, they're killing me. What's going on over there, Katina, man? The brass rail. You need to bring in a lot of money if you're gonna go there.
You're gonna go over to the brass,
Oh boy, here we go. It's gonna get interesting now in the chat. Joe needs to visit Chicago, says Rooks SDX. I went to Chicago. I spent a week and a half there in 2014. I happen to love that city. I spent New Year's and Boxing Day there. It was one of the best experiences I've had in a North American city, other than obviously these southern cities like Los Angeles and Miami and stuff like that. I happen to love Chicago. I think it's a little bit bigger than Toronto. Very similar though, man, in the way that, you know, how Chicago kind of ends at the water. Toronto kind of the same thing. It ends at the water and you can only grow in 3 directions, not 4. Chicago, the same look. So yeah, I feel like there's a lot of similarities between the two cities. Maybe we have a little bit less crime than you guys, which is okay. I think the Chicago's the number one murder capital in the world, says
yesterday
Katina,
I went for, you don't even want to know what was going on at Dundas Square yesterday. I went for a walk before I came here.
Tell us.
It's honestly, to my right of me, there's 2 guys getting arrested. Literally 5 yards up the road, there's 2 guys fighting each other. Their faces and everything are bloody, and I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah, it's wild. It's
just
wild.
trying to go for a walk.
But I just got one thing to say. It's Sankofa Square now.
Sankofa? It's Dundas Square. Come on.
Yes, my guy. Yeah, I just had to be that guy, bro. I'm sorry, Joseph. I'm sorry, Joseph. Obviously, I think it's still Dundas Square. Guys, we are now overtime. Yeah, Katina, man, it's 2 o'clock, my boy. Katina man's like, no, man. All right, guys, I had a fantastic time on the show today. I hope you guys did as well. We traded a whole bunch of small cap gappers. Joseph killed it on SoFi. He was trading the market. Obviously, we're going to send you the big kahunas now. They're going to be looking at the overall market in these big tech names. I'll see everybody in 1 second on the green screen, but Joseph and I will see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Peace.
How does Sharif plan to get from there to here in 1 second?
Let's rock.
You're not that quick, bro.
We're back
not
in
that
the building.
Fast. We're back. You're not. I don't care if you are him. You can't teleport yourself in 1 second. Don't be lying to people. Talking about we're overtime. It doesn't matter. It's 2 o'clock. It's 2:03.
We're doing it live.
Yeah, we're doing it live, and there's no time restraints. Kind of like 4:40 is when Meta is probably going to report
my guy
tonight.
Randy over there
I'm just
doing?
saying.
He's looking up some
Randy's
cars.
always
I feel
chilling.
like he's looking up some cars. We
He
don't
needs a new
have that.
Porsche. Randy needs a
It's
new
poor
Porsche.
Andre over there, but I want to get the view of Randy sitting on the couch over here. Fabian's going to get it going.
He's hard at work.
As long as Randy doesn't mind. I mean, he's on his break.
Let Randy eat.
There he is. Hey, there he is. There he is. There's Sharif, Randy. There's this guy. All right. Let's hopefully no servers are on fire anywhere. Because,
Nah, we're probably good. Oh, did this get fact-checked by Fabian?
What was it?
Fabian just pulled up Statista. Whoops. Whatever, I'll accept.
This is like The Office, where you're like,
In a major upset, the most dangerous cities in the world are all in Mexico.
Oh, the most dangerous cities. Yeah, no, the south side of Chicago, I thought, was the highest murder.
Well, the problem
in the United States. Come on, we're not comparing.
The problem
this to
is
Tijuana
the second you're allowed to have Mexico, it kind of throws everything out the window. Clearly.
Is there a United States? No.
No, because look at these rates.
We need to.
This is like 140 per 100,000.
Look,
okay,
I've been to Chicago. It is.
It is great. Look, man, Chicago is. I love Chicago.
Yeah.
I love being in Chicago, man. Yeah, if you've never been to Chi-Town, the deep dish, go watch the Cubs. It's unbelievable. Like it's a great city. What they've done with the lake shore is amazing as well. I got to make sure I'm in the chat for everybody here. But yeah, like U.S. per capita, people are saying it's D.C. I don't know if that's. I know it used to be D.C. I don't know if that's still true, but
well, whatever. I mean, I
don't know. You hear what's coming out of Chi-Town.
What is the?
Anyways, if you just want to come over here, someone
just don't ask Grok to take a picture to make AI pictures of me.
I won't.
So right into there, yeah, we do have that. I mean, NVIDIA's been a trip today, man. We're going to be green on it. We're going to be hella green on it, I should say. And it took patience and it took a lot of mental fortitude to the point where I was talking about needing a doctor. I mean, we were short here, and even as this was happening, you guys remember I was taking profits, and then even as this was happening, I was like, this does not feel like the short that we thought it was, right? The market did not react to those numbers the way I think any of us thought it was going to. And then we just flipped long. We were using the 50-period moving average. There's the 200. This is where we left you guys. Oh, no, sorry. We left you guys at 11, which was right here, basically off the 200. Then we sloped up. We sat back down here around 1230, bought some more. And then we just said, just like Busta Rhymes, give me some more. It came right back into VWAP again, that exact same level. And we nailed it big time. So we're going to get out some more right now as we continue to go higher. I still have on about 2/3 of this trade right now. Out there at 106 in Park, 106.50, then out up here at 107 a bunch of times, and then when Moon, 107.25. So yeah, buddy. After what was a little bit of a rough go, trying to go short early, including this TQQ trade, we make it all back in spades right there. And look, man, it's tough. It's hard to be green some days, and just really happy. Oops, that's WW. Some days it's tough, some days it's easy. Today, tough day, I found like with the market. There's Weight Watcher, WW International. I just want to check this name out too. Down to 85 cents right now. So this is getting into supply zone area for WW International. But no, nothing on Intel today. All I traded was NVIDIA and the futures. And I'm not trying to trade too much over the midday just because I got to save some capital for now. And but you know what? The middle of the day is giving just as many opportunities. I mean, that's where we
just a different beast now.
Yeah, it's almost like it doesn't matter what time of day it is. Like this is actually the best looking trade right off VWAP, boom, 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 boom. So it doesn't really matter what time of day as long as you have your plan and you go for it. I think the riskiest time to trade is the first 15 minutes and then the last 10 minutes.
I'd say the first 5.
Yeah. Either way, yeah. Either way, the first on the open, I think.
Yeah, the open, and then that last 10 with the imbalances. It goes either way. Like if you're trading blind and the imbalances, you're in trouble. But I'll grant that. I think in the middle of the day, it's a different market than before. Like my only good trade on Tesla came in the middle of the day after going 1 for 3 or 0 for 2 on it. Dutch cuts. Thoughts on AMD? I've seen this sentiment a couple of times. Because your question is thoughts on AMD being one of the stronger semis for a change. The only caveat I'll say here for AMD, yes, it's the only one I think that I saw that went green. Like everything else, NVIDIA with its rally still down a couple of points. Micron's down 1.6%. SMCI obviously has 0%. SMCI has 0 chance of going green today. It was the strongest rally. I shorted it a few times at the open and then was able to get it at 96, just sort of picking it, like waiting and picking your spots. But because it's been so much more beaten up, its relief rally days have been some of the best. There's no question about it. Like when AMD is catching a bid these days, it is absolute fire. But some of that has to do with that whole, if you're the most beaten up, there's just more room to go and there's a little bit less resistance. So yeah, impressive candle by AMD. And now that it is green, remember, 98.
Holy shit, there must be news.
Something hit here.
There's something going on. We are really smoking right now. The goods are in the building right there for NVIDIA. Uh-oh, Andre. Boom, right there. That's what we're doing right now. It's a big move up there
that?
for NVIDIA, man. The energy is back in the building, and we'll talk trades. There it goes, NVIDIA. Nice move back up there to the upside out of nowhere. So, yeah, we'll take that out, and now we'll see where we can go from there. But, wow. Oh, yeah. So right there, that, I mean, whenever you see... Yeah, okay, so Sharif just looking for us as Adara's...
U.S. reaches out to China recently.
Okay, U.S. and China news, finally. We get
According
something that's actually moving the markets.
Yu Yan Tong, I can't pronounce that.
How come when Adara goes and gets a drink is like the only time we actually get news today? Like, look at that. That just spiked up huge right there. 19,460 to 19,580 and coming back in right now. So, Sharif, man, good move right there. We do take advantage of it. We're just getting excited, man. We're having a good time here. Again, we want to thank everybody for watching. We had tons of likes early. We're going to have tons of likes late. So let's keep it going, man. This is what we're doing here every single damn day. Thank you for watching, and let's throw it over. If we're ready,
I think we're good.
For the rundown.
Hey, guys. Yeah, my bad. Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are hyped up. The market's moving back up. They're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joe and I on the How to Trade Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. And you also got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the four major averages. They're all recovering well off their lows. The NQ's down 0.2%. The ES recovering a little bit higher than 0.5% in the negative right now, with the Russell 2000 faring the worst, down 0.92, and the Dow down a little bit less than 0.33%. So definitely not green, but certainly way higher than we were in the pre-market when we got that preliminary GDP data. The first ticker, as decided by you, a very negative name and continues to be that way. SMCI, super microcomputer, down over 14% as they did lower their company's preliminary guidance. Separately, there were multiple analyst agencies chiming in on this one today. Included among them is JP Morgan maintaining their neutral rating on SMCI, but lowering that price target, guys, just $3, down from 39 to 36.
Yeah, just first, I want to read that headline. Essentially, I put it in the chat. It was that the U.S. reaches out to China recently for tariff discussions. Now, it's who's reporting it. Yuan Tan. I'm not making it up. I put it in the chat. I can't pronounce it properly. Maybe Adara can. But I think the key would be that it's being reported from China's side, which makes it distinctly different. Look, SMCI, you can say whatever you want about it being 14% to the downside. It is down 14%. I've only been shorted. There have been one to VWAP that was good, and then another double top that we got in here from like 31 to like 30. But mostly it's been an upward trend. So been able to make on it despite the fact that it's a clear, clean uptrend in SMCI. Preliminary numbers were not good, disappointing everything. The guidance was poor, the revenue was poor, but the market has bought it up today off of its support at 29.
Wow.
So for now, they're at least in the clear for a little bit here on SMCI. And sometimes this happens, right? You get out in front of it with the bad news, and everyone's like, yeah, I guess this is probably as bad as it can get, or maybe it's as bad as it can get for SMCI. So it's a pure recovery day, although a lot of the gap still to be filled in. I'm not shorting back at these. It worked shorting 31s again. This was the level that we wanted in the morning. But I don't think with this news that I want to be shorting off the top of this thing. Not now.
This NVIDIA is absolutely going ham right now, as many of these stocks are going to the upside. And so finally there, looks like, and imagine this is the move that's happening. It's not even that big of a move. It's just, look at what's happening with NVIDIA. Things are starting to get lifted right now based on like potential reaching out. What's going to happen to this market when there's some sort of something actually done? It's going to go Ham.
20,800.
All right. We wrote down 30.25 short for SMCI, and we didn't trade it at all today. So down for as I said, I was focusing solely on NVIDIA. The 30.25 short was actually great right there. That's where it is, and it did fall back into 29.50 again before right now looking to take out the highs. I mean, no surprise here that SMCI is trying to go upside as the market does as well. NVIDIA is now $2 in the money off the reload, man. And we have done pretty darn good right there, going green here today net-wise. But there goes SMCI. I was going to say, you know what, to pick something up on that weakness, and I should have mentioned this earlier this morning, Dell, it's not a Dell problem, right? This is an SMCI issue, in my opinion. Yep. So Dell should have been probably picked up down there if you like the story behind Dell, Michael Dell and company. So they're having a nice day, not down nearly as much as SMCI. And again, just one of those names that caught some shrapnel off of SMCI. And Dell had really been cruising nicely to the upside, again, up to the, I mean, it hasn't been. I mean, most stocks look like this, but off of those lows, 70 to 95, almost in a straight line. And then we had that one dip down there yesterday, and then we're seeing what we're going to do today. I don't know why that shows green, that candle, but right now Dell down 3%. We'll see where it closes, but that would be another name. I would say look at Dell instead of SMCI if you're looking to maybe make a spot in the rack space and server side. So yeah, and again, there it is. It's SMCI, it's Dell, it's all good. And I'm going to still continue to focus on NVIDIA, which is the last name there. Let's get some Tesla. Tesla and weed, like, you know, you remember the Joe Rogan experience there? Let's go back over and see.
Seems like a
what up with that?
Reasonable pairing to me.
Yeah, I'll compare them together, guys. Tesla definitely negative still on the day, down 4.11%. A couple of headlines today. This should have been good for Tesla. The Mexican president reportedly saying that the U.S. is easing off of tariffs on the auto sector, which is a step in the right direction. She says a recognition of the North American trade agreement. Separately, Elon Musk was present today at the cabinet meeting. President Donald Trump telling him, you're invited to stay as long as you want. You've done a fantastic job so far, guys.
Yeah, I mean, throw in this potential deal to the, hey, now we're starting to gear a little bit more with Elon possibly stepping away and focusing a little bit more on Tesla. I think that's a great sign. But the only reason, like the reason I'm out of the long, well, first of all, I didn't know that news was going to hit, but yesterday's low has been a resistance zone all day long on Tesla, like above the 280, going into that 280 and above the 280. It's just been a bit of a problem. And then remember the other thing with Tesla on that daily chart, we're also trying to break back above the 200 period moving average. It's the 290 level. So you've got this overhead resistance that it's been unable to buck. We fell from the 290. That 280 prior low seems like resistance. And what's weird is we talk about VWAP all the time, but VWAP hasn't been hit on at all on Tesla. Like it's bounced twice off 275 instead of the volume weighted average price. So if we pull back, I'm looking down here at 275 for a reload. It doesn't mean I wouldn't take a shot if VWAP sets up, but at no point has there been a like normal VWAP long here. Outside of one, I was in it, then it did set up. So 277 is VWAP. If it gets down there and consolidates or gives us a good setup, we'll go long. But 275 has been the spot. I'm a little bit wary about these guys because they haven't been able to break through that 200 period moving average, and it's been a bit of a brick wall. Everything else about it has been bullish. The way it got bought up from the bottom today with the rest of the market, the way it's holding the 220 has looked good. The talk that we're getting a potential deal, that's all positive signs with the exception of us not breaking through this 200 period moving average.
It's the most dangerous cities in the United States are Memphis, Tennessee, followed by St. Louis. No. Memphis, Tennessee, 24.37 per 1,000.
Memphis?
Yeah, so this is aggravated assaults and murders. St. Louis, Missouri, Detroit, Birmingham, Alabama, and Baltimore.
Baltimore, Memphis is the one that gets
Chi-Town.
Well, if they trade Ja, then everything will be fine.
Right, yeah. trade him to the Raptors. All right, what are we talking about? Oh, Tesla. I might buy a Tesla soon. All right, so down 4% right now. Tesla, again, I like the stock. I think that the news there with Elon, getting to choose sort of and getting that okay from Donald, that maybe his job is done and they're happy with him being there, but he's welcome to go back at any time. I think that's going to be eventually a good story for Tesla, right? And so, yeah, I think if you just look at a chart and pretend to know what's going on like I do, you've just bounced again off of a resistance. So right up here at 3 bills, 290, as you can see, that's the 200-period moving average. If you're long down here and you just had this gift given to you one more time, look, it happened right there, came back in, gave you another out, came back in, and is now screaming at you to possibly get this out. But we just saw the action that what we just heard there about China. Obviously, it didn't affect anything other than it seems like some of these chip names. The futures kind of just bumped up and now, assumed its normal stance. I'm surprised it didn't move up higher than that. So I thought like on China news or any kind of a deal, this name would also shoot higher, which it did a little bit. So yeah, again, I like the story there. I know something will get done with China eventually. So I think you just kind of bide your time here with Tesla. It's an AI company just as much as it would be a car company at this point. I think we've all discussed that over and over again. So yeah, I think you buy Tesla for the story and not necessarily for its leader right now. And the story is AI, infrastructure, the cabs, the Model 2, Q, whatever they're going to call it. I think there's a runway for Tesla to break through 300.
Yeah, speaking of EV names, VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached $678 million US, up 70% year over year, 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales execution. 97,000 EVs were delivered last year, including 53,000 in Q4 alone, a 192% increase year over year, underscoring traction across core and new markets. Progress on global expansion. 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March 2025, including both VinFast-owned and dealer-operated locations. The green mobility ecosystem has continued deployment of V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride-hailing services in key Asian markets to drive long-term EV adoption. Looking gorgeous driving among those. I don't know. Anytime I see the weaving in and out there, I'm just like, it'd be fun to shoot one of those ads. I'm just saying.
We are going to eventually. We have some ideas for all of that. I think Randy was,
V?
Yeah, Randy was talking. No one can hear. Can people hear that? No, okay. So we go silent and people were getting talked to from Fabian. But here's the VinFast chart right here. It actually doesn't. That bottom has been 250 up to 350, so it is on a nice way to the upside right there. Obviously, a lot of EV companies need to find their way, but it looks like VinFast now approaching the 50 period up to the 200. Let's see what happens here with VinFast up 1% today in a down market. So seems like a good day today for VFS. All right, Mr. Quads, let's go.
All right, guys. Weed, cannabis, marijuana, whatever you call it, it's moving up. Their stocks they're all moving to the high side here. Here's a look at the ETF MSOS, up a little bit lower than 11% on this headline. Trump's pick to lead the DEA, will look to reschedule marijuana, making it one of his top priorities on the job. So we'll have to see how weed goes from here.
Yeah, unfortunately, it went red. Like this morning when we were looking at this, after that headline, sorry, check that, this afternoon, it was during the midday, I popped over, I'm like, oh goodness, if it can catch a bid, CGC I'm looking at, if this can catch a bid over 150, that looks really good. Like there's your 150 top on the daily. I guess a 15-minute will show you better. Like if it can hold above yesterday's highs, I'm thinking this has a rally chance, maybe go another 10, 15%, see 160, 175. Instead, yeah, I hate to say it, this might be, maybe this is a fade. Although when it dropped under VWAP, it didn't do anything yesterday. I think you want to take a cue from MSOS. It's not the first time we've seen irrational exuberance only to be faded in this particular market. So, yeah, I'm disappointed. I thought this was much stronger in CGC. The MSOS chart looks a little bit better on the daily because you're getting that nice trend to the upside where you can buy dips off of support, and that looks fantastic. So, and maybe have a look at that instead. Disappointed. I thought CGC had a chance to squeeze today. Obviously, that's no longer looking like the case. But just keep in mind how far these do have to go for shorts to be like concerned. Like if you're short, like the shorts that are that are leaning on these things, they're probably not exactly quivering in their boots right now, as evidenced by any of these long. When you zoom out your daily chart, they're probably not worried till this gets like $4 or something like that.
Carry on. All right, SMG, Scott's Miracle-Gro. So I think just they're down today. I don't even know why they're down. Maybe I should look it up. Maybe they had earnings or something like that. But SMG, again, I remember looking at this name. Also, GRWG, Grow Generations brand, is another company here. So again, we'll wait to see. But like we know when marijuana got legalized around here, and I know at various other spots in the United States, there is a grow situation where you can have, I think it's like 4 plants or something like that per household around here is allowed. So, or maybe even more than that. Hopefully more. No, just joking. Yeah, Scott's Miracle-Gro could be another one of those plays that you look at there as like secondary play for marijuana. But I'm not sure why it's down 8%, so I do have to look at that. And the other one that I used to play in the same kind of thought was this Grow Generation Corp, which I'm not in this anymore, thank God. As you can see, I barely even know what's going on with it. This is another one, selling of the equipment, hydroponics and things like that. So again, some of these names have been so beat up, but if you're just looking to, maybe diversify your portfolio and don't want to hold, like I'm down 98% or so in most of the weed stocks that I hold, and I don't think they're coming back. So Grow Generation may be part of that as well, as you can see where it's come from, but just a little bit of a bump up over the last couple of days. So a name that you probably won't hear anybody else talk about, so I will. So that's GRWG, Grow Generations, and Scott's Miracle-Gro, a couple businesses there that could get some tailwinds from any marijuana bill or cannabis federal legalization, anything like that. So yeah, just a couple plays to keep in mind. Tell everybody you heard it here first. Or not. Beef?
SoFi?
SoFi, so good.
Well, it's not that good.
It's not back yet, Neil. You're right, Neil. Still down 6%. It had a good day yesterday. It reported earnings yesterday. A decent report. The main headline out of that report was they're getting back into the crypto business after getting out of it in 2023 to secure their bank charter. That was the requirement under the previous administration, no longer, though, under the current one. Today, we got several different analysts chiming in on SoFi Needham, reiterating their buy and maintaining that same $20 price target. UBS, however, maintaining their neutral rating, but boosting that price target, guys, from 14 up to 15.5.
Yeah, shout out to and appreciate the super chat here, DJ Gretzky. One thing's for sure, someone's not skipping leg day. Thank you. No,
I'm glad you noticed.
Yeah, you ain't talking about us, I don't think. Much love from Norway. Shout out to you. Appreciate all of our viewers. We love it from Norway as well. So thank you so much. Look, I want to say good things about SoFi. And with that old 3-day rule, I think still is applying today. I know it had a very good bounce off the low and $12, but a lot of things had great bounces. When the NASDAQ recovery looks like this, all the way back to the top, and SoFi's recovery looks like, I'll zoom it in, so for effect, looks like this, nowhere close to where we were pre-market highs, still 2.5%. I mean, look, it's a nice bounce, but it's not much of a bounce after earnings. It's holding on to this 50 period by a hair, which is what this is what I wanted to see, like calm down for a couple of days, hold the major moving averages here, and I think it can be constructive. But the old pattern of SoFi having a good Q and then giving back right away, that's gone right back into fold. I never like a name like this if it just keeps on breaking the low. So for today, it's another break of the low. That it bounced matters a little bit, but it hasn't really gone past any reasonable resistance. So this is still in the penalty box for me, despite the bounce in SoFi. It turns out, like yesterday, when I looked like a tool for selling some before earnings in front of 13, it looks a little bit better now, but that was like an intentional trim because I felt like it could be really nasty had they missed. Thankfully, they didn't, because maybe they'd be down They're like $10 by now.
I was just going to look at, I mean, SoFi, I thought today would be a better day for SoFi. We sort of mentioned that yesterday. I thought that it was a decent report. We looked at the report and it was good. So that's where you get, one way going, the other way, not so hot. I wonder if the same thing's going to happen to Robinhood. So, and I know SoFi is a bank, Robinhood is not. I understand that Robinhood is much beloved, SoFi is not. I just worry that if they do have a good quarter, will it suffer the same fate? So Robinhood's implied move, actually Robinhood goes tonight. So I'm actually going to call it up. Adara always does such a great job letting us know what's going on. The implied move 12 right now, 12% for Robinhood. So if you do get a 12% move one way or the other, that would, let's just call it $5, would be more than that, but around. So that's 48 up to 53. That makes sense right into that area. So, potentially we get that. And if it's a better report, then we take out that high and we could see highs again, or you go down $5 and you go 48 to 43, and you're still not even that bad. So this is why I kind of like SoFi. If the report is bad, then we can come back in and it'll just give us an opportunity to buy it, hopefully somewhere around that $40 mark for Robinhood. So I know we're talking about SoFi, but Robinhood does have a 7 or 8% short float, similar to the 12 or 13% from Robinhood, so from SoFi. So, with earnings report tonight, this is one of the more interesting, and I know Joe's in this. I know there's a lot of traders that are in Robinhood. I actually think this is going to be more tradable and more interesting tomorrow morning than a Meta that reports today as well, because Meta being $500 and so, I mean, I don't know. I probably won't be trading Meta tomorrow, and I'll probably will be trading Robinhood. So I'm going to focus a lot on that report. And I'm excited for it. So I say up and away. If Robinhood numbers are correct, they had a 700% increase in crypto trading last quarter. That sticks in my head. And crypto's been great this quarter.
Gotta be.
So you would think that
gotta be.
Yeah, hopefully sort of pass through into earnings. But remember, stocks will not move on the earnings. They're moving on the guidance. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening and where SoFi sees this market, where Robinhood sees their market moving forward. But like the stock, like both these new finance names. I recently just bought JP Morgan, like a month and a half or so ago. But again, best of breed, these two seem good to me.
I think that I always think my phone's listening to me. But we keep making those JT Marlin jokes. I've been getting boiler room suggestions on YouTube Shorts.
Yeah.
Every
single
single day.
They do listen to you.
I think they are listening, because every time I make the JT Marlin joke, I just see, and I love those. Vin Diesel that's actually maybe his second best role, to be honest with you. You've never seen Boiler Room and you're a trader. That was screaming to be remade, or some type of a movie.
It's like a part 2.
Yeah, there could be you could do.
All right, there's more news out. I mean,
something just hit, because we just came right back down a little bit. I'm not hearing anything, but I didn't hear anything in my ear the first time.
Because it's all bullshit.
The Twitter machine had it all over the place, but I've heard nothing on my ear. But a little bit of a pullback in the market, especially some of the chip names in here. The AMD just came back down to 96. Let's talk, on point, let's talk about NVIDIA. But a little bit of a shock there. Just half a point down. That's a bit it.
Yeah, multiple comments today from Jensen about the state of AI in the United States. First of all, I said he's warning here, actually, China is not behind the U.S. in AI. Bold statement there. Separately, he said Donald Trump should revise the rules for AI chip exports, obviously, to benefit his company. And today, Seaport Global initiated coverage on NVIDIA with a sell rating, guys, and announcing a $100 price target. We'll keep an eye out on that, possibly moving down, though, in sympathy with SMCI's Q3 guidance.
So, yeah, we had NVIDIA written down here as a short, 106.50 to 107 short, okay? So that was 100% the idea that we had, because we had SMCI as a nightmare, we had the futures as a nightmare, and then we had Robinhood as a long, right? So that's why I talk so passionately about these names, because they're actually names that I've been working on and looking to trade. So now, with that being said, we were short. So here's 106, here's 10. We didn't even get to 106, 106.50. That's in this area right here, okay? So the fact is, the market was coming back in, all right? Once it did that, we started basically trying to short all of the bumps. that were happening, and it was working out just fine. As the market was going to the downside, these trades were working. But then we sort of got that feeling, and we talked about that spidey sense, and I said it live right on the show. This does not feel like it wants to go down. So we kind of stopped averaging in. We only did it once we got up to these 200 period moving averages. Then we started again, was able to get it, but then eventually got stopped out. Once that last stop out happened right here at 10:30, and we were like, okay, now we're starting to get serious. We're breaking through that 106. The futures may go. We are getting different stories back and forth. So I just flipped long. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to support this long. And that's exactly what we did. We put on the biggest NVIDIA position the show's ever seen, right here at 106, 105.65. And then it just blasted. Then we got longer when we came back from the gym. Right there, we got longer again. And this is about like 10% or so of this position. Then another 10% or so right there as we dripped right into VWAP. Again, bought that, and then boom goes the dynamite. Needless to say, NVIDIA is a big trade today, the biggest. And glad that it's at least where it is. Good job there holding on to NVIDIA. We're $2 in the money. Let's see where it goes from here. I think higher. I mean, if this market really wants to rally, and if there is any news about China, then I think I'm in the right name. Let's wait to see what winds up happening here with NVDA.
Yeah, if there is any news, obviously the chips are going to be at the forefront. I think the guide was one thing from SMCI, but the real flush that happened, I didn't trade NVIDIA, was a great one over there. I was in AMD pretty much most of the day, except for now, like AMD and SMCI. I'm no longer shorting those things. Forget about it. But it was all the economic data that really pressed us further down. Like, yeah, sure, you were gapped down on sympathy, but the push lower had everything to do with all of the swath of economic data that we had. When I'm eyeballing, I'm just going to go over to the daily chart. That's not split adjusted. There it is. I still believe we clear 115 on NVIDIA, and that's where it'll fly. It makes a ton of sense to me. The initial bounce that we had from that 80 took us to 115, and we've been struggling to get there ever since, like lower highs. And I think it's a lot of catch up for it to do. When I look at the same thing on AMD, it's been hanging out at the 98. Like AMD's already there, and it's already pressing right into that big top. I think it's a little bit closer to its breakout than NVIDIA is, but when NVIDIA gets going, I think people are more apt to hold it. That's the best way to put it. Like, I think when you get the big move on AMD, after a couple of days, you probably have a few more sellers. For advanced micro devices, 97 quarter, 97 half is like a 3-day high that it looks like we want to press into. But for now, as long as nothing comes out contrary, like I don't want to hear any negative headlines. We get a negative headline, all bets are off. I want to try to play some dips. I don't like the fact that it's kind of pulling back and not trendy as it was before, but I'd like to see a consolidation level on advanced micro devices. Not about chasing or anything like that, just want to be involved in that long. The only longs I had on VWAP was like Tesla. Oh, and Micron. I did trade Micron to the long side. In the midday, why? It came down to Micron had this really cool topping or bottoming tail candle at exactly 75. So I played a scalp trade on Micron. That's not the one I'm going back to. It's going to be advanced micro devices there. And I saw Lemon Musk asked us both this question, and you're just typing in UNH. I actually saw you say, do either one of us hold UNH in our long term? I used to. I do not anymore. I think I've talked about it I don't know, it just turned into a stock, and this is long before the earnings dump that it recently had. It just turned into a stock I didn't want to hold, just based on the business. And ultimately, it still has yet to make a bottom after their earnings came through and has been negative. And bounced off $400 exactly today. But there's been no hold of multiple levels on UNH. Like every single time it tries to make a higher low, like there it is, it establishes a higher low, the next day it breaks it. Makes a new fresh low. The next day, it breaks it. So you need to start holding for multiple days some support here in UNH before you've convinced me that this thing's out of the woods. But I no longer hold it and haven't for months in my long-term account, and I don't think I want to be. I might trade it again, but I don't want to hold it long-term.
Yeah, I don't. I would just buy the diamonds. Would be my thing. I'm going to be very specific on the stocks that I'm buying. What's up, Dan McIsaac? You guys know that, a stock that I'm very, very passionate about. Palantir is now up 1% after being down 4%. earlier on today. This name is almost at all-time highs again, and it just keeps on motoring. Palantir, you want to talk about what a daily chart looks like? I mean, this thing was $92 6 days ago, now $117, and although the market's been choppy, nothing choppy about this daily chart as it just chops up the shorts and just keeps on going long all the way up here. Get ready to possibly fade this thing at 125, and not today, that's for sure. Palantir just continues to go. But don't tell anybody about Big Bear AI either. Let's all celebrate this one when this one gets to $8 or $9. But right now, Big Bear AI down 5% today. Another one of those little names that will one day hopefully be a big bear. All right, so right now it's just a wee cub, but it'll get going there for sure. All right, Coinbase. Let's have a look at some crypto now. 200 right now for Coinbase. So this name looks pretty choppy here today, but we do have that high of 202, low of 199, and right now you're stuck in the middle pretty much. Although it looks like we're trying to get back in, taking down VWAP as crypto 94,000 and change here for BTC. We looked at the Bitcoin chart earlier on in the day. And let me have another quick look at this here. Let's look at a 5-minute chart just to see. So we had already talked about the hold down there. Wow, that happened today of 93,000. Oh boy, this is what I'm saying about trading, man. Like if you're sitting here and you have these targets in mind, man, we talked about, I didn't expect to see this. We talked about this earlier today about 93 being the long, and that came into play. So if anybody was able to hit that, good job on you guys, man. 93 long. It bounces directly off of 93,000, and we did this work earlier for you today. And I was like, we're going to short there, and if you're going long or covering anything, would be right there at 93. Wow. What a trade. I don't know if you had this, Joe, or not, but that trade right there on BTC, that's about as clean as you can get. Right there off that boom, and then boom, right there, up $1,500 off that low there for BTC. So congratulations to anybody that found that. I mean, we found it at 9 o'clock, but we didn't hit it when it happened in and around 10:30 or so. So nice drop down there for BTC and a huge recovery, actually, right back there. Let's see if it can get back up to this 96, 97,000. I mean, that's its past support is 96, resistance. So once you bounce off of one level, possible. I mean, anything's possible, but potentially going back to the top end of that trade. So, yeah, I mean, I think anything's possible in this market for sure. And it looks like Bitcoin, again, another pretty good opportunity there to get some money in if you're dollar cost averaging down there at 93.
It's a nice bull flag at that same level, right? Like if you look at I don't know if you had the daily chart up there, but like we keep saying about this, I have three, and I haven't had to move them. These 3 lines on the chart, like, and they're the most obvious things on Bitcoin. It's like, oh, how do you have the tops? I didn't make any tops and bottoms. This was the prior breakout. This was the resistance when it made the put. Like, look, it pushed up. This was the first level of resistance. Okay, throw a line on the chart. It then made this high from that top. Okay, we'll just throw a line up there, like around like. And then it just starts respecting it. And I love the fact we're consolidating right back above that 90, call it 91.5. This is primed for a breakout. And the way it goes, technically, first stop, obviously 100 is a big psychological one, and we had some trouble there before. But you can get higher. You can definitely get higher here. Now, whether or not, I still think Bitcoin is very, very range bound right now. So I do believe you're going to run into a ton of resistance when you start getting 6, 7, 8 up here in BTC. So for those that I'm not swing trading this, man. Like if I dip by, I'm just holding it. Like I'm not selling anything. Maybe I should when we get the opportunity and buy back in. But if I was a swing trader, yeah, longs in here and longs in here, I'd consider taking some out if we got into that high 106, 107, 108 range for sure. Roger, a pullback would always be nice. But sometimes, there are moments when I'd rather buy something higher because it confirms the trend. And I'd feel better about it confirming the trend than retesting the lows. Even if the lows are a good buy opportunity, sometimes you just want the higher low to hold so you can resume the trend. There's got to be nothing wrong with that at times. A lot of people have asked about Tesla. Just to reiterate, and it's not to, I don't want to hate on Tesla, but like you saw all the chips go to the high of the day. You didn't see Tesla go to the high recently. it got to 281, but its highs like in the high 80s up there, almost like 290. So unfortunately, Tesla's lagging a little bit, and I want to see it either bounce. If it can bounce clean off 77, maybe. If it can get down and bounce off 275, that would be a level that I would look at there. But yeah, all of a sudden, Tesla down 5% and rolling back into VWAP. I think I want to be patient, buying any dips. You got a bit of a topping tail in the NASDAQ that I think you want to respect. VWAP is a while away here. I think your first stop would be the prior high, 1944. So that's what I want to look. That's what I want to look for.
So kind.
First. So let's see if VWAP can come in and hold. All I heard was all I heard was eggs over there. The egg discussion.
Yeah, the man's on his 5th egg right now.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it, man.
He's had 14 before.
He already had 12 this morning, and he's having 4 more now. All right, I'm just fixing booking a couple days off up in here.
What?
That's in August, my guy pretty much every Friday in August.
I'm trying to process the whole. Well, he still had 12 to 14 this morning and is having 5 more on top of that.
16 eggs.
Yeah, the fact that you don't have the yolks totally makes it much more reasonable. Let me give an update here because I'm out of like 85% of I almost said Walmart WW, which I can tell you went red going long, buying the dip into $1, and then when it lost $1, I flipped into the short trade. You know, it'll be an L for me on today. Yesterday was much better on Weight Watchers. There's the name I was trying to come up with. Eventually did flip into the short. If it breaks the low, I'll have like 5% looking for 70 cents. There's a big seller at 85 on this thing, although it's 400,000 shares. The stock's done 233 million, so it's all relative. Obviously, it can chew through that in a heartbeat. So if we get back above, I'd say 86, I might consider taking a leg out for now. Next bid's at 78 on that bad boy. So Tesla, not at VWAP yet. AMD doesn't even seem to want to get to 96. AMD closed at 96 yesterday, so red to green, that 96 is what has to hold. I think that's the spot to buy the dip into on advanced micro devices. The fact that it went green today, it's an outsized mover. Let's see if it can't hold on. It's that or SMCI. Yeah, SMCI is not moving. SMCI is like barcoding off that 31. It is so tempting because that's the level that worked a couple of times for me shorting this 31, but not really feeling it right now.
Yeah, no. I took some out of NVIDIA, but let's try to see if there's another trade that we can make right now. I mean, I was looking at Coinbase and not much going on right there either. Apple, okay, Apple up now 0.3, down, 0.3, which is much better than where the market is right now. So again, I'm not seeing too much other than the fact that we are trying to bounce off 210 right here. So if you are going to do something, we could look at 210. 210 is right down here. We've sort of only wicked it once, and that happened back an hour ago or so, maybe a little earlier than that, but 1 o'clock-ish. We came back into 210. So other than that, we've held this level. So I think Apple does have a chance to go long from this area honestly, like almost right now. We could put a small piece on for Apple, but I would rather wait to see if we can come into that 210 area, then maybe even use 209.80, which is that bottom. So this is going to be a trade for me if it does come through. Let's look at Apple. Again, and put some bids down there. I do like that stock. So 210.05 or so, we'll put on a position and see what winds up happening if it does come into there. So that's a quick little look. We could check out on some of the names that we'll be reporting later on today, like Meta. So Meta right here, down 3% and yuck. I would not touch this thing at all heading into earnings today. I do not. I repeat, I do not like the way this looks. And although it did get a nice bump up there on Google earnings, we know that it also faded out with Google. And now today you're down that 3%. I like the stock. I don't think there's anything wrong with Meta per se, but it's just when we wait to see earnings, that we've already seen where this can go. Has nothing to do with where Meta's business is. It has to do with where it's going. So I want to hear what they're talking about, because I remember a little while ago, they were talking about some of their ads being affected, and that was with Israel and Hamas and all that kind of stuff that was happening over there. They were saying that their vision moving forward was relatively unclear with that happening. Now we have China back into the building. So I feel like there's going to be some clarity that needs to be sort of firmed up there with Meta. So we'll wait to see what the response is today from that. And then Google, so I'm going to stay away. And then the other name that I was just mentioning here, Google, again, under 160. That 160 is that over-under. We played this yesterday, and we actually wound up doing okay on Google yesterday off of 160. But you could see here today, whoops, there's the 160 bid that we were talking about yesterday, right? It held a couple times. We were able to take advantage of it until eventually it wound up breaking kind of right at the close, but it didn't really do too much. And then today, once we were underneath 160, it has continued to bleed, right? And I mean, even though we're still down 2%, all of these names right now are bouncing off of VWAP and trying to do something. So for me, that would be an area to look at, but I'd rather look at Apple. Apple's only down 0.3 right now into a Google down 2 number, right? So I think if we're going to go long, we should play relatively strong names, and right now Google's not, but Apple is. The other name, and again, put some names in the chat if you want. I'm just sort of running through.
Palantir is running again.
Yeah, Palantir.
That's been set up.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I mean, Palantir is the greatest, pretty much the greatest trade of my life, to be honest with you. But buying that where we did and being able to see where it's going right now, Palantir has been incroyable right there. But yeah, Netflix would be the other one that's relatively strong. So this was a name that just made all-time highs, and it is just gone. I should have picked this on our day, on that day when we were making our plays, because, you know, we really liked Netflix, and I talked about WWE, and I remember specifically mentioning that. And yeah, that's really, I don't know if that added to it. I actually didn't comb through their earnings report, but yeah, Netflix continues to run, right? And I don't think it's to anybody's surprise that this monster is where it is. I mean, they still have Netflix gaming. There's many more shoes to drop in this name, right? So yeah, we like Netflix. I like it. So anything dipping down into Netflix, even on the day, we could just try this with smaller shares, but that's gonna have to get to 116 before we look at VWAP. So yeah, all right, let's go back over. Oh, we're not ready yet, are we? I just heard go to Adara, so yeah, Andre says, all right, let's go to Adara.
Just be aware here, we do have a situation where Caroline Leavitt with a White House press briefing, but not usually the type that we get. This one I wasn't seeing anything about ahead of time. She's briefing members of the, quote, new media in a much smaller forum. So just be aware here, Caroline Leavitt speaking, I'm listening to it. Maybe not market moving at all, but something to be aware of. Back to you.
Well, you always want to be aware because anything that comes from the administration can move the markets. That's just the reality. It might be, I don't know, like if you hear like confirmation of these talks with China, like I'm already getting a big bounce here. Why don't I just type in Uber? Maybe sometimes I have no idea why I just typed Uber. Of all things, it makes no sense. When I meant to type Alibaba. When I'm looking at the Chinese names here, which had that great reaction when we came on, they've given it pretty much all back. Like almost the entirety of the move. Like Baba, it's looking a little bit weak right now, which I think that's a little bit concerning. So I think, look, if there's any confirmation, these have a potential to catch up. Then the only caveat, of course, is it's the afternoon and it's a Chinese ADR, so sometimes you're not going to go too much higher. But yeah, it's weird that these boys are not following with them right now. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Wow, wait, let's cancel our dip buy on AMD because that's just going higher and higher and higher. It's 1% up on AMD, and this is a big level on AMD. Like, you're probably not going to find too many stocks that have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. 6 times in the last month.
Yes.
We have tested this same high just underneath the $98 level. Wow, I said this week if it got up there again, I would take a shot shorting it. I guess we have to wait for it to get there. This stock is crazy. It's on one.
Yeah, on one. We are right now on one, but actually in one right now. NVIDIA the on one right now, $2 in the money right now. We were just talking about PEs over here, and my guy just figuring it out now because we've been talking about Google. I actually thought it was at 15 or 16 PE right now. Sharif just reminded me it's 17. I mean, I just don't love the name. I do own a decent amount of Google, but with this recent move up in Palantir, I think we do have a new leader in the clubhouse right now for my account is Poundy. But I didn't sell any Google, so I still, if I really didn't like it, obviously I'd get out. But I am forever long. So we won't be selling anything at any point. Although I'm gonna be forever long. And if you want top tier odds and total control, then you want to be with Profit X. See this? Scan that QR code right there. Sign up ASAP. Bet all your today's trading winnings on the Maple Leafs. If you want to lose it all, to open API access for automation, cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your own risk with Profit X. Don't just place picks, exchange them. Profit X is smarter, faster way to play. Users can use code TraderTV to sign up and offer 2% cash back up to $300. Look, I don't have to do a demonstration again, do I, on the show? Profit X, and look, man, I'll just load up my FanDuel account right now and show you guys. The odds on Profit X
any game
are so much better than all the other books. And it's not just saying this because we can stop rolling that there, Andre, when you want. The Profit X does have an absolutely amazing platform. We've tested it out. You can exchange, if you want to get out of your odds, you can get out of them. Even for a profit, you could scalp your plays. So look, it's a great platform, and we definitely support it here at Trader TV.
Yeah, you want the Lakers tonight? I don't know why. Go Minnesota.
Money. It's in Los Angeles, or?
Yeah, it's in LA. Money line minus 220. You take the spread 5.5, you'll get 107. Not to put you on the spot or anything, but we've done this. This is the thing. We've done this a million times. There hasn't been a single time we've pulled up any kind of a major game where the line wasn't better over here at Profit X, or at least what you're able to.
We're looking at NBA.
I have NBA up right now. The Timberwolves and the Lakers.
Yeah, so right here, and I'm not even looking at Neil's screen. I'm just going to tell you what it is right here. So the money line right now for the Timberwolves is plus 190, and the Lakers are minus 230.
220.
Right, so right there. So you're saving, and if you go over to Neil's screen, there it is right there, 220 and 210. So complete opposite, not opposite, but you're saving on that one. And the line right now is 5.5. What do you got over there?
Well, they got 5.5. But what are you getting on that?
It's always minus 110 on both. And look at that. Plus so you get. All right. Look, if you're. I know. So just focus. Zoom in.
Can I?
You can.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There it is.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
look at that. Minnesota Timberwolves plus 5.5. Right there, what Neil's showing you is plus 103. Right. So right here on my screen, Andre, if we look in that.
Go to Sean's screen.
There it is right there. That plus 5.5 is minus 110. So you're literally saving 13 cents right there on 100. So, I mean, whatever. It's up to you guys. Scan it, get in there. If you are a gambler, worth checking it out. Thank you to Profit X. And
think of it this way. It's like imagine there was a gateway that you could sit on that when NVIDIA was at 106, you could get it at 105.80. You're going to buy it anyways.
I mean, if that existed, I wouldn't even be sitting here.
Well, remember the Soul Bandits back in the day?
Yes,
there used to be crap like that, stuff like that in trading where you'd get advantages.
Watch your language.
Yeah, my bad. Stuff like whatever, crap like that. It used to happen, and early on there were traders that would only do all they did. They just sit there arb through the books, and if you can do it, then good luck to you for sure. You see a lot of people making predictions in there. Hood is the next run, somebody just said. Well, I want to look.
Again, someone just asked, why does Profit not just move the line to 6? They're not setting.
Oh, no, they're not.
The lines are set by you. So if you want to go in there, so you could go into Profit X right now and create that line yourself. You could go in there and say, I'm going to put $1,000 on whatever, you're saying Minnesota plus 6, then you could just do that yourself. Someone will come in and hit you.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that's your trade. So yeah, it's pretty cool stuff, man, over there. So
you can swipe the entire book if you want.
Swipe or no swiping?
It's been a long time since we looked at that. I feel like those days, we don't do any more Paw Patrol. We don't do any more.
Dora is Costa Rican, I think.
Is it? You know what? I should know this, but I should know because my daughter watched a ton of it, but I don't remember where she's from.
Hola, soy Dora.
There's a Canadian version called Bo on the Go.
Yes, I know that one.
Which my brother, for a period, was an animator on, which is pretty cool.
The worst Canadian one of all time is that French one. Oh man, what's that thing's name? Caillou.
Bless you. Yeah.
You like Caillou?
Caillou, you like
Caillou's a problem, man. That kid is a problem, Caillou, right there. You don't watch out for Caillou, anybody. Who's hitting the fail over there? Mr. One Piece?
Fabian's hitting the fail.
What, you like Caillou? Huh?
Nobody
No,
likes Caillou.
okay. He doesn't like Caillou.
The second you
the only
said
one
it-
that likes Caillou is Captain Pie over there.
No, he doesn't.
You like Caillou?
You've never even seen it, probably.
You like Caillou? A little arrogant French kid. Okay, I'm going to show you some Caillou highlights coming.
But it's like you said there, like just the character, the kids show, the characters shouldn't rub you the wrong way that bad.
Obi never saw Scarface, okay? So Obi is out. Okay, Obi is out. Yeah, I know. It is OG, but I'm not. I don't know, but the one I remember is Hal Johnson. What is the sport, the workout one there?
They're back.
Body break.
With Hal Johnson and Joanne McLeod.
Yes, I was going to say the body break.
You are fake.
Yeah, there it is, man. Thank you, Jay Lee. Jay Lee not feeling Caillou.
Thank you. It was terrible. Yeah, and no, but this comment says everything right here. Caillou was horrible.
Caillou is a red
taught
flag.
kids
Yes,
to whine and complain.
Who's the one writing that?
Kid had a bad attitude.
Good. I want
kid had a
to
bad
still
attitude in Caillou.
keep it real. This is
Can't
my
promote
girl
that
over
stuff,
there.
man.
I can't.
Dora has a reasonable positive attitude. Caillou was
exactly.
Caillou was a problem.
Caillou was a problem.
Nobody actually.
Caillou is the Jake Paul of he's a problem child.
No, when you watch a kids show, you want the kid in the kids show to be a role model to your child.
Right.
Not exactly what you don't want them to act like.
He's like Dennis the Menace. That's all. I mean, I like.
No, but
Caillou.
Dennis the Menace was kind of.
There, Caillou. A lot of people hating on Caillou. So there we go.
Sorry.
Paw Patrol's okay. I like Paw Patrol. All right. So yeah,
Paw Patrol has some weird mind control thing going on that makes kids addicted. No, seriously, the length, no, the way that they do the way that they do the color patterns. It's been actually studied. The way they do the color patterns on that show, how long they leave things on screen, how quickly they do the cuts, is optimized to make you like it's like crack.
They had a movie too.
I'm just saying.
You know, the best of all time.
That's why kids get upset when they stop watching.
And probably no one's even really heard of it here. Is Yo Gabba Gabba. I don't know if anybody's heard of that.
I know you do.
Okay, maybe you do, but like Jack Black's been on that. But Yo Gabba Gabba is literally the best kid show of all time. Listen, Mr. Caillou, you're out now, okay? There's no more comments about kid shows there. Even Caillou probably had a piece of pie in one of those episodes, I would think. No, fake. No, he did not, Caillou. There's one person in the chat that loves Caillou. What's up, Jam Loki?
That's Joe's homie right there.
Thing is, when Joe has kids and actually watches Caillou again, then he will come right back on the show, and he will be like, "I'm not worthy. Caillou is a disaster of a show." But I like it though. It's fun to watch. It's just for kids, anyways. This all started with Dora, by the way. Okay, so let's just go back into the market real quick. I mean, the market is coming back down. NVIDIA is taking the way up, though. So we just got another out. I mean, I left it on the screen. You guys could see we just got out another one at the day high. So we'll go props up for that one. And then one of the original OG animations is this floss one. So there it goes, man. What up to Fortnite as we floss that one out to the upside there. I mean, I'm looking at the scanners trying to find out if something's going on. Palantir is just, honestly, man, unabated to the quarterback right now. It just took down 118.20, and now it's finally starting to pull back. But damn, we like some Palantir around here, man. That stock continues to work itself out, long from years ago. And the last time we took something out was $50. But I think it was Dan that was mentioning this in the chat. It probably is time to think about, anyways, taking some of this out. It's had a huge move upside as we enter the hour of power, right up there to the top end, PLTR. A name that got destroyed today, though, was CoreWeave, I thought, early. Yeah, well, not really. I guess it's recovered a little bit there, down 4%. People were yelling at us earlier about CoreWeave. And yeah, there it is. So they did have a disaster move down there. SMCI gave some back yesterday. So CoreWeave gets hit a little bit due to that, I guess. But there it was. It looks like the bottom right down there, 39.58. All right, Adara has, guys, breaking news. So let's go find out what's going on.
I actually don't. Sorry, that was a miscommunication. I have no breaking news, but If you are interested in earnings plays, then I guess I do, because here is the list of events and earnings on watch for tomorrow. And wow, is it a doozy? You can check this out on X at TTV Research. It's just been posted. Tomorrow morning, a slew of healthcare-related names reporting. You have CVS, Moderna, and Eli Lilly. McDonald's also reporting much earlier in the earnings season than it usually does. Roblox as well tomorrow, MasterCard and Wayfair. Then after the close tomorrow, we're going to be getting Amazon and Apple, as well as some names like Reddit, Big Bear AI, Sean. We've got Airbnb, Twilio, and Lumen. So many tickers. Just check this out on X at TTV Research. Very soon, I will be posting the implied moves for tonight's earnings and tomorrow's earnings. Back to you.
That's their logo? Big Bear, that's their logo? That looks like Polestar.
That's their logo.
It's because the logo's for, everyone's like, why are we leaning in like we're old men? No, because on our program screen, that Big Bear eye was so tiny. That's not a very good logo. You gotta get something cooler than that. No, Big Bear AI.
He's not normally here. He doesn't know the fun that we have in the afternoon.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, this is good times,
Dude,
man.
Big Bear should have, it's the easiest logo of all time. My brother would make one for, oh, just do it.
I do have to. Your brother, imagine that's Grok right now.
Any like Grok.
Yeah. No, but yeah, Neil's brother's an animator. So shout out to Mr. Len. All right, so let's give shout out to Sharif and Neil today, because we do have, again, a big earnings show ready for you. Sharif, Neil, Adara, all on board today for, again, a sort of a murderer's row of names, and will definitely affect the market tomorrow, man. I mean, it's a good thing that we're on the new month, because April going out a little bit like, I don't know, it was going to go out like a lion over the last couple of days, and today it's kind of come back in a little bit. But April's been a good month. When you sort of look at the triple Qs here, I'll just call them up for you. We did turn green on the month. I'm not sure by what percent, because today we were down pretty decently there today. But what a month of April, man. Like, we went all the way back into like 2024, beginning of 2024 right there. So we gave back about a year and a half worth of S&P runs or NASDAQ runs. We gave back a year and a half this month alone. And then it just said, nope, we'll put you right back to earlier on in the year as we get to go right now. Sharif, is everything all right over there, my guy? He's getting excited. Oh, he's watching football highlights. Somebody just scored. Ooh, I like it. Champions League semifinal. Who's in that semifinal? Okay, let's go Inter.
1-0. They just scored, my guy.
That's right.
Yeah,
I know nothing about this, but go Italy.
You just randomly, that's why you picked it. That's why you picked it.
Yeah, of course, man. Go to Roma, Siena. We're down.
I want to go to Sicily.
Choppy days. You want to go to Sicily? Yeah, I've never been to that.
Well, only because
Shout out to my guy Sebastian Maniscalco.
Because I started the what the heck's that show called again? White Lotus?
Yes.
That's the name.
Yeah.
He wanted to say Blue Lotus.
Wasn't that season 2 was in Italy, or was it season 1?
No, season 2. I just started season 1, so nobody spoil it for me. I'm way behind on this White
Somebody
Lotus.
dies. Exactly. That's why I do it, because it's if you've seen the first episode.
No, but that was spoiled for me in season going into it. I knew it was going to be.
It's not a spoil.
But they show you at the beginning.
Yeah,
at the beginning of the episode, you know somebody dies, which I think is really cool. They work backwards. I meant to. Roblox was on that list, and we didn't really. I wanted to talk about Roblox just very quickly if we can. So I didn't realize how well this is doing. Shout out to Roblox for somehow managing to be down every time my daughter is feeding for it. I have no idea. I think maybe it's our PC, but we tend to have issues with that thing sometimes in the evenings. But Roblox, really good long consolidation here. I love bottoming tail candles like this, 65 half. Like, clearly it's a rejection. Now, this plays both ways. If you do this, you have to hold it. It's got to hold 65 half and then break out the top. Otherwise, you're just in flat bottom break territory. I think it's going to be technically, it's an obvious area over under to play with, right? Like clear resistance above it, you know what to do. Underneath it, you kind of know what to do as well with that bad boy. Apparently, interest scored in the first minute. That's intense. What is going on over in Tesla? Tesla never got to VWAP, so it's a little bit disappointing because it did the bounce off of 78 and not even close. Actually, it was like 78 half. It didn't come close to 77, and I even preferred 75. It's right back up at that top. So this might not be the one. It could just be an AMD party because that's holding trend there. Since the high, this is the trend line that's holding on AMD, but it's like barely holding. So even if I get into AMD, close this bar above, bounce once, close above the trend line, I'd be out of it with a really tight stop just based on the rules. I don't want to short that trend break. If I short something, it's SMCI. Because SMCI is just 31, 31, 31 over and over and over again. If we fail to break it this time when the futures go to the high, it should just be a short up here. Like, look at the rejection at 31 every single time.
Cantor Equity Partners, CEP, what dump city right now? Yeah, I donate $30 a month to Roblox, so that's fun times. But right into here, yeah, still going upside right now. Now it's not. It's only up 1.5%. But we had CEP going for CEP. There it is right there.
C3PO?
Yeah, C3PO. It's still up 17%, right? So there it is. So there's the move there. Nice dump back in for CEP, right into VWAP again. So it just lost a bid, seriously. Why did this not just halt? I don't understand. I don't understand the halt rules here, because that seems pretty quickly like 10% to me in just a matter of minutes. But there goes CEP downside, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4, 5 minute, 6 minute, more. But yeah, there it is right there. That should have halted right there. I don't know, but anyways, nice downside play there for CEP as it continues to go a little bit lower, and it's not halted. I can see it's changing right now, and this is not how our screen looks when it's halted. It gets grayed out. So right now, a nice move back in for CEP, back into VWAP. So again, a level, if you're looking at it, if you are short, you may want to think about covering right now. There is some, obviously some sort of supply zone right here. We did get through a lot of volume on that early spike at 11 o'clock up to $42. Then it did fall right back in, almost into where we are right now, $36, $37. So I guess if you don't want to cover and you are holding for obviously something a lot more, then I would say do not let it break this 36.50 area right there, because then you're under VWAP, you're under every single technical line that I like to follow, and you broke support. So if you are in Cantor Equity Partners, like we all are, obviously, then this one you have to watch out for a 36.50 drop off. That Weight Watcher, or sorry, WW International did find a bottom, very similar. Look for the last kind of supply zone in area traded, and it's right into there. So we do find that bid coming in again. So that would have been a great long. Let's just go back over NVIDIA. Sorry, yeah, NVIDIA, that's right. Is making that move back in. So we took that out. We talked about that. I only now have about 20% of what's left on board for this trade. So fine for that for me. And well in the risk spot. We've taken out a lot on this trade. It's a good one. I'm really happy with the way I traded this. But I'm going to take another piece out here at 47. So let's do that right now. So we do that. And now we're getting lighter on that position. So, all right, that's what we're doing. I am just messing around a little bit with Fannie Mae. It's not doing anything right now. I'm trying to see. I'm long right here at 31, but it's not doing anything. So I'm just going to offer it at 32. Maybe get out. That was something else that I was trying to look at right there for you. We did have a story earlier on this morning about Boeing and the government. And again, anytime, I think this could be, it's not really even that undercover, but this could be a big, huge winner again when we look at how China is going to react to any possible deal with the United States, right? And they've sort of put a halt, at least this is the story that I remember a couple of weeks ago when this all came up, is that China was like, fine, then we're just not going to buy any more planes kind of thing. And Boeing did have that move down. But since then, it's been doing quite well, back near the highs for Boeing. As you can see, it's 6 or 7 straight up days now for Boeing, and right back up into, it's not going to be all-time highs, but right back into a nice resistance zone here of 190. So you can take this 190 all the way back to March of 24. So basically a year ago, where we were in this area, and you might look back and say, well, why didn't I sell? Well, you might have the same questions right now. So I actually just missed, I was at 125. It was one of those odd things that as it was happening, I didn't even think about it. It would have been great to get long down there, but we missed it. Should have been at 130 on Boeing, but it's a good level to get out, I think, for BA if you're still in that. It's not doing too much right now. The market's not doing too much. We've seen the market go to sleep ahead of some of these earnings plays. So I think today, especially with Microsoft, and we sort of just went over all the earnings that were happening today, and Microsoft, Meta, there's some big ones in the afternoon tonight with Hood as well. So we'll have to wait to see. Look at Microsoft kind of not doing anything. Yesterday we did have that.
Qualcomm as well.
Qualcomm was a good one that we had missed sort of talking about. Tesla yesterday had that wicked break, late day break, where we didn't take it. It was 287 right there. So I'm actually thinking that right now you're kind of gearing up for a very, very similar break. So I'm going to take this time. That is 280. You see what happens? This is how you know, like I got to zoom into my own eyes. 281.50 right there to take this trade. I'm going to do it. So like Nike, we're just going to do this, and we're going to try to see where we go from here on NKE. So yeah, good level. We'll see if it can hold, or sorry, on Tesla.
Dan McIsaac just asked about Nike.
He did?
Yeah.
I thought I didn't see that. I was just saying I was just going to do the trade. But shout out to Nike.
That was well played.
Probably going downside there because Starbucks, I would think. I don't know what Nike's doing today, but if the China story doesn't get sorted out, Nike has a problem. So does Lululemon, which, by the way, I actually noticed I'm wearing Lulu boxers, Lulu shirt, Lulu pants. I don't have the Lulu hat or socks on today, but I do own socks. I do not own the stock.
No. I had it for a bit for a trade. It didn't move. It might have made a little bit on the trade, but I don't like Lulu. Dan, so quickly, actually, let me start with the other way, because I don't want to fight anything here today. You tick by even a cent through the high, okay, fine, like risk less than 10 cents on the stock. It is what it is, but that's how it is going to be with this market and the recovery that it's putting on here. So SMCI is trying to break out past that 31. It's also SSR. But I did want to shout out to Dan asking about Nike for the long term, because I keep saying when you have something settle down off of earnings, like have it hold that low. Remember, that already happened. Like it held here, call it like mid-month, like I don't know, 15, 16, there's your higher low, there's your higher low, and then you're breaking out past 55, ran into a brick wall at 60, and it's coming right back in. So I don't like that look as much on Nike. There's so much risk, and the problem with Nike is by the time there's a deal, there's just nothing you can do about it. Like when there's a deal, Nike's just going to gap up one day and just be gonzo.
Yeah, exactly. That
was intense.
Good. Yeah.
Why are you asleep in the first place?
That's the whole point to do this, to wake up. No, we're just in. That's why I hit it. There goes Tesla. We just talked about it. We said we were going to do it. We did it. We're in it right now. There goes Tesla. Let's see how far we can go. It just went at almost 50 cents almost immediately right there. We didn't put an offer out because it happened so quickly. There's that little wick high there. No, actually it only goes to 80. So I actually put an offer out. I thought I'd missed the top, but I put an offer out at 93. So it didn't actually get that high. We're going to try to, actually, what am I doing? That's not enough shares. I'm going to try to take out 10%. If it does go, actually, let's take out, I haven't really looked at the outside of this trade yet. So let me just put it out. Let's get out a 10%, sorry, at 90s. We're just a couple pennies away from getting that trade right now. Let's see if Tesla really wants to work today. Yesterday, when we ripped through, I mean, we never saw anything until the 50-period moving average happened at 430 right there. So let's see if it wants to continue to go higher. Right now, we are now in finally on a level break for Tesla. It's a new trade position for us here in the afternoon. So I'm going to watch out for that. Again, maybe the 50-period would be an issue. So that is 279.50. So that's fine for me. We're in about a not two. I mean, the units are so different because Tesla is a wild one, but we are in Tesla right now, maybe about a unit and a half. So let's wait to see what happens. We are willing to hold this all the way back to the 50-period moving average. I am. So that's 279.50. So let's go. All right. So something about Trump and air flights, but talking about air traffic controller shortages. So anyways, AAPL, I just want to look at that, see if there's anything going on there. But
yeah, no movement.
You know, if it's anything serious, Adira will obviously have that for
Actually,
us.
we never even talked about.
Yeah, okay, so she's talking about cabinet meetings or something. They talked a lot about that during the cabinet meeting. So, all right, we'll find out if there's anything else going on here in this market. But your boy is long right now, new position. It's only 25 cents in the money, but we're going to see how far Tesla can go and take a little bit out. Like I said, 10% out at 90 if it can get up there. It looks like it's trying. And then 282 after that, and then hopefully we moon. But the futures are going to have to go, right? So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Good trade on NVIDIA and hopefully even a better one on Tesla.
Yeah, I'm reversing. If you're breaking out, you're breaking out. Like when you zoom out and remember how big a level 31 was on SMCI, I want to be long in the other direction. So we were short at this level in the middle of the day, and we just had it a couple seconds ago, but I want to see if we can't go long in front of it. Oops, zoom out too far there. It was just the initial bounce spot that got you to 31, and then the overnight high as well was 31, call it 31 change, like 31.10 or something like that. So you're breaking out in a couple of ways here, grabbing the longs and just trying to continue out, like see where it can go. I was going to mention the travel names, but I went over to see NCLH after that, I guess, airline headline, and like we didn't even talk about NCLH. Somebody's doing some weird things on NCLH. It's barcoding. SMCI will be much more interesting. Tesla right now is going, but this breakout, not even with the market going, and you're breaking out highs on both these names, but it is pretty intriguing. Whatever's happening on NCLH at $16, if you're into a barcode, somebody is loading up on that stock down there. But I want to be able to add to SMCI. I think you can at least clean to the $0.50 at this point. Last salvo when the market's breaking out, and in the midst, I looked at AMD. AMD's pulling back. And NVIDIA is pulling back, and SMCI is breaking out. So that's the reason we flipped it to the long.
Thanks, Randy, for this earlier. I mean, what else do we want to do right now? Let's just do cooking. We're cooking. There it goes, man, 282.25. So it smooths 75 cents immediately right there. So, you know, we're trying to see if there's some more movement here for Tesla. So so we're out of 20%. 10% there at O's at 82. We're actually at 93, and then right there we actually were at 25. So 282.25 right there out. So we only out of 10%, 10%. So still got 80%. Let's see how far we can go. You know, to look at some levels here for Tesla on a 1-minute chart. I mean, this little bottom, what is that? That's 283 flat. All right, I can do that. 282.90. Let's put another 10% up there. If we can get that, that would be great. So let's see if it wants to continue its upside play. And the other one that we have on board is NVDA, and we're taking some out again. So we're getting really light on NVIDIA, man. We have about, looking at the math, about 20% left of this position. We have done really well. Like, we didn't scalp this out at all until we got back into this level right here. So that was pretty important. Normally, I would have scalped some out right here. Didn't do it. Let it run all the way to the upside. Then we were able to get out again at 107.50. I mean, that is the level that we had written down here between 106.50 and 107. So, you know, the fact that that's doing something right now, no surprise, maybe a turnaround off of that 108 marker. All right, Tesla's falling in just a little bit. I'm going to get out just a little bit here at 90 if we can, on a little bit of a bump up. Let's put 5% more out right there, because again, it's a good trade here into the end of the day. That's for sure. If it's going to be a good trade, we're only out of 20% of it. Let's get out of 25% now. And as this keeps changing, our out is changing. So I'm not holding this back through the 50-period moving average, which is right there. So now it's 279, it's basically 280. If we break through 280, like, every minute this thing's going to climb higher, right? So by the time we probably have to deal with it, there we go. Let's freaking go. Right there, that's $1 right now. So we're back into the club. We just put this on. I'm glad you reversed into the long there on SMCI as well, because there it goes. Let's go. Again, for Tesla, as you know, we're making it rain a little bit here. Oh, we have something for that. It's a money storm kind of an idea again for us. So yeah, we're pretty happy here. Good battle back from yesterday. There it goes. There's your smooth dollar. It's a face slapper. One more time for Tesla. Thank you so much for trusting in the positions that I'm putting on, and I hope that you guys were able to take some of that. We talked about it. Nike, just do it. We did it there with Tesla, and it shoots up the board. So good job there. We're out of more and more and more of that. We have 70% left.
Yeah, great look over there on Tesla. I want to remind everybody, I said this yesterday, but there's a 135 million expected buy imbalance today, which is rather large. It's that thing that was a sell yesterday on AMCR. Right now, the early look is 3.8 million. So I'm going to have this up. You don't usually see stuff like this, and it's down on the day, which is a good thing because it gives you more room to buy it up. But it just caught a little bit of a bid, and when it happened, you can see the early looks like 3.8. So if this climbs higher and continues to grow, I might look to try to build a long position. If you just see AMCR and you're like, what the heck, why is anyone even trading this thing? 135 expected buy on this bad boy, which is over $1 billion notionally. So that's a massive, massive imbalance. I might get a dip buy opportunity there in SMCI, but I'm not in it yet. I want to see it grow one more time, and then I'll take a shot at it. But I just wanted to explain it before, so that if you see me in that stock randomly, you'll know exactly what's up. We didn't take it yesterday because it was the wrong direction. So it could have had something out there for like 15 pennies on SMCI, but I wanted it to get to 40. It's like the gap is huge on this thing. Like you got to go way, way back to, what are we talking about? Like the 15th, 16th, 17th in here. The last time we had any close at these prices, and 31.5 was that close. So that's where I want to look to see if we can get it. Mike Horn says Tesla, and then he deleted it. Oh, Mike, I was about to read it, Mike Horn. You just said Tesla short 299, and then you deleted, retracted your message. I don't know if it gets there today. I think a lot of people would. I don't know why you retract that message. I think that when Tesla gets to levels like 300,
maybe I think you meant 289 probably.
Oh man, that could be it.
I mean, if we run a $17 winner here right at the end of the
I was just reading the chat.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying like there is some kind of a possibility, I think, for a much higher move. So we're $1 in the money on this. We only now have 60%, but here it comes. I mean, now this is going to be $1.50 in the money on this one. So yeah, man, today is a very, very chill day. We've really hit the levels that we wanted to. And there goes Tesla, just to top it off at the end of the day. We'll tweet that out, but you know, we're doing it live every single day. And I mean, this trade I gave as soon as it broke, even as soon as it broke, we were talking about it well before it broke, and then as soon as it broke, automatically triggered in. And again, that's how I use the stop orders. I'll use them to get in and to get out of a position. But there goes Tesla. Nvidia's $1.80 in the money, and Tesla's $1 in the money. So combined over here, we've got over $2.80 right now, $3 in the money, and the Tesla trade is a brand Nubian. So if you guys were interested in that, then you got that winner hopefully on board as well. So bye-bye Tesla. And Neil's just in WW and SMCI, and I'm only in Nvidia right now and Tesla. So,
oh, what the heck?
Did Inter score again? I mean,
no, it was probably just a chance.
2-0 Inter.
What, they scored again?
Yeah, you got to make sure. You know, you definitely got to. Simple. T Money told me to ask you what. Hold on, let this play.
We're here, baby.
T Money asked me to ask you what happened in Champions League yesterday. We lost one. Okay, so
yeah,
that's what it was.
I feel like T Money
here,
knew that.
Yeah. Here comes, of course.
T Money knew that before you asked. You know what's up.
Yeah. Figured that much as well. All right, so Tesla just came right back in again. So let's take another piece out right now at 282. So we'll do that. We just got 281.90 again right there. You know, it's really nice to watch this happen, but remember, this is a very, very sensitive name, right? I mean, any kind of a headline that comes through, and we haven't heard anything, you know, headline-wise, pretty much in the last hour. So maybe we're just chilled out right now. I'm going to get some more out near the top. This is a topping day right now. Like if we can top out the day, we were in a little bit of trouble early and then just made it all back. And we want to thank NVIDIA for that really at the end of it all. But I think we've covered a couple good names there, man. Boeing, Robinhood, WW, CEP. Oh, you know, there was that crazy runner that I said was going to be, what was that new IPO? YB? Was that what it was?
Oh, it was bad.
So,
it was bad. That was,
no, but when it opened, you know, you immediately, if you got 21.60 off the open, it went to $29. Now, you would have not had that top, but if you participated sort of in any of these halts, and you could see when it got nasty, the minute, and this is a learning opportunity for all of us, the minute you take out, and you saw the way I traded CoreWeave, which was great. We had a great trade on CoreWeave, but the minute it breaks where you opened, like where you IPO'd at, that's the short. So there it is right now. Now it's gone to sleep. Probably will do that. I'd say watch out. This is only a 2 million share float on YB. So look for this name tomorrow. This is a day 2 play for sure. If you want to take like 100 shares and run this thing into tomorrow, I wouldn't blame you. I think there's a good opportunity for this stock to do something tomorrow when the Chinese government says, okay, it's time to turn on the machines and let's run YB to the upside. So watch out for that one tomorrow.
I don't even know what they do.
Doesn't matter. I don't know what they do either.
But I just know there's Chinese.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the take for me on that one as well. All right, so we got some more out. So we are actually out. We have less than half right now of Tesla. But look what's happening. This one could fall right out of bed real quick, right? So 280. We said this probably would be at 280 by the time this came back. So
what happened to the bottom there?
You're just seeing the market go down.
Oh, there we go.
What's doing something?
I'd just be careful that.
I didn't hear any of that. So go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't catch it there. But we just lost 31, so I got to slap the fail. That was a huge reversal. Went from like 20 pennies in the money to instantly breaking the 31 on SMCI. So that's headed down. With that tick down, I did take this AMCR. It just like I'll show you mine. It went from 4 million to 13 million, so it keeps growing to the buy side. So I'm just sort of sitting on the bid. If it makes a fresh low, like we're a half an hour from the imbalances, so I got to be careful with this, right? If it breaks the low, I'm just going to jump out of it. If it gets to resistance, I'll take some profit. But as long as it's holding the low and growing larger as a buy imbalance, then I'll try to respect it. Just get out of WW at this point. Can't break 80, can't break 90, and we're short at 90, so it's clearly just got like a 10-cent range. I'm on the bid at 81, see if we can't take it out. But yeah, I mean, my stop's at break even, so I think it should be fine for sure. But obviously, we'll see how this goes with AMCR. It's supposed to be a big buy. There was a delete, but BERY, which is being deleted, is already off the index today. So, it's already deleted today, so you can't really trade the other side of it. What did I type AMC?
All right, so we were able to buy a little bit of a dip there on Tesla. Again, we're just trying to hold that against the 280. I mean, if this winds up dripping against us, or I guess dropping against us here, it's definitely not dripping. That was a pretty aggressive move. Congratulations, someone said they had shorted the top. That's great. I mean, I didn't have any idea that was going to be the top, but looks like you may be right on with that one. Remember, we're getting out on a 280 break. That was always the plan, so I'm not gonna change my opinion or my trade idea just because we have a little bit of a move down. I will try to get some out, however. If we can get back up to 281.30, 281.50, then yeah, I think that would be a decent area to get something out and then be able to let's ride back up to the top side. If it does happen and if we do start to bleed down, fine. We'll turn, I guess, a winning trade into a losing trade. But, you know, I was playing this based on what we had sort of saw yesterday. I know there was news yesterday when we had sort of broke that, but the whole market really took off into the close. So we'll see if they have that ability to do that again here today as there goes Tesla. Thank you very much for that reload. We just reloaded it. Right there at 280.60. So we've got about $1 from that reloaded spot. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out here at 50 as we start to climb right back up to the upside right there today. Today's the NVIDIA day and Tesla day for me. That is for sure. Let's wait to see what happens with Tesla and go over to Adara and see what's up with that.
We have a ton of names reporting earnings after the bell and tomorrow morning. If you want to keep track of them all, check out our implied earnings moves infographic on X at TTV Research. I have organized the expected moves of some of the biggest names reporting earnings tomorrow. Yes, there are a lot of them. Oh, sorry, tomorrow and tonight. So we have Robinhood expected to move about 12%. Moderna tomorrow morning expected to move about 10.5%. But W taking the lead here, a 14.5% expected move tomorrow before the bell. Again, we've got Meta and Microsoft reporting tonight. And as you can tell here, interestingly enough, eBay and Microsoft have almost identical colors in their logos. So fun fact, who knew? You can find out all these more fun facts and what these earnings are actually going to move tonight at 4 p.m. Eastern on our Trader TV Live Market Recap show with myself and Sharif and Sean. Back to you.
Adara, someone asked me, a couple people have asked in the chat, if you're not familiar with what the imbalances are, every open, every close in the U.S. markets and most markets worldwide is done via an auction. That's how you get the opening price and the closing price. So in an auction, everyone puts in either market on open or limit on open orders. They throw them into the book before, if it's the open, 9:30. And if it's the close, obviously we don't get a print until 4 o'clock or maybe a little bit shortly after that. What these imbalances are the early orders that are going in specifically. I have New York, NASDAQ, and AMEX up, specifically going into the closing auction for the US markets. And this look is simply at the current moment, like I'm just using AMCR because that's what I'm trading. At the current moment, there's 13 million imbalance and 32 paired volume. So if you add that together, there's 45 million shares worth of orders into the auction. And if they had to pair all of those limit market orders currently, there would be a net imbalance of 13 million to buy at the current price. So if they had to try to close it, whoops, and my imbalance locator is gone because I clicked away from it. I want to do that, click on the symbol. If they had to close it right now at 14 or 15, I think they do it buy imbalance, they do based on the bid, then it would be a buy imbalance of 13 million shares at the current price. Now, based on the research that we have, Okta is an addition to the S&P 400, and AMCR is an upweight in the S&P 500. Both over $1 billion worth of shares expected to buy. This is Okta, much more thinly traded, and I don't see it on. We don't get early look for NASDAQ, so I can't confirm right now it's going to come out of buy. But AMCR is indicating an early buy. That's why I'm sitting in it. Pretty much the only reason why I'm sitting in that bad boy. So hopefully that makes sense to you. We do have a video that you can check out that we made a while back on the imbalance locator. So I know we talk about it really quickly and highlight this every single day, but you do have the ability to go in and look at our imbalance locator video, which is a good one. We've done 2 or 3 of them, and it's free for us here at Real Trading because it's piped right into our system. But you can have, if you have eSignal, it's out there as well. You can entitle to it. Your broker should have it available. If you're getting live level 2 quotes, then in theory you should be able to get that feed as well. But we show it to you live anyways, pretty much every single day. We're out of that other tea.
I got a peach one. Is that what you're looking for?
Oh, it's on the other side. Yeah, our side's out of it.
All right, there we go. What? No, I think it just ran out. You want me?
No, I literally had the last peach one here like yesterday.
You didn't tell anybody, Neil? You know, we got to refresh that. You know,
Kill the Joe, make some mo.
Yeah. Where's that from?
That's from Terry Tate Office Linebacker.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I love those ones. Those got to come back, right? And the guy used to be working for Old Spice.
He did Old Spice, don't you?
All right, I think so. There it goes right there, man. Now we are now $1 back in the money as, hey, man. All right. There's Tesla. I mean, I cannot believe we bought the bottom, but we did. And we bought it the first time. It actually bottomed out 2 more times after that. And now, when moon we ask for Tesla. Let's get going to the upside again, man. This has been just a great afternoon, a great day of trading, and couldn't be happier with the way the show's going, with the way everybody has really sort of come together here. We want to thank everybody that's part of the chat, and that reminds me of something that we should probably do right now. Let's do a little bit of roll call because, you know, this is something that we started a long time ago. Sharif does a hell of a job of this on the midday show, and we brought it back into the recap show, which is where we had first done it, and I want to thank Sharif for bringing it to the mainstream. Sharif, thank you so much for that. But let's just see who's here. Hey, look, if everybody wants to do this, let's wave to each other. Hi, everybody. My name's Sean. What's yours? So we're gonna have a quick little look at this. Say hi to everybody. There's over. Let me see how many people are here watching right now. Get into the chat. You got to hit the like. You got to hit the subscribe if you're gonna wave to us right now. 6,000 of you, 500 likes. Oops, I never hit the like, so let me do that right now. Now we have 550 likes as there goes Tesla. Now $1.30 in the money, $1.70 in the money on NVIDIA. There it is. There's all the high. Hey, what's going on, Erie Pages? What's up, Mr. East? What's up, Ella? T-Daddy is in the building. MLN is here. Wow, okay, now we're getting going. What's up to Zion? What's up to Drops Trades? What's up to Frederick is here as well. What's up, Frederick? I love that name. What's up, Tanya? What's up, Nephew? Hey, Nephew. Hey, Sean spelt the wrong way. I see you in there. That's nice to see you. What's up, Joseph Brown? Hey, Viper is in the building as well. Look at all these waves. Oh my. I like the mix there. We got a little bit. We got Simpsons hands in there. What's up, Syncor? What's up, Lars? Is that my guy Lars over there? What's up, Yoder? I don't know. Joe Williams. What's up, Roti Man? I don't know. What's up? Same thing. Yeah. What's up, Halim right there? I love Roti. What's up to Smoke Bowls? No, that guy's not in there. What's up, Butterstocks? What's up, Daryl Flinch? One of our first ever guests on the show. Where's Chef Joe? We brought Chef Joe into the show a while ago as well. That's it. Let's get it over with. That's roll call. Thank you so much for that. That was a lot of fun, man. We do like to see everybody out there supporting us. And there it goes, man. We just doubled the likes as well. So thank you so much for all of the continued support here on the show, man, as we just have a great time putting on trades, man, and hopefully, you know, having a good time. We talk about how trading is a lonely game, and we're glad that you guys are here with us enjoying everything that we have to offer. So thank you so much, and thanks for hitting the like and the subscribe, and you know, keep it running right now. And yeah, Trader TV rocks, and we couldn't do it without absolutely all of you. So we want to thank you all one more time.
Yeah, new NYC Abernista, always we're here with you in the afternoon. Whether you watch it morning, afternoon, evening, we'll be right here for you. And by the way, just so you guys know, just to get this out of the way, I know the aftermarket show usually goes to 4:30. Meta doesn't report till 4:40. So believe me, we're going to be on. Like we're going until you guys are going to see, you will see the Meta earnings as long as Zuckerberg actually bothers to report them. If it ends up being at like 6 o'clock, there's nothing I can do about that. But we're going to stay on for you guys because that's what we're all about here. Make sure you guys get the news whenever you can, for sure. Deep Tranquility, I want to get to your question because this is actually a pretty good one. Your question in balance pairing got pushed out by waves. Can you see and tell me why that happens? So I'm hoping that I'm getting this right by what you're meaning by that. The imbalance gets pushed out by waves, meaning you get big chunks at specific times where the imbalances change. That, in essence, is true. You get certain times on the hour, 2:30 is a big one, 3:15, and then after they're disseminated at 3:50, 3:55, 3:58, 3:59 are all big times where you get major pairing events. So before that happens, like I said, if it break out 9-10, I'm in about 10% of where I want to get on this stock. If it breaks low, I'm jumping out of it because the imbalance went down from 28 million to 14 million on the stock. I only want it if it's going up. If it's breaking lower, then I don't like that at all. But where you can also see the imbalances if you don't have it is over with eSignal. And the best thing about eSignal is it's a month free. Well, maybe that's not even the best thing. I mean, the best thing about it is the reliable quotes, the ability to backtest, the customizable features, level 1 access, the ability to link up to many brokers and do trading live, API access so you can automate your trade. Again, scanners, whatever you happen to prefer. You like VWAP, pull back into VWAP. You want to see the trade rate, what's actually popping off, use the trade rate. You want to see how the stock moved at 9:30 because it was going too fast for you, do the tick replay. All of it in one place, reliable. If the market's open and it's moving, then eSignal is working, and that's just been my experience with it over the years. All in one spot. Scan the QR code. It's 1 month free, so you can't lose. Like I said, you can have level 2 access, and you can trade live. I have like a swing long thing. There's all kinds of setups that you can have. The one I use the most, I actually pop out, which is the trade rate. That's why you don't see it here, because I pop it out to make sure it's on my screen at all times. NVIDIA, Tesla, TQ, SOXL, PTIR, which just shows up there every single day, it feels like, and I don't know what it is, so that you are trading the things that move. And as I said, access to the imbalance locator, which should be at almost any broker. But my rule was I want this thing growing. It was just 28 million. It's now 14 million. So that continues to go down. I'm not adding to it while it's going down. And if it breaks a low, I'm jumping out of it. But it's this and Okta that are supposed to be over $1 billion to the buy side that we're expecting. Again, just because it's supposed to be a buy doesn't mean it's going to come out a gigantic buy. But that's what I'm playing for.
Yeah. If you guys are going to the Jays game, catch me there. Catch me outside, and we'll have a good time there. We'll be at the Corona Bar.
Who's pitching? I don't even know who's pitching.
I can't even name. Like, I'm being serious. I know there's Berrios. It might be him. For some reason, we paid Scherzer. I have no idea why that happened. And then we have Gausman.
Yeah. Berrios and Gausman are our two best pitchers. So
for me, and Berrios is
well, they're all struggling.
Yeah. The Blue Jays there. Crazy that we're like one of the richest teams and yet have had pretty much probably least amount. I mean, even small market teams like KC, even Cleveland putting up some numbers right now for a while. We got to do better, man. I don't know if it's our system or what, or if it's just the management, but they've been a disaster.
It's 100% the management.
These guys haven't won anything since '93, and it's like it's crazy. But anyways, okay, let's keep going on there. It'd be a good time, man. I mean, the Jays are a great time, great opportunity to go to the games. I love it. I was asking Neil, like, when are they going to open the dome? It'll be closed today. It's a little chillier here today. Yesterday we had 80 degrees here in Toronto, and today I think it was it 15 or so outside right now? I went for a couple walks. It feels, well, we're saying 11 right now. Let me see. You know what's an actual, it feels like 13. I don't know about you guys, but we live here, and the feels like versus what it is always different. So why the heck do I care? Like, why when it says it's -10 but feels like -20? Just tell me it's -20. Like, I only care about what it feels like.
It depends on the wind chill.
No, I know. No, I get why it happens, but who cares? Like it feels like -20. So you know what the temperature is? -20.
I got 2 cents too. What about taxes? When you're about to buy a product, I wish
Taxes?
they would just tell you how much it actually costs instead of it being like $9.99.
Right, yeah.
Instead,
Well,
no.
because why would they want to do?
So in Europe, they do that.
Sellers don't want
Exactly, they
that.
should.
Yeah, they do that in
Just sell
Europe
it
where
straight.
you'll see the tip will
They
be
do, they do it
included,
straight.
taxes will be included, and all of that.
But
Thank you.
we
That
know
is-
why they don't do that here.
That is the Chilean nightmare. So what's up to Fabian, doing great work for us.
Yes.
And again, we're about to go through a pretty big renovation up in here. So Fabian,
That might be an understatement.
Fabian's doing some measurements, getting it all figured out for us. So thank you, Fabian and Ramin and Andre and everybody that continues to work behind the scenes for us. Again, we're putting up record numbers every single day, and we want to thank everybody for that. Now are already 1,000 likes. So again, we've doubled the likes since we asked. So thank you so much to everybody for that. All right, more out of NVIDIA. Look, guys, I mean, we're just ho-humming this, but this is $1.50 in the money. I don't know where our positions went, but I'm still in. So, Mr. Fabian, I just gave you all the credit in the world there, but our position board is now down. All right, so we'll watch out. We are getting lighter and lighter on this trade to the point now where I'm not even sure how many shares we reloaded. I'm going to say I have 15% left at a maximum right now. I could go back and do the work, but it doesn't matter how many. We don't even discuss the shares. So all I'm trying to tell you is I have about 15% left there. So that's 82.50. I mean, we just cleaned it up all the way out. That's $2 from that bottom. So yeah, we're pretty happy with where we're at right now. You know, with our day. So let's just continue to go upside and see where this market wants to close. Maybe we do get this nice move higher here into the close, and that would mean NVIDIA needs to go as well. So I'm going to put another offer at 107.60 for NVIDIA and see if we can get up there with only 8 minutes now until the imbalances, but your boy's cooking.
Yeah, keep letting it cook. I just took out the low on. I said I was going to, if we bounced off 80, we'd just get out of WW. I really was just trading off the 90 level, which I didn't even take the other times it got there. This one might be, look, I'm favoring shorts whenever you fail $1 on this thing. So tomorrow, I think I give it one more chance. Maybe you can get back over, but if we close, we are going to close underneath $1. If we open up tomorrow underneath $1, I'll probably be looking for the short instead of the long on WW. Much better long yesterday than it was today. Long was a disaster, able to get something back on it. I got half of it back that we lost going long. Yesterday was much, much better. So the imbalances are in 7 minutes here. Not much has changed. For a split second, Pfizer psyched me out by dropping 25 million on its imbalance, but that's now back to 2.7. Remember, aftermarket, it's a bit of a murderer's row. Meta's the last one, but they're not the only one reporting. We got Robinhood, we got Qualcomm, I think is almost right away, like at 4 p.m. We're going to get them right away, and then Robinhood's going to be a big one, no questions asked. But Meta is rallying along with the market going into earnings. I don't know if it gets green, but it's certainly trying to go. Constantine asked to kind of look at Intel. This may be the first day in a long time that I actually did not look at Intel once today, because SMCI and AMD were moving around so much, or like all the other chip names were moving a lot. And Intel, relatively speaking, good percentage gains. It's closing above 20. It's still very much in the same range as before. Like, you're not convincing me that we're not retesting the lows until we can break that 50 period again. So if it can't get above like 21.5, 22, it just feels like we're still testing those lows. They get a bit of a pass for the new CEO because he probably needs a few more quarters to see how things are going, but it's not a good start at all for them. And unless I think the lows are good. You can probably still play off those in the 18 halves, the 19 range. They're still good. They're just not giving you any oomph right now, which unfortunately for Intel, that's a really, really bad sign. Because when you're bleeding like this on days like today, the idea is you're supposed to get outsized gains, right? Like if you're a weak stock, you should have an outsized move to the upside like AMD does, not what Intel's doing, unfortunately.
5 minutes. So there's our in VWAP. I should tag Brian Shannon and get some more love here on X. There's VWAP, 105.80 on NVIDIA. So yes, it is real. 107.60. Our best out is 107.80 for $2. We just got that 60 offer that we said we were waiting for. Now we wait for Tesla to moon even higher. This is the earnings report that we're talking about. So let's go over here and just have a quick look. Go follow us at Trader TV Research to get this. So you're going to see here very nicely done color coding there, Miss Adara. But you have 14% there for Wayfair. We'll see if it gets what you need. That's tomorrow morning. Of course, the largest one there. So we start right here with tomorrow morning. You see the little line right there is where you start tomorrow. CVS, Moderna, Eli, Lilly, McDonald's, which is near the highs. That's a great one as well. Sirius, then you got Roblox, 8 a.m. Wow, Roblox tomorrow morning, 8. And then MasterCard. And then tonight, man, it's going to be a great one. We had eBay on there. We had Brian Shannon talk to us. No, it wasn't Brian. It was Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool, which is right there. Make sure you scan that QR code. He was on with me on Thursday, and he talked about eBay last week, so we'll see if that one can do anything today. Microsoft, Robinhood, Albemarle coming through there, and then Meta. So where's Softy? There's Softy. Oh, Softy's only at 4.6, eh? Okay, so not too much expected there for Microsoft. It's going to be, in my opinion, be more than that. So we'll see if that outpaces. So if you are looking at options and that's all that's implied, I think you can get something there. Wow, we are mooning. Our net right now is mooning right here. And, you know, shout out to Greensville today. Glad to be back there. We talked about what we were doing the last couple of days being red, and here it is right now today. There it goes, man, 282.95. Let's go. This is now $3. Well, it's $2 now, but we're going to see if we can get above. There's the out at 283. We just grabbed that literally right now. Our fill there was 282.95, so that's starting to moon, net starting to moon, and Tesla starting to go higher as well. So, yeah, man, everything going, sorry, not Tesla, NVIDIA. So Tesla's a beauty. Tesla right here now. I mean, Sharif was right here when we took this first trade. It's now $2.50 in the money. To go with NVIDIA, that's $2. So there goes NVIDIA. There goes Tesla as we continue to climb. I mean, and to me, it's not rocket science, man. We put this trade on. We talked about not putting it on yesterday, but today we do. So that's where we say, you know, learn from not your mistakes, but from your past experiences. And we did that. We thought Tesla had a chance to go upside. It did drip down, but remember where our stop always was the 50-period moving average. So we didn't even really get too close to being shut down. Instead, we average in and we take it and we go. This is what a trade looks like when you believe in it. And we believe in it today with Tesla and NVIDIA. And thankfully, today they worked out. Sometimes I believe in them and they don't, right? So that's a good move today. We're pretty proud of the way these have traded there. So thank you so good. Thank you so much, Pro Day Trader and Jay Lee and everything. So if you guys just continue to ride this long, I don't blame you. But the market right now is absolute. Like, what's Palantir, 120? No, 118. Okay, 18. I'm surprised it's only 118 as it's not even at day's high yet. So that dipped all the way to 1. Like, if I noticed this, talk about another trade right there just falling right into your lap. I mean, again, completely different styles, right? I've traded 3 names today. I don't know how many names you've traded, but only 3 names over here and very, very focused on those 3. So I did miss Palantir. I probably should have been there.
Yeah, you just got to trade your setups. Like at this time of day, I'm looking at the imbalances, no question. Like it's, would I ever trade AMCR outside of this? No. There's a 0%, not 0.001% chance I trade it if it didn't have an imbalance action today. So I'm going to take that shot at it. Jameson talking about Nike. Look, the market's bouncing with only 1 minute to go. Realistically, the NASDAQ has a solid shot to go green today. I don't want to jinx it, but we're at 0.3 down on the NASDAQ. The ES is 0.27. So we basically round-tripped it in here. And you're running, there's a little bit of a turn coming in here, so just watch out. Like if the imbalances were to come out to the sell side, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't like the fact this is pairing off huge, but actually getting smaller again. So I'm declining to add to this AMCR until the other side of the imbalances, because it keeps on getting smaller. I don't want 10 million. I want this to be 20, 30, 40 million to the buy side. I don't want it to be single digits. I'm expecting a huge number, not a minor one. But if we do get a sell imbalance, profit taking is in the other direction, and you're at that high. Don't know what it's going to be, but I would probably strongly suggest every single day we've had imbalances on NVIDIA, at least a few million. I think you're going to see one here today. But I'm focused on AMCR. I want this coming out bigger than the 10 million. Actually, just pick me up. When it got smaller, it just picked me up. I got some out in front of VWAP there, but I want this coming out bigger than 10 mil. 3 seconds to go. We'll see what they are. My guess is NVIDIA is going to be the biggest one out of the Mag 7. There it is. 5.5 million to the buy side on NVIDIA.
You have to be kidding.
Lucid doesn't matter. Octa is supposed to be a buy. That's a sell of 2.7.
We're 350 in the money on Tesla. This is just absolutely the dream of a day finally here. There goes Tesla, man. We had just bought this stock half hour ago. It's now $3 in there. We just took a nice piece out. Look at that NVIDIA right there as well, because we were on it. It comes out. Huge trade again today, man. Only to have held the position that we had earlier today. But, you know, that's trading, right? You get in, you get out. And, you know, at the end of it, we had 4 digits of a position down there at this time, but that's why we scalped it out so fast. And then we're able to load it back. And we didn't put on, like I told you, we didn't put on the same amount of shares again back into there. But there goes NVIDIA. Nice move there to the upside again for that. All right, let's have a quick little look there. I don't know how your AMCR wound up turning out. It comes out exactly what you wanted and more. So I assume you're kind of going ham on that.
No, it's supposed to be 130 something million. It's only 16. So
you said 10 million, I think it was.
No, it was 10 million. It came out at 16, but it's stalling a VWAP. It was expected. Remember, 125 million was expected. So I'm taking, like I said, I'm taking profit in front of VWAP. It's not nearly as big as I was expecting. And OKTA, I believe it was Okta, came out the wrong way. Okta was also supposed to be over $1 billion to the buy side, and Okta is actually a sell on the NASDAQ. So this one might be a flip trade, although on the NASDAQ that can be a little bit tricky because the way you throw the auction is just a little bit different. So I've already scalped out some in front of VWAP. I'll have some at the high there. Not nearly what I was expecting. I wanted to see way bigger on those numbers. So every single penny, I think, I meant to go 21 and 22. So that's what I'll do, get some out of 21 and 22. As far as Okta, the other one that we're expecting a big buy, it's actually going up with that sell imbalance. So they're calling Fugaze on that sell imbalance of 2.8 million because it's supposed to be a monster buy. My guess is it's going to flip, but there's no edge if it's going up on the sell imbalance. The idea is you'd want to be buying the dip if it was a sell, and then when it flips, you get profit. If it's already breaking the high before it flips, I don't see a trade there on that thing. So it's just going to be AMCR, and that's not perfect. Only 16 million is not big compared to what we're expecting to see. Like that's 134. I wanted to see at least 30, 40, 50 million to the buy side. It's a little disappointing. It's going to be a winning trade, but it's still disappointing in terms of size.
Okay, just putting up this trade because this was a VWAP trade. We'll tag our friend Brian Shannon. Again, good luck in New York, my friend, as he takes down the Educator of the Year award on StockTwits. So a big shout out to Brian Shannon for doing big things and joining me every single Tuesday on the recap show, my good friend, Mr. Brian Shannon. Okay, yeah, man, things are just getting better and better. So NVIDIA just keeps on going, man. We're now $7 in the money overall on these trades. And these are trades like, it's not like these are old trades. This trade we just put on here for Tesla, we looked at it yesterday, what it did in the closing at minutes, and it was ripping. And it didn't actually even cover up until the end of the day. So there's NVIDIA, there's Okta with a sell. I thought I saw some Big Bear AI, but maybe that's gone off now. I actually got to go in. I want to buy some Big Bear AI actually in my account before that report comes through. I didn't even realize they're reporting soon. I might buy some of that ASAP right now. But yeah, we're long NVIDIA, we're long Tesla. It's working, man. 350 in the money. I'm going to take out another piece here of Tesla. Okay, it just fell back a little bit. All right, let's go. I'm at 04. There it is. We take that piece out. Another one at 284. So we're long Tesla under 281, and it's at 284. So yeah, let's go.
Yeah, shout out to Trade the Pool. Why? Because we all know the saying, big opportunity comes with big risk. But what if it wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the markets. They give you access to company capital, up to 200 grand to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Scan that QR code you see, check the link in the description. All right, so it's 355 where I expect things that pair off a little bit. So there is that AMCR. It was 16. It's now 10. It just paired and it went right into the local high, which is at 22. Math is fundamental. Why did I not even just sitting on the offer. No, I thought I'd put it all out in the offer, and still have some there. I thought we'd got it all out. I'm just going to try an offer on that VY. So again, it'll be a good trade. It'll be better than anything. At the end of the day, like, I'm not going to complain. It didn't break that low, but I expected this to be much, much bigger. And I think if it's 30, 40 million, that's when you get the push past some highs. But a profitable trade is a profitable trade. Like, I'm always just looking like, okay, when we get a winning trade, what did you risk on it? What are you losing on a losing trade? In that regard, it's better than any loser I had today, which is fine. But I was expecting much, much bigger out of this. And Okta, before I get up to the desk, because it's past 3:55, Okta no flip trade. Not going to be touching that one. I don't even see it here anymore. It did pair off, but it's not. It wasn't about whether this could pair off. It would need to pair off and flip to a gigantic bid. So there's no trade here when you're expecting hundreds of millions. I don't even see it over 1 million shares. That's a nothing burger. You want it to be like NU that one day, where it was big and it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That was like about a year ago. And Palantir did a similar thing when it was added to the index. So that's what it's all about. But yeah, we'll end on a winning note, which is all it's about here. Good luck. Hold on to those trades. They're bangers to the upside. But remember, Meta, 440, that's a little bit later. Qualcomm is right away. So it's going to be earnings like right off the bat at 4 p.m.
I have $1 that it's before 440. You want to do that?
I hope. No, I want it to be. I'm not betting against what I want to happen. I want it to be before 440.
I think it'll be 415.
I hope so.
Okay, so get ready for the market recap show, man. Yeah, we're just getting out of NVIDIA right now, so thank you so much to everybody watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe if you have yet to do that. Right now, you have Sharif coming through with Adara and Neil coming out, giving you that market recap show, and then tomorrow it'll be myself again, and we're just going to keep on doing this, man, every single day. There's no better place to look for earnings than right here. There's also no better place to look for trades than right here also, every single day, man. Today, like, I've only traded 3 names, like I said there, but we have over 200 fills. We probably have way too many fills, and yeah, but I'm pretty happy to do it. Nice move to the upside right there, and when we're putting on shares, we do have multiple outs, and so really happy with the way this day has gone. I've doubled my net here in the afternoon. So more than that, actually, this afternoon. So we're really happy with this Tesla trade. And Tesla just rockets right up the board, obviously, there. So that's a nice move. Tomorrow we'll try to hit it with more shares, though, than we did. But you know what? At the end of the day, if I hit it with, let's just say, a couple hundred shares right there, and then it comes down against me, I wonder at what point do I get out if I have more shares? So that's the thing. Sometimes being a little bit more like versatile, and if I'm holding less, then I don't get as anxious and maybe don't punch out. So there are different things about all of that. But the NVIDIA trade, we had enough, said enough was enough, and layered into this one. And absolutely, like I said, the biggest NVIDIA trade, bar none, ever put on right there. And it was just lucky that it started to go up. I was just getting frustrated. We were above, and there it goes blasting higher. Even if we lost on it, we were going to lose, I think it was 20 pennies. It still would have sucked. But glad that didn't wind up happening, and NVIDIA moons here into the close. All right, we're about a minute out right now. Yeah, Hood. So let's just go over some of the names. So Robinhood's going to be a monster. That's going to come out right around 4 o'clock, 4:05. About 12% implied move. We have done the math. If Robinhood gets anywhere near $40, I think that would be a good start of a buy. Just kind of like where I said about Tesla. Although Tesla was down here, when Tesla was at 231 day before earnings, I was like, take a shot, buy 10%. If it goes up, great. If it doesn't, then you're going to get that downtick that you need where you could buy it. Hood, I kind of feel the same way, but we're already near the top. So I would almost say the other way around. If you think Robinhood's going to have a bad report, put on a little bit now, because this thing could get into these levels if it does miss, right? And so now with only 30 seconds to go, Adara's red finally gets broken. So there it goes, man. The NASDAQ is now up 0.2%. So apparently the second time, so it's no longer a thing, as the NASDAQ goes from down almost 3% to Greensville, as does the ES. So we're all over the green top part of this. Man, I feel like this beer and hot dog is well earned today. We're going to have some fun at the Jays game. Shout out to VinFast. Thank you so much for your sponsor. 3, 2, 1. And that is a wrap. So now we're done. Qualcomm is already out, $2.85. Qualcomm's starting to go. There goes Robinhood right there at the end of the day. Let's just check out Qualcomm, then I'm throwing it immediately over to the guys because it's already out. Qualcomm downside, Mr. Hood, looks like it's going upside right there to $50. Robinhood printing right now. Enough of me, more of them. Ciao, thanks for watching.
Very much, Sean. Welcome to the ProfitX Market Recap Show. Yeah, Qualcomm already out there. You've got, they got the guidance as well. So they beat on Q2 expectations for earnings and revenue, 2.14 to 234 versus 233 for the guide. That looks, that's not good. That's bottom end of the range. That's probably why you were down at 146. But there's actually a bit of a bounce happening in here, Shree. But simultaneously, I want to get to, I feel like people are going to be out there. It's all good in the hood. I mean, look, nothing against Qualcomm, but obviously Robinhood flying to the upside, probably a few more people interested in this. Qualcomm's going to be an interesting bellwether stock, but it might not be something a lot of people are invested in or trading very heavily. Robinhood just blew through the 50 level and now starting to come back in here. That I don't see the number. I don't see any numbers out for Robinhood, and it might just be if it's fat finger or people getting ahead of themselves. Remember, on the daily chart, the local high is right here at 51 bucks. So there's probably some sellers in there, especially if we don't actually have the numbers out just yet. So the biggies, obviously, Microsoft, which just boomed to the upside as well. There goes Softy. They're through 410. This is now 20 bucks from the lows as Microsoft is absolutely flying to the upside. Again, I'm not even seeing the numbers on Microsoft yet. I haven't seen them on Robinhood either. We did get Qualcomm numbers. They're disappointing right now. The guide was kind of a problem. But Microsoft flying almost 420 bucks here, Sharif.
6%, Neil.
Just like that, as quick as you like, my friend, you're back above the 50-period moving average on the daily in Microsoft. So what is dead may not die, and Microsoft is certainly flying here. This hasn't even updated on the percent gain, but you were up a nice clean 5. Now, obviously, we're expecting a 4.6% move on Microsoft, the smallest one. Right now, looking very, very good. It's about 5 points to the upside, which is kind of on par here.
It's taking out the $10 level, Neil. 420 is just getting blown through here. 422.50. Again, guys, we have no information yet on Microsoft, which is, by the way, a little early. I'm not sure if someone's front running this or anything, Neil. I've got my platform open up here. We've got Benzinga as well opened up. Go ahead.
I opened the old you-know-what machine, and I'm seeing EPS beat 346 versus 322. So they beat on EPS, and their revenue, $70 billion versus expectations of $68.4 billion. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, here I got
beats top and bottom for Microsoft here, but the guidance. Are they going to guide, and what is the guidance? We don't know that yet, but it's flying 6.5% up. That is more than the expected move. Looking very good here for Softy.
All right, great look here. Thank you, Brendo, for that Microsoft Q3 Intelligent Cloud revenue. Obviously, we talk a lot about Azure. They're one of their biggest moneymakers. Revenue of $26.2 billion versus the street's expectations of $26.17, Neil. So an easy beat there. Q3 EPS, handily beating as well. 346 is what they printed. The street was looking for 322. As you mentioned, Neil, revenue $29.9 billion on estimates of 29.6. So not a huge beat there, but a decided beat nonetheless. So keep an eye out on that. And their Q3 Azure and other cloud revenue, excluding Forex, the Forex headwind, which they've been suffering from lately, 33% year-over-year increase. That takes them back into the 30% spot. They had dropped below 30 in the prior quarter. The estimate there was 31%, Neil. So beating easily again. Microsoft, fantastic look. And they've been weak lately.
Yes.
Let's call it honestly. 2024 wasn't a great year for them. 2025 didn't start off that well either. Good to see them back above 400.
No, it's very good to see them back above 400. I just saw in the chat someone saying, why is the stock sell tanking? Well, it's Qualcomm's fault. It's that plain and simple. You saw at the end of the day, you can't blame anything on NVIDIA, which was at the highs. You can't blame anything on AMD. All the chip names were booming with the rest of the market, but Qualcomm, unfortunately, they're guiding lower right now, and the market's not taking it very well. We're down 5% on Qualcomm, down to $140, actually making another leg lower. You're not at doom and gloom levels. Qualcomm was trading at 120 at the beginning of the month, but certainly a rejection here, and this is what it's about. The guidance is a problem. You're not going to get away with your guide being weak here, unfortunately, because the EPS beat 285 versus 281, and it was 1084 on revenue versus 1065. It was the guidance that came in light here for Qualcomm, and that's why they're heading to the downside. Robinhood so far so good. Microsoft so far so good, although I just heard Robinhood numbers are out finally.
Here we are. Let's talk about it, Neil. Net income. So the amount of profit they took home, guys, $336 million for Q1. Revenue, $927 million, Neil. Q1 EPS, 37 cents per share. I don't have the comps at the moment. They're coming in as we speak. Let's click this one, see if we can get more information. Oh, goodness, it's this one again. Now, so again, guys.
Meta, let's go.
Meta's already out?
It's over.
It's over.
Zuck,
Sean got his dollar.
Last time this dude, I wasn't betting against that crap. You know I wasn't betting against that nonsense. Last time Zuck was late. This time he's early, and it's spectacular.
I got it, Neil.
We got the numbers out here, but Meta is already through $570. Huge move up there. And NVIDIA's also flying.
Neil, this is a hand beat. If we can go to my screen, please. $6.43 a share EPS for Meta. The street was looking for $5.21. That's a blowout quarter, Neil. Sales, $42.31 billion in revenue. That's almost $1 billion higher. The street was looking for $41.39. Fantastic quarter here for Meta. And Meta's been absolutely demolished lately since losing that $600 area. We actually were trading in the high 400s, believe it or not, not that long ago. Zigging and zagging, though, here, Neil. Only up 2%, moving up to that 580. It's back down to 565. We obviously know the aftermarket has a wide spread, so you're going to see these aggressive price fluctuations, but you can't really argue with this kind of print.
You can't argue with it at all. And the funny thing is the guide's actually right on the midpoint. Like, it's dead on. 42.5 billion versus to 45.5. That's 44 mid. The expectation was 44 billion. So their guidance is pretty much spot on, which in this market, beat top bottom, they're going to like it. But NVIDIA also going higher. My first thought is, have they... We wouldn't know anything yet about the CapEx spend. We wouldn't at this point, but it doesn't matter. NVIDIA is flying. A bit of a pullback here. You heard it just, if you heard any exuberance now, it wasn't just all about Meta. You got to 112 there on NVDA, already ending the day pretty brilliantly, but that went 109.5 to 112.
Unbelievable.
Meta
Fantastic
flying.
Look. Yeah,
Microsoft flying.
Look.
Robinhood, however, Sharif.
Robinhood, not so much, Neil. It's dropping back down. Look, I still don't have the comps. We've got the results. I don't have the comps. Dara did actually send me the comps, so allow me 1 second over here just to find that. She had that prepared. Okay, so for for Robinhood, guys, we were looking for 32 cents per share. They printed 37, so it was an easy beat there. In addition to that, revenue, $898.6 million was the estimate. They printed 927. So another beat there. The implied move, though, for Robinhood, guys, and again, that takes us to tomorrow morning, 11.8%. The previous move, 14.1, Neil. So this one shown its propensity to really move after earnings. Kind of undecided right now, going a little negative.
And remember this story, it's not just about whether you beat top and bottom, it's what the market price don't lie, everybody.
Absolutely.
And for now, resistance on Robinhood up above 50, it's real. It's real, and it's come back into play big time. Like, look at the acceleration. First, we wicked the 50 level, and then the acceleration the second time through. Like, there was an attempt to hold it above $50, and the second it failed, we saw 47. It's trying to come back now. As it bounces, look at these big levels here, 49 and 50 even. How does it respond on Robinhood? But like everything else, we finally have the CapEx there on Meta. Well, I can tell you Meta pulled back, trying to go back higher, but it pulled back into 556.
Yeah.
And the buyers didn't step in until about 560. They're trying to hold on to this bid here in Meta.
All right, here's what we're looking for, Neil. Full year 2025 capital expenditures between 64 to 72 billion dollars. That's up, guys, from the 60 to 65 billion in the prior outlook. So they're looking at spending more money. And this is good if you're NVIDIA, if you're SMCI, if you're Dell, because that's where they're going to be spending, as well as, of course, these recent, what are they called, data center REITs, because obviously you're going to need to rent space. So, Neil, they're guiding up to $7 billion more spending. The range here, 64 to 72. The previous range, 60 to 65.
Yeah, I think the big winner on that's going to be, look, the big winner is going to be NVIDIA.
Agree.
Reality, because you wanted to see more spending. But there's two ways to look at it too. The fact, if you're willing to not up your guidance is at the midpoint, and if you're willing to still up your capex spend, there's some confidence there that you're not gonna, it's not all doom and gloom.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
So to me, like you're under. Like we'll see what happens in the conference call, but at least you're under your breath pointing out here, hey, the guidance isn't bad.
Not at all.
We're still going to spend on capex. We want to make sure we're not getting too far behind. We don't think the worst case scenario is happening. Otherwise, why would you be continuing to spend more? So I think that's a good sign. NVIDIA absolutely flying off of this and looking fantastic there. Let's go over to the screen. We've got Adara.
Probably one of the biggest metrics to watch out for.
That was awesome.
For any social media company when it reports earnings is ARPU. That's average revenue per user. This infographic tracks Meta's ARPU from 2011 to 2023. I have not yet updated to reflect the 2024 annual data. But as you can see here, near $50 billion in average revenue per user for fiscal 2023. So significant growth. This has been contextualized here as well with all of the company's acquisitions, starting with Instagram in 2012. And then we get their acquisition of Giphy later in about 2020. This is, of course, just the major acquisitions the company has had. And these acquisitions have taken on a very different bend as of late. We know that Meta is currently facing an FTC antitrust trial. So pretty timely here. Interesting stuff. Check this out on X at TTV Research, where we're posting cool market news and infographics for you every single day. Back to the news.
Thank you very much. I like that. It's all about that ARPU. Hopefully it's not our poo-poo because we own Meta shares. We want to make sure that still stays up there. Great look there, Adara. We do have numbers on eBay. It's not all roses here because eBay, man, like everything else, everything else that wasn't Qualcomm, it was actually heading higher. Now actually threatening to go red here is eBay. Another stock that's doing a bit of a reversal pattern here. It doesn't matter if they buy it up early. Can they hold it late is the only thing that matters here, Sharif.
Here's what we got, Neil. Q1 adjusted EPS, guys, of $1.38. That beats $1.34 the street was looking for. Sales of $2.58 billion. The street was looking for $2.55, so a beat on the top and bottom line. Let's talk about the guide, though, for Q2. Q2 adjusted EPS, Neil, between $1.24 to $1.31. The estimate was $1.29, so a little bit lower than the midpoint there. We'll see how this ends up being reacted to. They also see sales, Neil, $2.59 billion to $2.66. The street wanted $2.6, so a little bit closer to that lower end was the estimate. So a nice higher sales guide there, Neil.
Yeah, well, the problem, I'll tell you right now, the problem. If you own eBay shares and you're wondering, why is it so bad? Why is it headed to the downside? Quick question, Sharif, did you list your shoes on eBay?
I did. They didn't sell, so I gave them to Neil.
Well, there you go. But they didn't sell on Facebook Marketplace. No, nothing against eBay there, but it is what it is, man. We keep it real around here. Facebook Marketplace.
I don't remember
is
the last time I bought anything off eBay. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember. When's the last time you bought anything off?
So there was it was Lego.
Okay, fine.
So there was. Actually, I didn't do it personally. I bought something off somebody who bought it on eBay.
Gotcha.
So they got a whole collection. Some guy was selling all of his Lego Star Wars, and he had.
Cool.
I got the Superstar Destroyer. I got a great deal on it during
super
COVID.
niche kind of thing.
Oh yeah, like they discontinued that years and years ago. But yeah, not looking good for eBay. I just want to quickly show you the daily chart because the good news for eBay here, I don't want to linger on it too much, is it's inside its range for the last couple of weeks. Right? Like 65 bottom, 69 top. Like it's not breaking down on those numbers, but it's also not breaking out. So a bit of a nothing burger, unfortunately, for them. I wanted to get back what just happened, Meta. Everything is so crazy that, there we go, hit enter twice. Meta's still hanging those highs. So they like it. They like it a lot here on Meta. It's only 3 points, but you've got to put things in perspective sometimes. You know, this is, unlike Microsoft, It's just trying to battle that 200 period here, right? So you're a couple of dollars, $5 underneath it. This needs to go. 580, 579, that's a big level. You go up to 590, that's a big level because that's going to be the 50 period moving average. So essentially, Meta's just gapping to the first moving average and trying to chew through. What happens next is important. This is why Microsoft is so darn impressive right now. Microsoft is holding these highs above the 200 period moving average on the daily. That's a big one. It's consolidating above it. So look at the gap here. I mean, I don't know if anyone trades or still trades in the aftermarket earnings. My take on anybody that tries that trading strategy, like it's a difficult thing to pull off. I know a lot of traders that lose a lot of money when they get stopped out, but be careful. You lose that bid, you have a hefty gap back into the 400 level. So, sometimes you can take your win. The 6% is absolutely fantastic.
Just before we go to Darren, I wanted to mention that Meta CapEx that we were talking about, it's specifically going to be for data center investment to support artificial intelligence. I don't think we really needed to confirm that, that's where they're spending. But the question is, was it going to be Reality Lab spending or AI spending, or are they converging now, Neil, enough so that they can be kind of blended in? So the CapEx outlook that I guided you before, specifically here for artificial intelligence, a couple of days after they announced a standalone app for Llama. Previously, you had to be using that either in WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger as well. So it's going to have a standalone app to kind of rival X. I do think, though, Adara is at the green screen.
I am. We're going to talk here about these expected moves for some of these earnings names. Meta reporting a lot earlier than we were expecting, doing reverse of last time when they reported much later than we were expecting to see. But Robinhood, by far the largest expected move of the names that reported after the close. But let's slide over to the May 1st side of this infographic, shall we? Because there are some big expected moves tomorrow. Eli Lilly here with about a 5% expected move on the lower end of things. But Wayfair, 14.3% expected move. Roblox, a close second here tomorrow with a 12% expected move. So you check out all of these expected moves and the names that we're expecting to report tomorrow morning on X at TTV Research. Interestingly enough, too, a lot of these names are reporting earlier in the earnings season than we normally see. Eli Lilly and McDonald's usually report at least a couple weeks after these mix of names. So interesting stuff. Check this out on X at TTV Research for all of your earnings and other infographic and news-related needs. Back to you.
Well, I know on the trading side of it, I don't know what's going to happen to Wayfair, but when it comes to volatility, Wayfair, you've got just what I need and every other trader needs. Because they got that good short float, as does Moderna. So I'm not pontificating at all about the viability of either one of these companies. You can say whatever you want. 16% short float on Moderna. That's going to be a big one in the morning. But I saw a lot of people, and we were just chatting about this. Why is Amazon up? Look at the move on Amazon. You got to think about it this way. Sympathy to Microsoft because Microsoft's cloud number is good. Amazon presumed good as well. Then you think about Meta and advertising. Well, Amazon, same bucket, so they get the drag up. You're literally sympathy to both names that just came out with good reports. So Amazon holding up very, very nicely here. Even though we don't get them to tomorrow after the close, clearly there's some exuberance going on here. I would have been really concerned. Obviously, if Meta had come through and disappointed everybody, I think Amazon would have also flushed. This is one of those easy sympathy type plays. So understand that that's why they're up. There is no specific story when it comes to Amazon. This is just what we're seeing here, dragged up by both Microsoft. And speaking of coming back up, looks like Robinhood's catching a bit of a bid.
A little bit.
This thing. Look, man, this is why people tell you don't trade in the aftermarket.
Oh, God.
You are just going to get whipped around and pimp slapped left, right, and center. You're playing front hand, backhand like on Key and Peele if you're trying to figure out what's going on with Robinhood. And it's, you don't. I love it. You want to play some front hand? I wouldn't play against you. You can't play against a dude like this.
Stay in the face. No, I mean, that's a different one. Neil, if we can cover possibly here Albemarle, I hope I'm not killing the pronunciation of that name. Here's what we're expecting, guys. So we're moving up nicely here. We're up 0.91, a lot higher than where we closed out on Albemarle. But here's what we were expecting. 62 cents negative loss per share. We ended up losing only about 18 cents per share, so it was a beat there. On revenue, Neil, of $1.17 billion. billion. We got about 1.1 billion. So there's a little bit of a miss on the bottom line, but on the top line, a beat on the bottom line. The implied move, guys, 6.4%.
Yeah.
Last time around, it moved about 3.5% in the positive. Right now, barely positive. Neil closed out, I believe, the day before yesterday at 59.50. Today closed higher, about 58.75. It did wick up to 61, right into 60 now as the market digests the report.
Yeah, remember, big lithium name here, Albemarle. So obviously it hasn't been good as EVs have been getting punked to the downside. This has been trending down heavily. It's got a 12% short float as well. But you know what? I got to shout something out. We have great viewers, and shout out to all of you. Remember, if you want to be in the chat, ask questions, converse with us or with our great trading community, the best out there, then you have to hit the subscribe. So hit that subscribe right now, everybody, and then you can jump in the chat. Because Joseph Birch music is going to put me in my place, and I'm cool with this.
Oh.
I make money on these, made 3 trades on Hood in the middle of this pinball. That's what I'm talking about. Woo. All I can ever speak to is what I see on our trading floor. And you know what? There were a couple of traders that did have successful trading strategies in the aftermarket. What usually would get people in trouble is the level of discipline needs to be a lot higher. Because if you decide I need to get out of something, there can be no hesitation in the aftermarket. Okay. And if there's even like a little bit, in the open market on some of these stocks, you'll probably have a heartbeat. You won't have it here in the aftermarket. So kudos to you that you're able to make. And again, it's look at the rapid fire action. You could have shorted that 50 level. You could have been, the longs have been tricky, I'd say, with these bottoming tail wicks, but the shorts off the 50 level look pretty good over there on Robinhood, which is still trying to find its way. Technically up. I mean, it's up since the earnings have come out and since the close, but it's got lower highs and kind of weirdly, oddly enough, like a bottoming tail candle and a higher low going on. So it's still trying to figure itself out over there on Robinhood. So we'll see what happens. And that's another one, Racer X9. Your sizing, it will be dramatically different. Like you're used to trading one size on Robinhood in the open market. In the aftermarket, you might trade a tenth of that. Because liquidity is so different. I remember, look, when I saw somebody, I saw somebody live 2 years ago get caught in Qualcomm. And Qualcomm was absolutely ripping, and they had big earnings. They had a big earnings, beat top and bottom. The guidance was good. And then all of a sudden, somebody starts chasing it down with like 10,000 shares, which you're not going to get filled in the aftermarket. And you could just see it bleed the stock down, chase it down. By the time they got filled, the stock had gone red, and that person had gotten rinsed. Probably they fat-fingered it, right? They fat-fingered it and couldn't get out. And what was going up, they turned the stock themselves. And obviously, if they traded a reasonable amount of size, they would have been just fine because it would have continued to go up. So you got to be careful. And Qualcomm, by the way, somebody's selling it at 142. That's what I wanted to point out.
It's a very aggressive move down. Neil, I want to cover this a little bit more from fundamental side. I've covered this during the midday with Joseph. So Apple, if I can go to the screen over here, widely anticipated that they will include their new C1 modem, which is basically a modem chip for 5G in their next iPhone series, the 17 that is. Until now, they have been exclusively relying on Qualcomm's chips. So Qualcomm beat on the top and bottom line, Neil. It was the guide that was light. I wonder, I'm speculating, I'm not asserting
where you're going with
that this is possibly a headwind that they will not have Apple as a main customer for this specific chip. This is what I'm looking at on my screen being reported by Apple Insider, but widely reported everywhere else. And you can see it here, stock falls on outlook, reports strong performance. As we mentioned, they beat on the top and bottom line, but selling off aggressively here, down almost 5% here in the aftermarket now.
And I'll say this on Qualcomm, when it gets to a level that the big money is showing you that's being sold, respect it. Because the daily chart has been telling you this for a very long time at 175, and then we were just topping out at 150. The technical levels on this are insane. Like 175 top, 150 bottom, break it, 150 top, and right now someone's selling the boat at 142 in the aftermarket. So that's a key price for tomorrow for sure. But the Jedi is back in the chat.
I like it.
We're back, baby. The mag is back. Well, they better be. We still got Amazon tomorrow, but so far we got the good going on because Meta did it for us and Microsoft did it for us. So right now things are looking absolutely fantastic. You saw Tesla have a great run today as well. If you're still even including them, let's be real. But I don't like this for Qualcomm. That's the real blemish here. Robinhood, we're not sure about. It's kind of figuring itself out. And we've seen this from Robinhood before. Look for more direction tomorrow. I know a lot of people, myself, Sean included, want to be trading Robinhood. Right now, I haven't got enough information out of it, but certainly the Mag 7 name's looking absolutely fantastic.
Amazon's taking out highs here, Neil.
Amazon,
it's almost at 190 here. It's up 1%
the Mag
when
is
it
back.
closed red. Yeah, great call out there. I want to mention one thing. So we talked about Meta's CapEx, what they're looking at spending for full year 2025. But what we got from Microsoft right now was how much they actually spent this past quarter. Microsoft, Neil, spent $16.7 billion in capital expenditure, about $500 million more than the street was expecting. We were looking for 16.2, and that is a huge increase from what they spent last year. They spent $11 billion. Now they're spending 16.7, almost 17 billion. So the capex continues here, Neil. If you were worried that it might dry up because of DeepSeek and everything else and the efficiencies, if it is, it hasn't quite yet.
Well, also remember, they are deathly afraid of falling behind.
Agree.
Right?
And what your friend Jensen just said
You
today.
cannot fall behind. It seems like every week we're getting some other, I guess, breakthrough or another gain. I mean, whether it's Alibaba or Baidu, they're talking about how their engines are doing fantastic and cheaper, they say, than what you're getting over in the U.S. They can't fall behind, and they're continuing to spend. But I still believe the other side of this. Like, would they really be continuing this big, massive spend if they were doom and gloom and they didn't think deals were going to get done? No. I think this is a good signal that we're making progress, and maybe they know something we don't. They got the ear of the administration. Maybe they know that deals are coming through, and they have not been hesitant to continue their spending. Because if you think you're heading into a recession, there's no way you're increasing CapEx like that.
That's the thing. That's
right?
the thing, right?
Come on. These guys, they usually know. I'm just saying. They usually know, right?
Let's talk a little bit about how Microsoft did per division, Neil, since we're getting more information as the time goes by here. So productivity and business processes. So like your Microsoft Word, that includes Windows as well. $29.9 billion in revenue. That's up 10% year over year. Intelligent Cloud, aka Azure and the like, $26.8 billion, 21% year over year. Now, Intelligent Cloud doesn't just only include Azure. Many other things are included with that, hence why this is a 21% year over year increase as opposed to the 33 we reported earlier. More personal computing, $13.4 billion. That's up 6% year over year. Not a bad look there. And Microsoft, total cloud revenue, so that's everything. That's Azure, Intelligent Cloud, $42.4 billion, Neil, up 20% year over year. Chief Financial Officer Amy Hood said the cloud revenue growth was driven by continued demand for our differentiated offerings. So they're not selling what everybody else is selling, Neil.
No.
According to her.
Well, and the crazy thing is you've probably heard me, like maybe not as much anymore because we don't talk about Softy as much. You've probably heard me say that they haven't been able to monetize very well. The pickup has not been going great when it comes to Copilot. When you're talking about integrating into Office, not as many people have been using it as I think people have expected. So it's been languishing a bit. I think it's a really good sign. This is the strongest move here for sure. And Los Pollos Hermanos. Hey. Shout out to you in the chat. I love it here. Meta's still to report at 4:40 p.m., right?
No,
LOL.
you're late, brother.
No, well, he's joking around because last time, and I appreciate everybody that last earnings season stuck around till 4:40, whatever it was, when they finally reported it here for Meta, because Zuckerberg just couldn't get it on time. And this time they tell us that it's going to be 4:40, and it ends up being, what was it, like 4:05? We'll take it. But the important thing is someone asked about the guidance here. I just want to reiterate, Meta did not even guide higher.
No.
Meta guided pretty much, like if you take the range, it was right at expectations, the midpoint, at 4.4. So at the end of the day, we always talk about how big and important guidance has been. In this particular case, that wasn't even the story here for Meta, and it's holding higher lows. So look at these dips. This is not doing what Robinhood is doing. Every dip, we've had higher low after higher low. It's attempting to put one in right now, so don't at me if we lose 565. It hasn't happened just yet. But the buyers are stepping in, and they're stepping in a pretty nice consolidative way aftermarket. And tomorrow, look, we're not out of the woods yet. We just said, and we got the super chat from Jedi. Appreciate that. Mag 7 is back. We still have to get through Amazon. Look at that.
Apple.
We got Apple as well. We have to get through. Amazon holding the highs. Amazon's actually holding up the top even better than these other two names. And Apple, ho-hum. I mean, it bounced about $1 here in the aftermarket. kind of a muted move for Apple, but the rest of the Mag 7 doing great.
Want to give them more information here, Neil, about the report on Robinhood as more trickles in. So here's the deal, guys. Net deposits for Robinhood, the amount of money they took in, grew. They're holding $18 billion now. Not a bad record. That's a record for them. Now, gold subscribers, remember that? When they have that premium service, 3.2 million now gold subscribers. They also increased their share repurchase authorization up from 500 million to 1.5 billion. That's not a bad record there. We'll keep an eye out on that as the information comes in, but not a bad look there for the gold subscribers. You have to assume that's a high margin product. I mean, gold subscribers, I mean, I don't know. I don't see that being thrifty. You know what I mean? So we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, I'd assume not. I think you're dead right on that. Dar in the chat. Ooh.
Hey, Dar.
Hey, what up, Dar? Why is Alphabet up? Well, I feel this. Look, it's going to be the same story. So if you ask why Amazon is up and why Alphabet is going to be up, just think about the sympathy plays. These big guys are all in the same places, right? Like advertising revenues, Meta does well, Google does well, right? Cloud business, Microsoft does well. Like there's only 3 names in cloud, effectively, right? Alphabet happens to be one of them. And when it comes to advertising, it's Meta, it's Alphabet. While they're different models now, and lots of people have made the argument that for Alphabet, lots of things are changing. It's still going to run in sympathy. So like Amazon, it's holding those highs. I actually look at the funny thing, if you were just pure trading, buying the dips on where Meta and Microsoft were dipping, and then so you take that dip and buy it, you've actually done better holding higher lows on Google and Amazon than you have in the others. Why? Because there's less direct volatility because they weren't the ones that report. Sometimes sympathy plays are a good way to express a trade.
Very true.
There might be a little bit less risk. I'm not saying everyone go run out and trade Google here, but we've seen it here with Alphabet and we saw it here with Amazon. An unbelievable earnings session. Unfortunately, I know Qualcomm didn't do too well, but I'm going to venture to guess that most of us don't own Qualcomm in our personal. You probably own the index, which it'll be in, or maybe you own an ETF that it's in. And anybody that has it has been pretty nasty. It's right down at the lows, but Meta, booming. Microsoft, booming. Robinhood,
Yeah.
Okay for now. But the thing about Robinhood is we know what it can do tomorrow if it can just hold the bid, right? If it can just hold green, it's at a major resistance spot that I think everyone's looking for the 50 breakout. And when the selling comes in at 50, there's just a lot of people profit taking. I mean, the stock was just at like $31, right?
Only one Mag 7 name now remaining in the red. While Google's like break even, it's Tesla down 3%. All the other Magnificent 7 are either in the green or about to go green. Not a bad look here. So it's nice that the 2 big ones, Microsoft and Meta, help pull things up. I hope that creates good sentiment for tomorrow. Another pair, Amazon and Apple, going to be on the aftermarket show, Neil. And then who will we have left? NVIDIA always reports late.
NVIDIA is always late. You always save the best for last when it comes to earnings season. And believe me, NVIDIA is always, that's a Super Bowl of earnings. Whether it moves or not, certainly everyone looks forward to them for sure. So we're fortunate today. Meta came out early, so we didn't have to wait around for it. But you know what time it is, everybody. I already heard the siren. It's like, the siren came on there. It's time for roll call. Now, usually, at this moment, a dare is in the desk. And I'd say we're going to get a dare for roll call, but I'm going to do it myself.
Hey.
I'm doing it myself. But you know what we got to do first?
What do you got to do?
Everybody has to make sure you're in the chat. Because if you want your name read in roll call, it has to actually be here. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Do it now. Get in there. Give a big shout out to my main man on the desk here, Sharif. The infographics all day long, dropping news for you with Darren. My man Sean on the desk, trading up a storm. We got Joey Options here at Trade TV Live. We have Obi filling in whenever we need him. We have Fabian and Ramin making us look and sound good every single day. And believe me, we got Bears versus Bulls. The #1 moderator in the entire universe.
Bang.
In the universe, Bears versus Bulls. So let's get this. And Adam, what is roll call? That's where you drop your name. I see Adam in the chat. I see Brown Lightning, Butch Concepcion in there, Ivan Delgado. We got Toss X. We got Sharif's left bicep. What up? Toss X, why you kicked my dog? Old Dog 67, YOLO Fire, Stevenson 18, Robocop, Daryl Flinch, what up? SA, Mr. John, Marlon B, not cool. France S, Tommy Ellis, Pelican, Master Cool, not cool. Joseph Brown, oh my goodness, I can't even keep up with it. Marcio Romano. We've got John Haggerty. I can't even keep up with you guys. We appreciate you so much. That's a D-Loaf in the chat. Sir, I gotta stop it right here.
All right.
Sir Poopy Paper Hands, what up to you as well? That is roll call. We always have a blast around here. Why no love for the right bicep? Why it gotta be the left bicep?
I don't know, man. I'm not sure. Maybe he likes it better. I got no idea, but I do love these troll names. They're very endearing, guys. We love you guys. Thank you for joining Neil and I today on the Market Recap Show. Send him off, Neil.
And the best part about it, everybody, here at Trader TV Live, if the market's open, we're here.
Bang.
If it's moving, we're covering it. If news is dropping, Adara's got it for you. And we're doing it all again, bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow morning. We are Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Take care, guys.